and welcome back to streamgood.com. In this lecture, I'm actually going to go through the topics that we're going to cover in this entire course. First of all, we're going to actually install Java in your Mac and Windows operating system. Then we're going to actually install IntelliJ IDE, which we're going to use in this entire course for both Mac and Windows. After that, we're going to actually start learning about Java. So we're just going to start with the hello world. Then we can actually start learning about string, data types, conditional execution, arrays, looping, string interpolations, Java methods, Java classes, different types of Java methods such as static instance constructors, getters and setters, instance variables, static variables, Java packages, different types of methods for string and integer class, and regular expression. Then we're actually going to go depth into Java and actually learn about the principles of the object-oriented programming language. We're actually going to learn about encapsulation, inheritance, polymorphism, overriding, overloading, abstract class, interface, array list, linked list, vector, and different types of access modifiers such as private, default, protected, public, as well as the file IO types such as character string, byte string. We're also going to learn about the Java JUnit testing framework. At the end of the course, you're also going to learn about the build tool called Maven. We're actually going to install Maven for both Mac and Windows. Then finally, we're going to actually learn how you can actually create a Java project using Maven build tool. So I look forward to see you guys in our next lecture, and thank you very much for enrolling in this course.
Hello and welcome back to Constructor. First of all, I'd like to thank you for enrolling into this course. So, as you know that we're going to be learning Selenium automation tool throughout this course. So before that, we need to install all the prerequisite programs for this Selenium automation engineer course. So one of the main prerequisites of this course is the Java. So before I install Java, we need to understand what Java is, right? So if this is your first time and you don't know what Java is, so basically Java is a programming language that is used in many programs, and almost all the Android programs, all the web applications, and so on. Since we're going to be using Selenium automation tool, which also requires Java, we need to install Java for this course. So first thing here we're going to do is we're going to install Java on our Mac computer. In our next lecture, we're going to try to install Java for Windows. I'm actually going to open a new window here. I'm actually going to go Google, and in here I'm actually going to do Java SDK down. So when you do that, you're going to actually run into this link here. Okay, this will be your first link, which is the oracle.com's link here. It says Java SE downloads. So here you can see this latest version of Java is Java SE 9. So now I want to install Java JDK. You have a JRE and a server JRE and JRE. Okay, so I'm actually going to do Java JDK down. So if you wanted to know the difference between here, you can actually read in this web page here. And as you can see here, Java JDK means Java SE development kit for Java developers, including complete JRE plus tools for developing, debugging, and monitoring Java applications. So the server JRE is for the deploying Java applications and servers, and JRE is to use it for the end user applications. I'm actually going to go Java JDK download. When you click that, you're going to actually run into this page here. So here, since I have a Mac operating system, so I'm actually going to click this. Oh, and it says that, sorry, you must accept the license agreement for download. Okay, so I'm actually going to click on this accept. Then the next thing I'm actually going to do is click on this link here. So if you have already used Mac computer, you're going to be actually clicking on this DMZ link. And also if you have Windows, you're actually going to click on this one. Okay, so if you're a Windows user, you have Windows, please, you can skip this lecture and go to the next lecture where you're going to install Java for Windows. So now I'm actually going to click this, and you can see here it's going to download this DMZ Java JDK 9. So it's actually going to take some time, so I'm going to pause this video and I'll be back. So now, since the Java is installed successfully, I'm actually going to go back to our downloads folder. I'm actually going to go to Finder and go downloads here. You're going to see this DMZ in this downloads folder. I'm actually going to click it, and you're going to see this pop up here. So you're going to see the package. I'm actually going to double click that. So it's going to bring another pop-up for the JDK 9 installer. Click continue, click install. Okay, it's going to ask the password. I'm actually going to use the password of my computer. Alright, so it says that installation succeeded. I'm actually going to click close. Okay, click also this button here with a pop-up.
Alright, that's it. You've installed Java in your Mac computer machine. In our next lecture, we can actually install Java in your Windows machine.
Hello and welcome back to Selenium. In our previous lecture, we learned about how we can install Java on Mac computer. In this lecture, we're going to try to set up BAS profile for the Mac. If you don't know what BAS profile is it basically helps you to set up environment variables just like you do in Windows. So in Windows, you actually go to your properties and you actually set up your environment variables. So in Mac, you actually do that using BAS profile. So the way you can do that is I'm actually going to this website right here, redfinsolutions.com, creating a BAS profile for a Mac. And I'm actually going to follow this instruction right here. So I'm actually going to open a new terminal. Okay, and I'm actually going to do cd // Step 2 is done. Now it says type touch dash bash underscore profile. I did that. So what the touch means is actually creating a new file. It's the command in Mac, create a new file. So now I can edit the bash profile using vi dash bash underscore profile. That when I do that, it's actually going to open a new file like in here with nothing. Or you could do here, just like it says right here. I'm actually going to open e bash profile. What it does, it actually opens the bash profile and you can exit it over. So now we have this bash profile in here. I'm actually going to do export java underscore home equals. So then I'm actually going to go library. Okay, I think that's where I have installed Java. I'm actually going to do Java virtual machines. If I do ls and it says where this Java is installed, I have Java JDK 1.8. I have JDK-9. So now I'm actually going to need this path for this JDK 9. I'm actually going to set up in. So I'm actually going to do EWD, okay, this will give you this path. I'm actually going to copy this and paste it there. And I'm actually going to do JDK9.JDK slash contents. Oh, now I'm actually going to save this. Okay, so now if I do vi, which actually edits, and so this is your home tilde slash means it's your home directory, then I'm actually going to do bash profile. So if I do that, you should be able to see your java underscore home variable in this bash profile. So I'm actually going to close that. Now the other thing I need to do is source underscore tilde slash dash bash profile. What it does is actually reloads the bash profile to your computer. So now if I do java dash version, okay, so you can see here it says Java version 9. So we've installed Java version 9, okay, in our previous lecture. Okay, then what we did is we created a bash profile, okay, new bash profile. Then we actually assigned the path, okay, of the Java to this Java underscore home variable. Then we reloaded the bash profile. Once we did that, when I do Java dash version, it gives me the Java version. That's it for this lecture. I will see you guys in our next lecture. Hello and welcome back to Swim. In this lecture, we're going to try to install Java for Windows computer. So to give you a brief history of Java, Java is basically object-oriented programming language that is used by many applications in the market. Since I don't have Windows PC, I'm going to be using virtual machine to install Java in the VM. So now let's try to go back to our virtual machine here. Like I said, and I'm actually going to go to Google here. So first thing we need to do is try to install Java SDK. So I'm going to try Java SDK download. So I do that, I'm actually going to be, landing into this website here with all the search results. I'm actually going to use this first one. You can see here I've got Java SDK9, which is the latest one, and you can also see SDK 8. So, okay, so I want to actually use Java SDK 8. So I'm actually going to go back, and I'm actually going to do 8 that and do search. Let's see here. And you're going to land into this page here. It says Java SC Development Kit 8 downloads. So here, right? So it says you must accept the Oracle license agreement. I'm going to click accept. So now, based on your operating system, you're actually going to click on this link here. So now you have Windows 86 and 64-bit. So how do you know what your operating system is, right? That'll be your next question. Basically, the one easy way to do that is basically you minimize this and actually go here and right click and actually go to control panel. And actually you're going to go to system security and system right here, and it will tell you right here system type. It's going to say 64-bit operating system, 64-bit processor. That means I'm using 64-bit operating system, Windows 64-bit processor. So now let's go back in here, and now I know that I'm using this 64-bit operating system instead of 86. I'm actually going to click this. So I'm probably 80% sure that you guys will be also using 64-bit operating system, but some of you might be using 86. But I'm pretty sure like most of the people that has personal computer will be using 64-bit. So it's going to take a while. And now you got this window, so I'm actually going to click in here. Okay, it's saying that do you want to allow this app to make changes to your device? I'm like, okay, yes. I'm going to click next. So here, saying the optional features, blah blah blah. You just do the default one here. It's going to install Java on this virtual machine. See here, it's copying the files, extracting the installer. Okay, it's going to probably take some while. All right, so I'm going to click next. So it's going to take some while, so I'm going to pause it and I'll be back. So now, as you can see here, the Java was successfully installed after some time. So it's saying here, click next steps to access tutorials, blah, blah, blah. Okay, so if you want, you could click next steps. So I'm not going to do that. So I'm going to click close here. Now let's go back to our presentation here. So first thing we did here was to install this Java SDK from this operating system. We clicked our 64-bit. Then the next thing we need to do is to verify if the Java is installed properly by typing in the command line here. So now, what I'm actually do, if you do java-version, it should give you the version of Java that you've just installed. So I'm actually going to go back in here to our virtual machine, and so I'm actually going to type command cmd, which is the command prompt. You do cmd, it's like the shortcut. It's going to open the command prompt here. I'm actually going to do java-version. You can see here, it says that I have Java version installed, okay, which means I've successfully installed Java on my Windows virtual machine. So you could do the same thing on your Windows. First, try to go to this website here, try to install Java SDK 8 based on your operating system. So if you have 86 or 64, and once you have it, you just click on it and you follow this process, and eventually you can verify that by doing java-version, which means you have successfully installed Java. All right, that's pretty much for this lecture.
Hello and welcome back to streamwood.com. In our previous lecture, we learned how you can actually install Java in your scene, whether it's a Mac or Windows. In this lecture, we can actually install IntelliJ, which is the IDE that we're going to use to actually learn Java programming language. You could also use Notepad to learn Java programming language. However, you might have some compiling errors because of your syntax error and so on. So it's actually a lot easier to use IDE, which can actually find your syntax errors and so on. So there are many IDEs, such as IntelliJ, Eclipse, and so on. However, we're going to use IntelliJ in here because it's one of my personal favorites. What we're going to do actually is I'm actually going to go to Google here, and I'm going to type Google, and we're going to do IntelliJ. You're going to see this first link here. Once you reach to the website here, you could actually see this Java IDE here. And if you click on download, there's Ultimate and there's Community Edition. So you can see here, like if you were going to work in a company, right, you might probably want to use, you're probably going to use Ultimate, which has the commercial license and Java, Android support, Maven, Git, for JavaScript, and so on. Okay, we're going to use Community Edition because it's totally free. It's a free open source. Okay, so we're going to use this IntelliJ Community Edition. Do pretty much everything using this Community Edition as well. Now here, as you can see here, I have different operating system, Windows, Mac, so on. So based on your operating system, you could select the tab in here. Alright, so I have Mac, so I'm actually going to click download. So here, it's going to say thank you for downloading and so on. So you should see actually this DMZ actually downloading at the bottom. Alright, so I'm actually going to pause this and I'll be back. Alright, so you can see here, it's finally installed now. So I'm actually going to go here, actually, so in Finder, and you could see here I have this idea C DMZ file in here. So DMZ is basically kind of like your installer file for Mac. Or Windows, you're going to actually have a .exe. Since I have a Mac, I have a DMZ. Okay, I'm going to double click that. It's going to actually open the DMZ. And so once you have this IntelliJ DMZ file in your downloads folder, you can actually double click that. If you double click it, you're going to see this window here. So basically it's saying to actually add it to application, you could just drag this to this folder. And you can see here, I do have already IntelliJ, which is the older version. I want to see what it says here. It's going to probably say that you already have IntelliJ IDEA version. It says right here. So I'm actually going to say place. Basically what it's going to do is it's going to replace the older version of IntelliJ IDEA. If you want to learn more about this IntelliJ in here, so you can basically go in features and you can see all this, a lot of features that you have in IntelliJ. Like I said before, you can also use Eclipse. Okay, it's also one of the popular IDE. However, I like the IntelliJ because it has a lot of different features. It's very user-friendly. Now let's go back in here. So it's copying the IntelliJ files to the applications folder. So you can see here, it finally got installed. So let's actually go to IntelliJ, and actually I'm going to click on the state modified. I have IntelliJ IDEA's Community Edition. Double click that. So see here, it says verifying IntelliJ IDEA. Alright, so it says that I have an application downloaded from the internet. Are you sure you want to open? So here, say like, okay, you want to import from previous references and so on. So yes, I will actually import all my settings file from there. So if you do not have it, you can just click do not import. So here I've got this pop up, so I'm just going to click OK. You can see here, this is the newer version. Alright, so once you click on that, you can actually see this window here. So basically, you can create a new project or import the project. Okay, so if you have actually a Java project, you can basically import the project, right? So if you click on import, you can actually find the project and import it. Okay, so here we're going to actually learn the Java programming language from scratch. So we're going to actually create a new project. Okay, so we're just going to use Java in here. So in the SDK, so here I've got this new Java JDK version 9. But if you have other options here, you can actually install it. If you want to actually use different Java versions, so you can actually click new. So in here, basically, I have Java virtual machines. So if you go to Java virtual machines, I have here JDK 1.8. So I can actually use this one here. Open. Then you do have 1.8 as Java 8. So next, here it says create command line app. I do not need to do that. And here I'm actually going to do Java project. So click finish and you should see the Java project. If we click on source, and you're going to see this. It took me a little bit of a while to actually get this everything set up. Alright, so you can see here I have Java JDK 9, external libraries here. So I have this Java project here now. So if I click on file, and you can do a lot of other options here, project structure. So you can see here I'm actually still using Java JDK 9. So I'm actually going to use this one. Click apply. Okay, so now you can see here I have Java 1.8, and also you can have different settings here. Project structure, go back again there. Libraries, SDKs. So it's actually copying all the JDK 1.8 Java 8 files in there, and Java 9 files in here. And let's see what else you need to know. So if you go IntelliJ preferences, click on this appearance and behavior and appearance. So you can see here I have a default, which is the white one. If you use the dark color one, click apply. It's going to actually come into this black background. If you don't like the white background, you can actually use the black background here. So it's up to you. So if again, go preferences and appearances and that there. And here, if you want to actually override default fonts, so you can also do that. Okay? It says not recommended though. Alright, so if you want to actually do the font, so you can actually go editor and font and actually increase the font here by click OK. So when you actually create a new class file in here, their font would have font 14. So there is also a way you can actually run this file, run your Java class. So you can actually go run and run. Click on it, debug it, debug, build the project, build, and so on. That's it for this lecture. In this lecture, we actually install IntelliJ. So in our next lecture, we can actually install IntelliJ IDEA DE in our Windows virtual machine. That's it for this lecture. I'll see you guys in the next lecture. Hello and welcome back to StreamGood. In our previous lecture, we learned about how you can actually install IntelliJ IDE or IDEA in your Mac operating system. So in this lecture, we can actually learn how you can actually install IntelliJ IDE in the Windows operating system. Alright, so first thing I'm going to do is, since I did not have the Windows PC, I'm actually going to use VirtualBox, okay, which has the Windows machine here. So I'm actually going to go back to the VirtualBox here. And next thing I'm actually going to do is I'm actually going to open this Microsoft Edge browser here. And I'm actually going to go to Google. And here, I'm going to type IntelliJ IDE download. Alright, so you can see here, I'm actually going to click the first link. You can see here, I have two types of IntelliJ IDEA. Alright, IDEA. So first one is Ultimate, and the second one is Community. And you can also see that IntelliJ is pretty smart, that it knows that I'm in Windows virtual machine. So it's actually default selected the Windows here. So you can see here, the Windows installer file is actually .exe. So here I have Ultimate and Community. So now if you scroll down here, you're going to see the differences between those two versions, right? So first, Ultimate, it's a commercial license. That means you have to pay for the license. However, Community is the open source. That means it's free. And commercial supports Java, Kotlin, Groovy, Scala, Android, Maven, Git, detecting duplicates, Force, JavaScript, Java EE, String JWT, and so on, all that stuff. Community Edition only supports Java, Android, Maven. Okay, however, since we're going to be using Java to actually automate the browser using Selenium, right? We do not need to need all this stuff. We're just going to use the Community Edition. So I'm just going to click download here. All right, so it should actually download that file, and you can see here it says what do you want to do with it. So I'm actually going to save. You can see here it's actually downloading that IntelliJ IDEA exe file here. All right, so it seems like it's downloaded. So I'm actually going to open folder. You can see here I've actually installed IDEA IntelliJ. It's in the downloads folder. So I'm actually going to double click that. And you can see here it's going to say you want to allow this app to make changes to your device. So I'm going to click yes. So it's going to see this pop up. So I'm going to click next. So it says which folder you want to install. So I'm just going to leave default. Click next. And here it says to create shortcut, the desktop shortcut. So since I do have 64-bit, I'm actually going to select that. All right, and see it says here what you want to save as in your stat memory folder. So I'm just going to leave the default. So click install. So basically it's going to install all the files, all the jar files, and all the dependencies that you would need to actually run your IntelliJ IDEA. So let's give it up for a minute. All right, so it's going to take a while. So I'm going to pause this video and I'll be back. All right, as you can see here, it's almost done now. Okay, so here it says completing IntelliJ IDEA Community Edition setup. So it says click finish to close setup. So I'm not going to run right now. So I'm just going to click finish. So now if you go to actually desktop in here, you should see IntelliJ IDEA in here, the shortcut. So if you double click it, all right, so you're going to see this nice pop up here for IntelliJ settings from this one and so on. I'm actually going to do not import settings. So here it says review your options. So I'm going to click OK without actually checking that box. And you can see here I have this customized IntelliJ IDEA in here. So basically, you know, if you want the darker one, So you can use Darkula here, or if you want the regular one, you can use IntelliJ. It's up to you. So I'm actually going to go next. So plugins, if you want Maven and all that stuff, I do not need it now, so I'm just going to click next. So featured plugins, I also do not need those now, so I'm just going to click start using IntelliJ. Alright, so you can see this nice window here. Basically, once you start IntelliJ, everything is good. You're going to see this screen. So basically here, it says if you want to create a new project, import project, open, and so on. Let's say if I do create a new project, I do new program files, Java. Here, I've got 1.8, 1.9, and so on. So let's say I want to use Java 1.8. So I can do that. Click OK. So you can see here I have Java 1.8, which is Java 8. So I'm going to click next. All right. So if you go previous, right, it says to create a command line app, create project from template. So I'm not going to do that. So I'm going to click next here. Let's say I'm just going to do Selenium Groove finish. So basically here you're actually creating a new project, right? And this IntelliJ, I actually installed it. It did not have the SDK actually connected to the IntelliJ IDE. Alright, so you can see here, I'm actually opening this project in IntelliJ, so it's actually scanning files index. It might take a while, like, before you actually have all the files and project up and ready. So let's give it a couple of seconds here. Alright, so you see here, I have this folder. So I'm actually going to click that. And you can see I have this SRC folder and this IML and IDEA. This is pretty much like IntelliJ stuff, so you do not have to worry about that. So this SRC folder, we can actually create some Java classes. So a couple of things that you need to know is actually if you go in files, so you have the settings. So if you click on that, so you're going to see this appearance. Okay, basically when I actually started this IntelliJ, I selected IntelliJ in here, right? But you have the option to use Darkula, which kind of gives you the black screen. And let's say if you want to actually increase the font, right, instead of using this override, you can actually go to this font here and actually increase the size. So normally I do that because it's very easier to see. I like it bigger font than smaller font. So we'll do click apply, click OK. That's one thing. The other thing again is the project structure in here. So if you want to know what SDK you're using, so you go project structure project, and you can see here I have using Java 8, and you can see here it's Java default 8 and all that stuff in here. Modules, so if you click in here, you can see all the libraries, and if you click in the SDKs, you can see here I have Java 1.8, which has all this Java files which actually get installed on Java 8. So that's the other thing. And also the other thing you probably need to learn is if you want to build a project, you can do that here. If you know, let's say run your class file, you can do click run. And all the things I would say is if you want to do formatting, you can use this code and do format in here, right? And view, you can, if you want to do, disable toolbars, enable toolbars, you can use this viewing. So apart from that, okay, we're gonna actually, you want to save the project, you can do save all. And if you want to actually import project, you can also do import settings and so on. So that is pretty much in this lecture. We learn how you can actually install IntelliJ in Windows Machine. So that's it for this lecture. In this lecture, we actually install IntelliJ in Windows Machine. All right. I think we're ready to actually start learning Java. All right. So very excited and hope you guys are as well. I will see you guys in our next. Hello and welcome back to SnowRunWith.com. In this lecture, we're going to create our first Java program called Hello World. So in our previous lectures, we installed Java for your Mac and Windows machine. We also install IntelliJ, which is our IDE to write Java code for both Mac and Windows machine. So now it's finally time to get your hands dirty and write some Java code. To go depth in Java, I would like to first explain you how you can basically create a simple program called Hello World. So now, before I do that, I'm actually going to explain each and every line of code here. So you can see here, I've got this public class Hello World. So that basically means is that this is a class name called Hello World. Okay, don't worry about each keyword because we're going to go in depth in our future Java classes. And the next line of code here is public static void main. That is our main method that actually displays the output called Hello World. Like again, don't worry about this line of code here, okay, as we're going to learn about this as we go more depth into Java. So the only thing we need to actually worry about or learn is this line of code here, system.out.println hello world. Since we are trying to print out hello world, here I'm actually going to do system.out.println hello world. So here, now what this line of code basically does is since you're actually printing out the string this from your computer, right? This is using system is like a class of Java, okay? So I'm using the system class, then I've got out, okay? This is the other method of this system class. So I'm actually printing it out, right? So system.out.println. So you're printing hello world, right? And ln means line, okay? So you're printing out hello world in one line. So when I run this code here, this 4 lines of code, it's actually going to do hello world. So you can see here, I know it's a lot of lines of code, but that's how Java is, right? Java has got a lot of syntax. Okay, so in order to just print out this hello world, you need to write this 4 lines of code. So now, since we understood what this line of code means, now let's actually get our hands dirty and write our first program called Hello World. Okay, so I'm actually going to go to IntelliJ here. So I'm actually going to go Finder and Applications, and here I'm actually going to go IntelliJ. So I'm going to scroll down here. There we go, IntelliJ. I'm going to click it, and once I do that, okay, it's going to start up IntelliJ. So now here I'm actually going to create a new project. So as you can see here, this IntelliJ is using this Java version 9, you can see here. So now then you click next, then it says to use command line app. No thanks, I don't need to. Now here it says project name. Okay, so I'm actually going to do Selenium Java. So I'm actually going to do finish. You're going to see a folder called Selenium Java. Then you have this .idea, which is actually the folder for this IntelliJ, so you don't have to really worry about this. You also have this .iml. Okay, then also you don't have to worry about that. Okay, this is all the IntelliJ files, and here it got this folder called src, so you're going to worry about. So in here I'm actually going to create a new class called hello world. So we're going to write our first Java code to actually print hello world. So here, go new, right click, new Java class, and in here I'm going to call it hello world. I'm going to click OK. Then you can see this hello world class is created. So now I've got this public class hello world, right? As soon as you create this hello world, it's going to have this syntax, right? Which means you created a public class called hello world. I need to actually create a main method. Okay, so I'm actually going to do public static void main. I'm actually going to do string or args in here, and that one. So to actually explain you in briefly, this public means you're actually making it public. So if you have another class that could use it. Static means that this method does not change, it's constant. Void means it does not return anything. This main method means this is our main method that the computer knows that to execute this method. When you run it, it's going to execute this main method. Then you have parameters here, string, and these arguments, okay? And the arguments could be an array. So anyway, I'm not going to go depth because it's going to make it more confusing, but I was just explaining what that line of code means. So now, I'm actually going to print out hello world. So I'm actually going to do system. You can see here, this is java.align class in here, and out. So you're actually printing it out, and print. So you have print and println. Okay, I'm actually going to use println. And in here, I'm actually going to do hello world. And I'm going to end this line of code with semicolon. Okay, one thing you need to understand in Java is like every time you write your code, you want to end it, right? Your statement code, Java code, you're going to actually put this semicolon. Now, I'm actually going to run this program and see how it works, okay? So there's basically 3 different ways to run this program, right? You're in IntelliJ. First thing you can actually do is actually you can click in anywhere and just do write and run. So when you run this 4 lines of code, it's going to build and compile your code. Then it's going to actually parse and it will print the output called hello world. So first thing I did was I just clicked anywhere and did right click. The other way you could do it is going to your folder and your class, and you go into your class and you just right click and run it, which is basically doing the same thing. It also prints hello world. The third way you can do is actually go run and just do run hello world. So now, as you could see here, we created a hello world Java program. Okay, we wrote some Java code here that actually prints out hello world. So now, if I wanted to print out different things than hello world, I can just do hello students, welcome to Udemy Java class 101. So now, save this and right click it and run it. Instead of hello world, it's going to say hello students, welcome to Udemy Java class 101. So you can see here, we are printing out the words that you want. And we are printing out the string, whatever string we want from your computer, right? That's pretty powerful. And that's pretty much how you can print out the Java, you can use Java program to actually print out something to you. So that's it from this lecture. I hope you guys understood how you can create a simple Java program that actually print out hello world or any string that you like. So that's it for this lecture. I'll see you guys in our next lecture. Hello and welcome back to StringRoot.com. In this lecture, we're going to learn about string in Java. Okay, so you need to understand what string in Java is. So what is string in Java? String is an object typically representing sequence of characters. Okay, that is the book definition of string. So in this very simplest form, string is basically the characters, right? If you have a lot of characters, right, and you would probably call it a string. For instance, your name is also in a string, because normally your name is pretty much sequence of characters. So the java.lang.string class is used to create a string object. So you don't have to understand what that means, but basically in order to create a string, you're going to actually use this java.lang.string class of Java. The other part is string are always in double quotes. For instance here, let's say I wanted to print out a name called Sam, right? So we learned about how you can print out string in our previous lecture where we created our simple Java program and printed out hello world. So in here, if you wanted to actually print out the string, so here as you can see here, let's say that I wanted to actually create a variable called name, and the name is basically a name of the person, right? So in that case, you'd actually create a string variable. So how do you do that in Java? Well, first you actually need to initialize it using string. So when you say string before any variable, that means it's a string variable. So basically you have to say that, okay, this variable is a string. So the way you do that is you actually write string, okay, with S caps. String, and I'm saying I create a new variable called name, and actually holds this name of the person, and the name of the person is Sam. So this name variable is a string variable, which holds this sequence of characters, which is SAM. Alright, also they are the characters. So you're actually holding the sequence of characters. That's why it's called the string variable, because you have a name and it holds a sequence of characters. Now, if I want to print out this name, so all I need to do is system.out.println, okay, just like we did in our previous lecture. And in here, instead of Sam, I want to print out this name Sam here. I'm going to say my name is. This is also a string here. As you can see here, I'm actually this characters are inside double quotes. When anything is inside double quotes, that is in string. So here I said my name is, and actually I wanted to print out this name here. So I can all I can do is just do plus name. It's called string concatenation. So we're actually printing out this name here with this string here. So it says my name is, and you're actually printing out this name. And here also you're printing out another line with another string which says I love soccer. So when you do that, it's actually going to print out my name is Sam and I love soccer. So that's basically how you can actually print out the string. Okay, in our previous lecture we learned about how you can print out hello world, right? In this lecture we actually created a variable called name, string variable called name, and we're actually printing out that string variable. So now let's go to our IntelliJ here, and I'm actually going to expand this. So here I'm actually going to create a new file, okay, Java class here. I'm going to say string class, and in here I'm actually, just like before, I'm actually going to create public static void main string args and this braces, and in here I'm actually going to create a string variable string name equals Sam, and in here I'm actually going to print out my name is. I'm actually going to concatenate and print out that variable. So this name is actually this string variable, right? I want to print out this name, right, Sam. So now I'm actually going to also do println I love soccer. So don't forget to put a semicolon at the end. Okay, that's how you say you're ending your code. You can see here I've got semicolon in each line of code. So now if I run this, and it's going to say my name is Sam, I love soccer. See that here? Basically I created a string. I know this is a string because it's in double quotes and it's holding the sequence of characters. So the sequence of characters is Sam. So in your real time, in your real project, you're going to actually create a string variable for all the characters that you do not need any arithmetic operations. So what that means is basically, like for instance, let's say that name, address, name and address, you can, store it in a string variable. But for instance, age, right? Age is the age of the person, which changes a lot. You can do a lot of arithmetic operations. For instance, balance, your account balance. You would not want it to put it in string because your account balance increases and decreases, and you can do a lot of arithmetic operations in it. In that case, you would not want those objects as your string variables. You're going to put the string variables in that where you do not have to do any arithmetic operation. Okay? So for instance, Sam here, just the name of the person. You can't do any arithmetic operation. So you can probably create a string variable. You can do that using, like, first you create actually string. You type string here and you do name. So when you have a string here before this variable name, that means that any programmer would know that, okay, you created this string variable. So that's it for this string class lecture. Okay, I hope you guys understood what string is, right? And how you can actually print out the string and how you can actually create a string variable. That's it for this lecture. I will see you guys in our next lecture. Hello and welcome back to String Buddha. Okay, so in our previous lecture, we learned about what string in Java is and how you can actually print out the string variable from your Java program, right? So in this lecture, we're actually going to learn about different data types. So Java have basically 8 primitive data types. So what is the data types then? First is byte. So byte data type is an 8-bit assigned to complement integer. It has a minimum value of -128 and maximum value of 127. That is kind of like the book definition of what byte is, right? So in the simplest form, byte is basically the smallest data type of Java. So let's say, for instance, if you wanted to store your value that is very, very small, then you can use actually byte, right? Because it only has -128 and maximum value of 127. So the byte is very useful for saving memory. Say you have a very gigantic program and you have a lot of data types, okay? And if you know that your data type is going to be very, very small, then you can actually use byte. So the next one is short, right? The short data type is 16-bit signed 2 complement integer. It has a minimum value of -32,768 and maximum value of 32,767. Again, it's a little bigger than byte, but it also is very small, and you can also save a lot of memory using the short data type. And the very commonly used one data type is int. It's a 2-bit signed 2 complement integer, which has a minimum value of 2 to the power 31 and maximum value of 2 to the 31 negative 1. So that means it can store the number like 2 to the 31. That's a lot of numbers, right? A lot of integers. That's why you often see int variables in Java. Data type is normally used in Java to support arithmetic operations for integers. So for instance, if your number does not have a decimal value, then you can use integer. Since this int has like 2 to the power 31, it should be enough for a lot of the integer numbers that you're going to use in real time. The other one here is long. So the long data type is 64-bit 2 complement integer. The signed long has a maximum value of -2 to the 63 and the maximum value of 2 to the 63 negative 1. So you can use long data type if your integer data type is going to be longer or bigger than integer data type. So use this data type when you need a range of values wider than those provided by int. The next one is float. The float data type is a single precision 32-bit floating integers. As with the recommendation for byte and short, use a float instead of double, okay, which you're going to shortly, if you need to save memory in large areas of floating point numbers. So if you have like a floating number, right? So what is floating number then, right? So if your number has like decimals, and it's also a float number, and you can use float. So the other one here, the commonly used one as well, is double. So the double data type is double precision 64-bit floating point. As you can see here, it has a single precision and this is a double precision. So for decimal values, this data type is generally a default choice. So most commonly, people use double instead of float. If you're actually, doing some like currencies, right, account balances, then you can actually see a lot of people using double instead of float. So the other one here, and also probably the important one, is also Boolean. And what is Boolean then? So Boolean is actually a data type that basically gives you either true or false. Two possible values, true and false, right? So like for instance, I can give you an example saying, is today raining? Right? It's raining today. So you can say yes or no. So in that case, that is a Boolean data type. You're using a Boolean condition here. And the next one here is char. Okay, the char data type is a single 16-bit Unicode character. It has a minimum value of 0 and a maximum value of that. That's a Unicode character. Char should always be in single code. If you wanted to actually store kind of like a one character, then you can usually use char. Okay, and they're normally in single code. Right? String are normally in double code. The char, however, are always going to be in single code. So now, let's give an example here. So I've got this example here in a class called data type. And I've got this byte, as you can see here. If I wanted to actually create a byte variable, I gotta put byte first. You're actually initializing this variable saying byte. So you're actually typecasting it in Java Word. So here, this byte variable b1 is actually value 21. And the short number is 241. Integer is I1 225. Long is long number 1313. Double balance equal 124. Floating number is 241.3f. So every time you actually wanted to create a floating variable, you actually have to put f at the end. The Boolean is bool1, and it's true. Okay, and this Boolean is either going to be true or false. And I've got this another char data type here. This is char1, and I've got this in single code, and I have one character called a. So if I print out byte number is this, short number is this, integer number is this. If I do that, I'm actually going to print byte number is 21, short number is, and all that stuff. So you're actually printing out all these variables here. So I'm actually trying to show you here how you can actually create different data types here in Java. So let's go back to our IntelliJ here. So here I'm actually going to create a new class, and I'm going to say data types. Click OK. So now I've got this data types here, and I'm actually going to create a static void main method again. All right, so here I'm actually going to create different variables. So I'm going to say byte equal b1 equals 21. So the other one was short. 25, and I'm actually going to say integer. So let's say I1 equals let's say 250, and long, let's say L1 equal 255, something like that. The other one was double, and say the D1 equal float equal F1 equals 2f. Boolean called B2, let's say B2 here. I'm actually going to say true and char. I'm going to say C1 equals A. So now if I do here in the B1, right? So I created this byte variable and I said B1. Okay, so if you put this here, it's going to actually say incompatible types, required byte, found int. You see here, this byte has very small memory, right? I mean, it has the very smallest size. So if I add anything more than 2 digits, it's gonna throw an error saying that this is invalid value for a byte. Okay, let's do that here. S1, but it's still fine. See, as soon as I do this, that's after 5 digits, it's okay. So as soon as I do 6, it's gonna say required short but found int. So now I've got int here. So I'm actually gonna do, since it has 2 to the power 31, I'm actually gonna do more here. It says integer number 2 large, still large. So if you have a number that has this much value, so you're gonna use int. So long, I'm actually going to go more. So till that number, it's fine. But as soon as I do more, one more digit, it's going to say it's too large. Now, double has this decimal value. If I do this, it's still fine because it's going to print it at 00. So double can be decimal and without decimal, right? So when you have 255, your computer program actually treats it like this .00. So now a floating number here. So if I do not put like that, it's going to actually say required float, but it's double. Okay, so every floating one has f at the end. So it's going to be only true and false. So if I put any number here or any string in here, it's going to say you're supposed to put a Boolean value, which is either true or false. Character one here, this data type, C1, I have A. If I put B in here, it's going to throw an error. Too many characters in character literal. And if I do, so you put it in double quote, it's also going to throw an error because it's saying you're creating a string. You're having a string value in the char1 variable. So now I'm actually going to print this one out here. Print ln byte is the B1. All right, I'm actually going to print that and change that later on to save some time. And here short is S1 and long is L1, int is I1, double is D1, oops, and float is F1, Boolean value is, I'm actually going to say B2, and here I'm actually going to say char is C1. So now let's run this class here. I'm actually going to go there and run it. And you can see here, it says byte is 21, S1 is S25222, long is this value here, integer is that one, double is, as soon as I say double is, so you can see here, I do not have any decimal, but it's gonna create a decimal for you here, because double has a decimal value, and the floating is this 2.2520.2, it's not gonna print out F, because that's how you actually denote this is a floating number. And the Boolean value is true and char is A. So that is pretty much about data types. I hope you guys learned about what data types in Java is, okay? So most commonly used data type is integer, double, float, Boolean, sometimes char, byte, short and long are not commonly used, but it's also good to know what those data types are. So that's it for this lecture. Hope you guys understood what data types is and what data types each means and how you can actually create different data types in Java. I'll see you guys in our next lecture. Hello and welcome back to StudentGuru.com. In this lecture, we're going to learn about the conditional execution using if and else. In our previous lecture, we learned about the primitive data types of Java. In this lecture, we're going to learn about the if and else condition execution. So now, if you look into this workflow right here, okay, so I've got this weather, right? So if the weather is raining, right? So I've got this condition here, it says weather is raining and I'm actually going to stay home, right? If it's not raining, if it's sunny, then I'm going out for a walk. And I'm actually going to end the condition here. So I've got these two conditions, right? If and else. So if the weather is raining, I'm staying home. Else, I'm actually going out for a walk. So how do you actually write the Java program to actually execute two statements in Java? So you're going to use if and else, and we're going to learn how you can do that in Java. So you can see here, I've got this application class, and I've got this static void main method here, and I've got this string here, right? Since the weather, I'm actually going to put like what's the weather, it's raining or sunny or so on, right? So that's why it's a string variable. So I've got this string okay, and weather here, and I've got this says raining. Okay, so here I'm actually going to say if weather dot equals, right? The other thing here I'm actually using this is string method called equals. Okay, we're going to talk about the different types of string method in our future classes. But right now, just don't worry about it now. So I'm actually saying this: if this weather here it equals to raining, right? So whatever the string variable equals to this string here, raining, and it's going to say I'm staying home, and else I'm actually going out for a walk. So I've got this if and else conditional statement or execution here in Java. Okay, that's how you can actually write if and else. So I've got this if here, and here I've got this conditions. Okay, and if and else always have this braces, curly braces, just like you have curly braces for the method, right? You can see here you've got these curly braces, and this closes this curly braces. So I've got this curly braces on starting if, then ends this curly brace with if, this closing braces for this one, and I've got this opening braces for else, and it closes that. Okay, so in Java, if and else are always in curly braces, so don't forget to close the braces once you're done with your if and else conditional statement or execution. So when I do that, I'm actually going to say I'm staying home, because here I'm saying the string weather variable equals to raining. I'm hard-coded the string variable weather equal raining. So what it does is actually it comes to this line of code here, and it says if weather, so this string variable which is raining, equals raining, yes, they both are equal, then it's actually printing this line of code here. It says I'm staying home. Let's say if it's not rainy, sunny, then it's gonna actually, it says if sunny equals raining, no, then it's gonna actually go into this else line block line of code here, and it's gonna actually print out this line of code. It says I am going out for a walk. So now you understood how you can write an if and else. Let's jump into our IntelliJ and write it on our own. So I'm actually going to do here new Java class, and I'm actually going to do if else and click OK, right? And I'm actually going to do public static void main and string. All right. Okay, as you can see, this is a skeleton of executing your line of code. Okay, so we're gonna talk about that in our future classes. So now here, the first thing I'm actually gonna do is string equal weather, and here I'm actually gonna say raining. Now I'm gonna say if weather, I can also put this line of code here, raining. Right? I'm actually gonna do system.out.println says I am staying home, right? And else, I'm actually going to do system.out.println. I'm actually going to say I am going out for a walk. So you can see here, I've got this if here, and every if in Java has braces here, parentheses, and in here I've got this condition. So what is my conditions? So this weather string variable equal if it is equal to this string. So we learned about string in our previous lecture. If it's equal to raining, then it's going to actually print out this line of code here. Okay, if this is true, it's going to go inside this curly braces and it's going to run this line of code. Else, if this is not true, it's actually going to print out this line of code here. So now here, I'm actually going to run this file here, go here and do run, and you can see here it says I'm staying home. So now let's say instead of raining, I'm actually going to do sunny. So now if I run this line of code again, I'm going to go right click and run again, it's going to saying I'm going out for a walk. As you can see here, what it did, it actually came to this line of code here. Okay, I've hard-coded this weather variable as sunny. So if this weather value gets this value here, sunny equal raining, no, it's gonna go execute this line of code here. If it was raining, right, if this condition was true, it was actually gonna print out this line of code. So that's how you can use if and else in Java. If and else is probably one of the most commonly used code in Java. So I want you guys to really understand what if and else does. Very, very commonly used code in your real-time Java program. So like I said here, instead of equals, also you could use dot equals. Okay, we're gonna learn the differences between equal and dot equals in our future classes. Instead of equal, you can also do dot equals as well. It's going to do the same thing here. I'm actually going to do raining and run this code again, and it should say I'm staying home. You can see here. So we've learned if and else here. So I want you guys to really understand what if and else condition is. Once you understand if and else, it's very easier to understand other programming logic. Alright, so that's it for this lecture. I hope you guys understood what if and else is. I'll see you guys in our next lecture. Hello and welcome back to SlearningBlue.com. In this lecture, we're actually going to talk about if and else, if else, conditional execution. Okay, so in our last lecture, we learned about if and else. In this lecture, we're actually going to learn about if, else, if, and else. So, let's talk about the different conditions here. So here, I've got this condition. So I've got this variable called x, which is an integer variable. This is a number here. So the condition is that if x equals 0, I'm actually going to trigger 0. I'm going to print 0. So if x is less than 0, it's going to print out it's a negative number. Because if x is less than 0, that's a negative number, right? And if x is greater than 0, that means it's a positive number, right? So this is like your condition here, right? If and else conditional execution condition here, where if x equals 0, I want to print out 0. If x equals greater than 0, I want to actually print out positive number. If x is less than 0, I want to print out negative number. So how are you going to actually write in your Java code? So let's say, so I've got this class here, if and else if. Here, I've got this integer variable. So I got this method here, main method, and I got this integer variable x. Okay, so I do that by declaring int front, and this int variable x equal to 15, right? So I've got this if here says if x is less than 0, I'm actually going to print out negative number. Else if, right? So before I only had else, now I have else if. If else if x is greater than 0, it's going to print out positive number, right? And else, it's actually 0. If it's less than 0, it's negative number. If it's greater than 0, it's positive number, right? If it's greater than or not, if it's not greater than or equal to 0 or less than or equal to 0, if it's equal to 0, then it's going to print out 0, right? So I have if, else if, and else. So I've got this integer x variable hard-coded as 15. So if I run this line of code, it's going to say positive number because 15 is greater than 0, right? So let's try to write this line of code in our IntelliJ. So I hope you guys understood this one here, what I did here. Okay, so once I explain to you, I want to write the code in our Java IntelliJ, and we're going to understand it more clearly. So I'm actually going to go IntelliJ here, go shorts, create a new class in here, and I'm actually going to say if, else, if, else. Click OK. So in here, again, I'm going to create a static void main string args. Okay. And in here, I'm actually going to create x equal 15. I'm going to do x is less than 0. I'm actually going to print out println negative number. Else if x is greater than 0, system.out println positive number. Else I want to print out 0. So I've got this if and else, if, else, if, else, if, else statement here. So basically it checks. So what it does here, I've got this integer variable x here is equal to 15. So basically what it does is it compares this x, okay, integer is less than 0, right? If it compares, if this x is less than 0, so I've got this x here declared as 15. So if it's 15 is less than 0, no, it's not, right? It's going to go to this line of code here, right? Else if line of code. It's going to say else if 15 is greater than 0, yes. And it's going to print out this line of code here, positive number, right? And else, right? If If it does not match this two condition, it's going to go back to here. So let's first run this code. I'm actually going to right click and run it. And it says positive number, right? Because I've got this x integer variable hardcoded as 15. Okay, so let's make it -8. Oops, sorry. -8. And run this line of code. And it says negative number, right? So what it did this time, it came to this line of code here, and it's -8 less than 0. Yes, and it's printed out this line of code here. It does not have to go this line of code because it already passed this condition. It executed this line of code and it exited your program, right? So now let's put just 0 and run this line of code here, and it's going to say 0, right? So that's how you're actually going to do if and else statement. Again, just like in if and else, this is also often commonly used in Java. Okay? I want you to understand how you can use if and else. So you can come on, play around with different examples. And make sure you got the syntax correct. Okay, if you do not have syntax correct, then you're going to get an error. For instance, let's say I do not have this closing braces. IntelliJ is pretty smart. It's going to have this rated scribbly line here. Okay, so if I just run this code here, it's going to throw an error. It says that it has reached end of line while parsing, because you're missing the closing braces somewhere, right? So always need to make sure that you get the closing braces. And once you have a lot of if and else, you might have a situation where you miss the closing braces. It happens a lot of times. So when I do this, I know that this closing braces is actually for this one. If I do this, it knows that this is for this one. If I do this, click in here, it says that it's actually closing this braces here. So if I do here, it's actually closing this static main method. If I do this, it's actually for this class. So you have to close your braces on all your code. Okay, so just remember that. Alright, so that's it for this lecture. I hope you guys understood how you can use if and else conditional execution and actually execute your program for different workflow situations. Alright, so that's it for this lecture. I will see you guys in our next lecture. Hello and welcome back to SleepingBlue.com. In this lecture, we're going to learn about conditional expressions. In our previous lecture, we learned about if and else if conditional execution. So in those if and else conditional execution, we only had one condition in if, right? So what if you have more than one conditions in if and else? How do you do that? Well, we can use conditional expression for that. So we can use conditional expressions like as and, or with this two pipe sign here, and equal to for comparison and not equal to for comparison as well. So when you have and, if you have two conditions here and you have one condition true, another condition true, it's going to be true. If the condition 1 is true, if it's false, then final condition is false. And your condition 1 is false, your other one is true, it's false. For R, if either of the conditions, so let's say condition 1 is true, condition 2 is false, it's going to say true, and with condition 1 false, true, it's going to be true. And this sign here is for equal to, and that is for not equal to. So when do you use the situation, right? So let's say you're writing a program that satisfies any condition, right? So if it satisfies any condition, you're good, then you use OR, right? But let's say you have two conditions which needs to be satisfied, right? Both conditions needs to be satisfied, then you can use this AND here. Let's look into our example here. So I've got this OR conditional expression class in here, I've got this main method, and I've got this double variable, count balance, called the count balance. Since count balance is in decimal, I'm using double here, and I've got this $10,050,600, and I've got this age integer variable, okay, and here I've got this age variable equal to 55. Okay, so my condition here is if my count balance is less than or equal to $1 million, or my age is greater than 65, equal to 65. I've got two conditions here. Either if my account balance is $1 million, greater than or equal to $1 million, I can retire, despite how many years of old I am, right? If I'm 35, but if I have $1 million, I'm going to retire, right? It's going to say, you can retire now, good luck, right? Or let's say if my age, if I don't have $1 million, right, and I'm age 65 or greater, let's say if I'm 66 or 65, then it's going to say you can retire now because I'm too old to work, right? So if either of these situations is satisfied, then it actually print out this line of code here. And how do you actually compare those two situations? Well, using this OR symbol here with this two pipe here. So now if both the situation does not match or is not satisfied, it's going to say you still need to save money for your retirement. So now here I've declared this account balance as $1,050,684, but my age is only 55, right? So it comes to this if condition here, and it compares if the account balance is greater than or equal to million. Yes, it is greater than $1 million. Then this is true, right? Then it does not even have to worry about this situation because this condition is always already true. It's going to say you can retire now, good luck, as you can see here, right? So now let's say my account balance is not $1 million, but my age is 65, right? So this, it comes to this line of code here. If it's $1 million, no. My age is 65 or greater, yes. Then it's actually going to print out this line of code here. So with this OR conditions, you can have any condition true and execute your line of code. So now we learned about OR, let's learn about the AND. So here I've got this grading workflow. So now if my grade is equal to 4.0, right, that's the highest grade, so it's going to say you are an awesome student. Now else if, right, which we learned in our previous lecture, if your grade is greater than 3.5 but and less than 4.0, okay, so it's between 3.5 and 4.0, right? Greater than less than 4.0 but greater than 3.5 or equal to 3.5, it's going to say you are an A grade student, right? Else if grade is greater than 3.0 and grade is less than 3.5, between 3.5 and 3.0, it says you are an average student. Now if your grade is less than 3.0 and your grade is equal to or greater than 1.5, right, it's going to say you need to do better, right? If it's less than 3.0, between 1.5 and 3.0, it says you need to do better. Else it's going to say you failed the class, right? Less than 1.5 is not acceptable. So now I've got this double grade here. I've got this grade double variable already declared 4.0, right? So what happens, it's come to this line of code here. If it's grade equal 4.0, yes, then it's going to print this line of code here. If it's less than 4.0, it's going to go to this situation here. Let's say if it's 3.8, it's going to go here. No, it does not match this condition. It's going to go to this else if, first else if conditional execution. If it says greater than 3.5, yes. Less than 4.0, yes. It's going to print this line of code here. Let's say if it's maybe 3.0. Then it's going to go to this line of code. It says greater than or equal to 3.0. Yes, it's not greater than 3.0, but it's equal to 3.0. And end, right? So if it's less than 3.5, yes, it's going to do this, so on. Alright, so let's go into our IntelliJ here. So I'm actually going to go here and create a new Java class. Here I'm actually going to do conditional expression. Alright, so here I'm actually going to do public static void main string args, and in here I'm actually going to create count balance, and here I'm actually going to do 50,084. I think I got one more zeros. Okay, so I'm actually going to do, that's my count balance, and my age here is, let's say, 55. And I've got this if conditional execution with OR. So one thing I also forgot to tell you is that if you wanted to write a comment, right, you can use this double /, okay, which means that it's a comment and your Java would not run this line of code here. What I'm actually going to do is if account balance, okay, it's greater than or equal to 1 million, so which is 6 zeros, or my age is greater than or equal to 65, I'm actually going to say you can retire now. Good luck. And else, I'm gonna say you still need to save money for retirement. So now, if I run this line of code here, it's gonna say you're gonna retire now. Good luck. So now, what it did here is it came to this line of code here, and it says account balance is greater than $1 million. Yes, I've already declared this account balance variable to be $1 million and 50,000. Okay. Oops, sorry. It's going to be 50,084 cents, and my age is 55. So now I come to this line of code here. If account balance is greater than or equal to 1 million, yes, right? It's true in here, right? Then, since you are using OR, you don't have to run this line of code here, because OR means if either of the condition is true. So it's going to print this line of code. You can retire now. Good luck. So now let's say that if I have only 50,000 and my age is 65, right, and run this line of code here, still going to say you can retire now. Good luck. Here, I've declared my account balance variable to be only 50,000, right? My age here is 65, so it comes to this line of code here. If account underscore balance is greater than or equal to $1 million, false. No. Going to go to this line of code here. Age is greater than or equal to 65. It's not greater than 65, but it's equal to 65. So this condition here is true, right? Then it's going to actually print out this line of code here. It says you can retire now. Good luck. So now let's say that my age is 64. If I run this code, it's going to say you still need to save money for retirement, because it came to this if statement here. Account balance is $1 million. No, I only have 50,084 cents. My age is 65. No, I'm only 64. Then it says that you still need to save money for retirement. That means I gotta work. Okay, so that is the example of OR conditional expression. Here we used OR to match this to condition. You can have multiple n number of conditions and use OR. Okay, so now let's do the AND conditional expression. So I'm actually going to create AND conditional expression. So here I'm actually going to do public static void main, and here I'm actually going to do string args like that. Alright, so I'm actually going to minimize this, so we need to understand what our logic is here. So our logic here is actually like this. So here I'm actually going to do grade equal 4.0. So in here I'm actually going to do grade equal 4.0. I'm going to say print ln you are awesome student. Else if grade is equal to, greater than or equal to 3.5, right? And grade is less than 4.0 or greater than 3.5. Between that, I'm going to say you are a grade student. So now else if grade is greater than 3.0 and grade is less than 3.5, anything between 3.5 to 3.0, I'm going to say system.out.println you are B grade student. Else if, let's say that grade is less than greater than 2.5, okay, and grade is less than 3.0. Let's say you are poor student. So let's say else system.out.println is going to print out you failed the class. So enlarge it back again. So now I've got this grade equal 4.0 already declared here. So it's going to come to this line of code here. If grade equal 4.0, yes, and it's going to execute this line of code here. See if it does that. Gonna run, and it says you are an awesome student. So now if I do 3.0 let's say 8, it should say you are a grade student. As you can see here, you can A grade student. So what happened here, I declared this grade variable as 3.8, so it went to this line of code, if grade equal 4.0. Now, went here, if grade is equal to, greater than or equal to 3.5, yes. Greater is less than 4.0, true. It's going to say, okay, you are a grade student. So now let's make it only 3.0 and run this code. So now here it says you are a B grade student because went to this code, false, went to this code, false, it went to this one here. So I've got this 3.0, it says greater than or equal to 3.0. Yes, it's equal to 3.0. Then it's actually printing this line of code here. So now, let's say if I make about 2.8, okay, it's going to say you are a poor student, right? So now if I do 2.4, it should say you failed the class. Okay, because what happened, it went to this line of code, false, went to this line of code, false, to this line of code, false, and to this line of code, false, then it executes this line of code here. Alright, so that's pretty much about the AND conditional expression and OR conditional expression. Okay, I hope you guys learned about what OR and AND conditional expression is and how you can use, if and else if conditional execution. Alright, that's it for this lecture. I hope you guys learned a lot about if and else and if using conditional expression. I'll see you guys in our next lecture.
Hello and welcome back to StudentBlue.com.
In this lecture, we're going to learn about the conditional execution using case or switch. What are the scenarios to use this case or switch conditional execution then? So case or switch is also one of the conditional execution just like if and else. But case and switch is very, very friendly, as well as it has a lot of less code than if and else if conditional execution. So let's look at this scenario here. So I've got this grade here, right? So just like we did for our using conditional expressions and if and else if. So I've got grade here. So the case one is if your grade is A plus, A or A minus, this means you are a great student. So the case 2 here is if your grade is B plus, B or B minus, you're a good student. The case 3 here is C plus, C or C minus, you're a poor student. Or the case here 4 is D plus, D or D minus, it's very poor student, right? Anything less than D, you're failed the class, right? So think about it, right? In this situation, you gotta write a lot of if and else if and conditional expression, right? Which also is fine. It also worked, but using case or switch, it's a lot simpler. Let's see how we can do that. So look into this example here. So I've got this switch class in here, got this main method again. So here I've got this string variable grade, right? And here instead of creating a double as a grade value, we're going to actually use the numeric grade. So here I've got the string grade variable we call B minus, okay, which I've already declared it. So I've got the switch conditional execution here, and the switch is actually takes the value, right? So the value here is this grade. For instance, if you go home, right, you have on and off switch, right, to turn your lights on, lights off, right? Just like that, you can have you have a switch in Java. However, you have multiple conditions you could do. So now here, so my input in this switch is grade because I'm using this grade and doing some logic here. So my grade is this grade here. So if I've got this multiple case conditions here. So first one here is case equal A plus. So here A plus says if this grade is A plus, it's going to say system.println great student. If it's A, it also says great student. If it's A minus, also say great student. So as soon as you do that, you have to actually break out of the switch conditional execution. So what you're basically doing is when you do break, you don't have to actually, what it does is it actually does not run this code here. Okay, when you break, you're actually out of the switch. So you have the switch conditional execution. As soon as you break, it does not run any of this code below. Okay, you're actually breaking out of the switch conditional execution. So here, as you can see, I've got A plus, A, and A minus, but it's printing the same statement, great student. It also works, but it's also a lot of line of code, right? So to minimize the code, you can also do like this. So I've done it for B here. So I've got this B plus, right? And I have the semicolon, all right? And I do case here, B again, okay, with space, case B. Same thing here, case B minus. So with this three cases here, right, if your grade is B plus, B, or B minus, I want to print good student, okay? And if that, after this statement, I actually break, it means I exit out of the switch statement. Okay, same thing with C plus and D. Okay, so I got C is poor student and D is very poor student. And if any of this grade does not match of this value, it's going to say failed. Anything below than D minus, that means you failed the class and you actually break out of this loop. So now, if I run this program, it's going to say good student. The reason why that is because it's going to go A plus, A or A minus, and that's not equal to A plus, A minus. It's going to go here, in this case B plus, no, B, no, B minus, yes. And I execute this line of code here, it says good student. And as soon as you do good student, prints it, it breaks out of this switch. So that's what we're going to do in our IntelliJ. So let's go back here to our IntelliJ here and go create a new file, and I'm going to call it switch, right? And I'm actually going to do public static void main string args. And in here, okay, I'm actually going to minimize this. So here, first I'm actually going to do is string grade equal B minus. Alright, so now switch. I'm going to use switch instead of if else with conditional expression. So here, my input here is grade. So I'm actually going to do case A plus. You have to put semicolon, so don't forget that. And I'm going to do system.println grade student. Alright, I'm actually going to save some time and copy that here. Now in here, I'm actually going to do A minus. You can see here it just throws an error. The IntelliJ is smart as it throws an error because it's saying that you have too many cases with the same value. So now I've got B. So in here, I'm actually going to do B. So I'm going to do, oops, case equal B minus. And do this. Alright, so got this B plus B and B minus. So it's going to say good student. So same thing like here. So I'm going to copy this and paste it here. And paste it there. Alright, so here this is going to be C plus, and here it's going to be C minus. Here it's going to say poor student, D minus. So, and let's say default, let's say system.out.println, let's say you failed the class. Alright, so now here I do not have a break, right? So what happens if I don't put a break here? I'm going to say you here. So I got grade B minus, so let's run this. So the thing it says good student, poor student, good student, and so on, right? So it's like doing the same thing here. Why does it do that? Oops. Yeah, I'm going to forget to do it here. Very poor student. But what it's doing is actually find this one. It actually printed good student, and it says poor student. It's going to say very poor student. You failed the class, right? So without the break, right? It's not exiting the switch statement. So you have to put a break on every case statement. I'm going to do break here, break, and same thing here. Alright, so now let's run this code. So it should only say good student. So what happened here is I create a string variable grade equal b, and I have declared b minus. So here I've got the switch condition execution. My input here is grade. So my grade I've already declared b minus. So it goes to this situation here. No, no, no. It goes here. B plus. No. B. No. Yes. It printed I'm good student and exit out of this case switch conditional execution. Right? It only said good student and it did not run this code because I'm breaking out of this conditional execution. So now if I do D, just D, it's gonna say very poor student because when here no, false, 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 true. It executes this line of code and it breaks out of the loop. So now if I just put like F, right, and it's gonna say you failed the class because I did not match this, match this, match this, match this, and this, and this. And default is like any case just doesn't match. You want it to execute some line of code. So here, if I don't put F but put something like G, it's going to say the same thing. So it says you failed the class. Let's do this. I'm actually going to copy this. And here, I'm actually going to do F. So there won't be any F plus. So I'm just going to do F. Just F. Right? So, failed student. And here, I'm going to say invalid grade. So now what I did here is, so now if I do grade here, I've declared the grade variable G, right? When here, if you have a case F, that means it says, oh, you failed a failed student. But it does not match any of the grade, right? There's no grading system called G. That's why it says invalid grade. So if I put F in here, right, it's going to say invalid, failed student. So that's how you can use actually switch conditional execution instead of this AND, as you can see here, and OR, right? It's very cleaner and very less code, right? So if you write the switch statement, any programmer, right, any other programmer will understand what you're doing actually. Instead of this, they will take some time to try and understand what you're doing. So that is pretty much about this switch conditional execution. So I hope you guys learned about what switch conditional execution is and how you can actually implement the switch conditional execution in your Java code. Alright, so that's it for this lecture. I will see you guys in our next lecture. Hello and welcome back to StudentGlue.com. In this lecture, we're going to learn about arrays in Java. So what is an array first? So arrays are ordered integer index collection of any object. So basically what that means is array is kind of like a list. So if you want to store names or phone numbers, you can actually basically in programming languages store in an array. So here arrays are ordered integer index collections of any object. And arrays in Java are always in curly brackets or braces. Arrays indexing starts at 0, just like C or Ruby. So arrays have something called indexing. So if you have 4 elements in your array, so the first one starts with 0. The second one, 2, 3. So if you wanted to actually call the first one, you have to actually use array 0. So now, to explain it more clearly, you can see this diagram here. So here I've got this first array of 10. I've got this 10 element array. So the first index is 0. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and so on. So if you want to actually call the ninth element here, okay, you actually got to call with index 8. Okay, because although you have 10 elements, the indexing starts with 0. It's the same thing in C or Ruby. Okay, so now let's look at the code here, how you can create an array. So I've got this array class, main class here. So I've got this string array here. So how do you do that? Well, you first start string and you have this square bracket in here, which basically means that you're creating an array. That's how you do it. And here I've got student names, and here the student names equal new string. So I'm actually creating a string array. And here I've got John, David, Henry, Bob, Victor. I've got this array of names. So now if you want to actually create an array of integers or integers or numbers or whatever, so you actually do int. Okay, that's your data type. Here I'm actually creating an array, integer array. So I've got int, just like you have string and this square bracket, you do int with this 2 square bracket, and you do student age, which is my array, and you do new, just like you have new string. I'm creating an integer array, so I got new int with this square bracket. That's the syntax, and in the curly braces I've got all these elements. So now if I want to call this John, right, I do system.out.println and I do student names and this 0 index. So when I do that, it's going to actually do John. Same thing, string.println, student names 2, so it's going to say 0, 1, 2, it's going to do Henry. Now if I do student names 4, I'm going to go 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. It's going to say Victor. Now look at the student age integer array. So now if I do student age 1, it's going to say 25. And student age 4, so 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 33. Right? So if I print this line here, it's going to say John, Henry, Vector, 25, and 33, just like we did. And here, and I'm actually going to create an array class. So I'm going to say array instead, array. And here, I'm actually going to do public static void main string args. So in here, I'm actually going to do minimize this. So here, I'm actually going to do string and student names. Okay, you can do in the same line. Here, I've created declared the array, string array, and I've actually declared this string array, then I created the array. Then I put elements in that array. Okay? Instead of creating a 2-line, you can do it in 1 line as well. So I'm going to do new string. And in here, I'm actually going to do John. I'm going to say David, Henry, David, Henry, Bob, and Victor. As you can see here, I've got this string array. How do I know it's string array? Because when I declared it, right, I forgot to put semicolon in here. So when I actually declared it, right, I created string, and I've got this 2 square bracket, right, which means that I'm creating a string array, and in here I'm doing new string. Actually creating an array, right? The syntax is, since it's string array, I'm going to do string, the square bracket, and whatever the name you want, and you do new string, okay, that, and you put the what do you call your elements in that array. So another thing with the integer here, so I'm going to say student age, I'm going to say new int. So here I'm going to say 25, 32, 29, say 39, 40. Alright, so now if I wanted to print out the John, I'm going to actually do 0, because the indexing starts with 0 in array. Alright, so now okay, so if I want to actually print out Henry, so I'm actually going to do 0, 1, 2, sorry, 2. If I want to do Victor, 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. So now this is for the student age. So if I do 0, it's going to do 25. And if I want to do this, 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. So if I run this, you can see here, student name 0 is John, because it's starting with 0 index. 2, 0, 1, 2, it says Henry. Student names 4, 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. It says 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. Victor. Student age 0, 25, 4, 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 40. So now let's say if I do this, okay, student grade equals new string. See what happens. there's no 4.25, it's going to be 3.25, so 3.0, 3, 1, and so on. See? So when I do that, it says that incompatible types required int found Java lang.string. So basically, you cannot create an object from this using this integer class. Okay, we're going to talk about that later. You cannot actually create an integer array instantiating the string. So here you actually declare, I want the integer array. Okay, but then here you're actually creating an object from the string class. It's not possible. So you can do int that. And here when I do int, it's going to throw an error because this is string. This is not possible. So anyway, I'm just trying to show you that when you declare that you want an integer array, you actually have to use whatever data type you used here. So I've got int, new int, you got string here, new string. So if I want to create a grade here, I'm actually going to do double, and I'm going to do student grade equal new double. And in here, I can do 4.0, 3.25, and 3.0, 2.9, 3.5, and so on. So now if I do system.out.println student grade 3, so 0, 1, 2, 3. It's going to say 2.9, 0, 1, 2, 3, 2.9. Alright, so the other way you can actually create an array, let's say create an array called student subjects. Okay, so here I could do that. So I'm going to say new string, and I can also declare how many I want. Let's say I want 5 elements. So I created a student subjects string array. So now I can do length here. So 0 equals, I'm going to say computer science. I'm going to say student subjects 1. It's a sociology. I'm going to copy this to save some time. And 2, 3, let's say history. And let's say the 4th one is biology. And the 5th element here, so it starts with 4. I'm going to say English. So 5th index is actually physics. So now if I do system.out.println, I can also do student subjects and actually grab the 5th one. And let's see, it should say physics. Oops. Okay, so here when I do that, it's saying that array index out of bounds exception. Okay, that's a very good one. So here what I'm saying is I need only 5th element, but however I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So when I try to run it, it's saying that I already declared this string variable student subjects to be only 5 elements. This student subjects, I declared an array to only have 5, but I'm adding here this 6th element using 5th index. So now I'm actually going to do 4, and it should work. See here, it says English. So instead of like having like this, right, declared variables, you can create array, string array, or any array, like, and put how many elements you want, right? So new, int, or whatever, just declare the number of elements here, and you can add that later as well. So that's it for this array class. Okay, I hope you guys understood how you can create an array Java, it's a little syntax heavy compared to other programming languages, right? So just be familiar with the syntax, how you can actually create an array in Java and just try to play around with it. The other thing we learned about is the array index starts at 0, and you can grab the get the element from the array using the array and in the square bracket whatever the index you want, right? 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, and so on. So we also learned about the other way of creating a string array where you actually declare the elements inside the array and you can add that array's elements later on, like this. Alright, so that's it for this lecture. I will see you guys in our next lecture.
Hello and welcome back to StudentGuru.com.
In this lecture, we're going to learn about looping in Java. So we need to understand what loop and looping is first. So what is a loop then? A loop is a sequence of instructions that is continually repeated until a certain condition is reached. So basically what that means is you want to run a code, right? Run your same set of code until you reach a certain condition. That's called looping. Okay, so looping is used to iterate over the range of number, text, array, elements, and so on. For instance, let's say you want to print out hello world 10 times, right? So normally without looping, you're going to be doing like this: system.out.println hello world, system.out.println hello world, like 10 times in here, right? So you've got like 10 lines of code. So without loop, you're going to be printing hello world like 10 times, right? This is the easiest example of loop in here. So how are you going to do that with loop then? Well, let's see. Well, first, I have class loop 101 and I've got this main method. So I've got this for loop. So we're going to be using for loop as an example here. So here I got for loop, for, okay, that's a keyword of Java for looping. Then I've got this int. So what I mean is I'm going to actually start from 1. Then I'm going to continue. So I've got I initialize this integer variable I equal 1, right? Then I've got this semicolon. Then I'm saying I, if it's less than or equal to 10, right? So it starts from 1, then less than or equal to 10, right? I want to continue looping, right? Then I added I++, which means that every time I execute this, I add 1 to the I. So I know it looks confusing, but once you play around with it, it's going to be very simple. All right. So again, for the loop here, I got this for keyword, and I start with I equal 1. So you have to put the semicolon. Okay, this is the syntax of for loop. So I equal 1, right? Starts from 1. Then I is less than or equal to 10. So once you have reached 10, then you stop, right? So you want to continue for loop until it's less than or equal to 10. Then I increment 1 on every loop, on every iteration. So when I do this line of coding here, I'm going to get hello world here. Alright, so as you can see here, instead of writing this 10 lines of code, I was able to write in this, like using for loop, only 3 lines of code. Now think about not only 10 times, like 1,000 times, right? So in here, you're going to have to write hello world 1,000 times, right? Not only you have like 1,000 lines of code, which doesn't make any sense, it just prints hello world, right? Also, it's going to take you probably like half an hour or an hour to write hello world 1,000 times. System.println 1,000 times, right? Let's say 10,000, it will take you an hour, right? However, with here, you can do that with just this line of 3 lines of code. So instead of 10, you can actually put 10,000 here. And it's going to do the same thing. It's going to print out 10,000. So that is actually what this for loop is. So I'm going to give you another example of for loop here. So my condition here is my x equals 0, right? So if x is less than 10, right? So x is less than 10, okay, I'm going to keep continuing the loop. So x is less than 10, true. So it's going to go to this loop code. Then I add +1 here. And it's going to go back here and do, now your x is 1. So 1 is less than 10, true. So it's going to go back here, execute this code. +1, you add 1 more. Now your x is 2. And so on, right? So until your x is less than or equal to 10, right? You can actually continue this loop. So as soon as this x becomes 10, it's gonna be false, right? 10 is not less than 10, so it's gonna be false. It's x gonna end the code. So if you look into this diagram here, you can understand it more clearly what for loop does, right? So start with 0, and you do x 0 is less than 10. Yes. Then you execute your code, loop code. Then you add 1 more. So for every x, after you do the loop, you're gonna add 1 more. Right. So that's what it is here, right? So this is the same code like before. So I got I equals 0 here, starting with 0. then I is less than 10. So then I'm incrementing 1 with I++, which is right here. So I++, think about this plus 1 here, and I is less than 10, which is this block of code here, and I equals 0 or x equals 0 is this one here. So it's going to print this number is until you've got 10 or more, greater than 10. So as you can see here, first one, it goes number is 0, right? So you have 0, and it's going to say it's 0 less than 10. Yes, so it's going to print out number is 0. Now it's going to add 1 more here, right? Now your one number becomes 1. So I equal 1, and I is less than 10. Yes. Then it's going to say number is 1. Then it's going to add 1 more, and now I is 2. 2 is less than 10. Yes. So it goes on and on until your number is 10, right? So as soon as your number is equal to 10, so 10 is less than 10. No, right? So it's gonna not execute this line of code here. So you can see here, it only executed until number 9. So now we learned what for loop is. Let's now jump into our IntelliJ and write some code using for loop. So I'm actually going to go back to IntelliJ here, and I'm actually going to create a new class here, and I'm going to say for loop. And just like before, we're going to create our main method. So here, I'm actually going to do for int I equals 0, I is less than 10, I plus plus. Alright, so here, I'm actually going to do system.out.println, and I'm going to say number is, and in here, I'm actually going to do number I. So again here, so my x, I, here is I, or you can use x as well, it doesn't matter. You don't have to use I. So I'm just going to do x, okay, to make it more clear to explain. The for, right, this is a for loop. For loop. To iterate till x is less than 10. So here, my x here is 0, starts with 0. Then here it says x is less than 10, so it goes to this block. If it's true, right, so it's yes, 0 is less than 10, it's going to execute this line of code here. So number is 0. Then what it does is x plus plus means it adds number 1 here, right? Once it does that, now your number x becomes 1, and so on. So it keeps continuing. So if I run this code here, it's going to say number 0 to 9, just like in here. So that's it for this lecture. I hope you guys understood what for loop is. And it's also one of the very, very important topic in Java. You're going to use for loop a lot. So that's it for this lecture. I'll see you guys in our next lecture.
Hello and welcome back to SlearnBlue.com.
This lecture, we're going to learn about while loop. So in our previous lecture, we learned about for loop. We wrote some Java code that actually executes the for loop. So in this lecture, we're going to learn about while loop. So let's take this example here. So I've got this x equal 10, right? So I declared this x variable, okay, which is an integer, to be 10, right? I initialize this x variable equal to 10. Then I have this condition here, which says that if x is greater than or equal to 0, right? If it's equal to or greater than 0, I want to actually execute this loop code here. My code here, decrementing my x, decrementing this x variable, okay, -1. Then it goes back here. So now it becomes 9. So 9 is greater than or equal to 0, true, and it's going to go back in here and execute in a loop. So until and unless this x is 0, right? Once it becomes 0, then it's going to end the code, because now your x is 0 is less than or equal to 0, true, right? So if it's true, it's x is greater than or equal to 0, false, so it's going to execute this line of code here. All right, so what happens when you write in our Java code? How do you do that? Well, I've got this while loop here, and I've got this main method here. Then I actually initialize my variable x, or here I, okay, you can name whatever you want, equal 10. Then here I've got using a while loop here. So with while loop here, what I'm saying is if this I, right, is greater than or equal to 0, right, then I'm actually printing this line of code here, okay? So I is 10, right? So 10 is greater than or equal to 0, yes. So it's going to execute this line of code. So this number is, it's going to say 10. And then I'm actually decrementing the I using I minus minus. Okay, that's how you decrement it. If you want to increment it, it's going to be I plus plus. So I want to actually subtract 1 from this I. So I'm doing I minus minus. So now it's going to go back to this while loop again. So now, since you subtracted 1, it's going to be 9, right? 9 is greater than or equal to 0. True. So it's going to execute this line of code here. So now, until, let's say 1 here, right? So 1 is greater than or equal to 0. True. It's going to do this one here. So now, 0 is greater than or equal to 0. True. Since I have an equal sign here, it's going to execute this line of code here. Now, if it's become negative, then actually, it's not going to execute this line of code, so it's going to exit. So it's going to run this while loop until your I is less than 0. So actually, if you run this code, again, like I said here, starts from 10, and it execute into 0, okay, because I have this equal sign here. So my I was 10, then it has this while loop here, and this while loop, I have this condition here, if I is greater than or equal to 0. So if your I is greater than or equal to 0, then you execute this line of code. So it says number equal 10, so it goes back to 9 here, 9 is greater than true, yes, and goes blah 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 and says 1 is greater than or equal to 0, true, system.println number is 1, and it subtract 1, so now you have 0, right? So 0 is greater than or equal to 0. 0 is not greater than 0, but 0 is equal to 0, so it's going to execute, number is 0, and it's going to subtract 1, so now your I is minus 1, and it's minus 1 greater than or equal to 0. No, false. So it's not going to run your code. That's how you can actually write while loop. But again, also for while loop are commonly used loops that you're gonna write in your real-time projects. So I would like you to actually practice this with different examples. Just gave you one of the simplest example of while loop and for loop. The next one here is do while loop. Okay, so let's actually see how it works. So it's kind of similar to while loop, okay? But it has this different syntax here. So I've got this int count equal 10, right? So here I've named this variable, instead of I, I've named it count. So now I have got this do code here. Okay, so what it's going to do is it's going to run this code here. System.outprint.ln count is count minus. So just like the while loop, right? So instead of while first I got this do here, so actually it's going to do this, it's going to run this code inside the do. So it's going to run this until count is greater than or equal to 0, just like we did before. Right? So I've got the while at the end, and I've got the do before, right? So you're going to do this and while the count is greater than or equal to 0. Okay, that's the syntax of do while. Then when you run this, it's going to be exactly just like while loop. Okay, start from 10, it's going to go all the way, and here first what happens is it's going to be 10, it's going to say do system.outprintln. Actually, it's going to go to this one here, this line of code. It says this count is greater than or equal to 0, so it's gonna do this line of code here. It's gonna execute this line of code. I go on decrement 1, so now it becomes 9. 9 is greater than or equal to 0, then it's gonna actually run this code here. Count is 9, and so on. So now 1 is greater than or equal to 0, true. It's gonna execute this line of code. Count is 0 is equal to greater than or equal to 0. 0 is not greater than 0, but it's equal to 0, so it's gonna run this count is 0. As soon as you have -1, it's not gonna do this, execute this command inside the do loop. That's how you can actually write do while loop. While loop, do while loop, and for loop are probably one of the most commonly used loops that you're gonna use in your real-time projects. Okay, and you're gonna see a lot of loops in Java. I would like you to actually familiarize with for while and do while. I've given you like very common examples, but you can use other examples and try to like familiarize with this kind of loops. So now let's go to our IntelliJ and write some code for while and do while loop. So I'm actually going to go IntelliJ and actually going to go new source and actually going to create a class here. And I'm going to say while loop here. I'm actually going to expand this. Here, I'm actually going to create our main method here again. Void main string. And here, I'm actually going to say int I equal 10, okay, while, right, I is less than or equal to 0, I actually want to run, say, number is here, I'm just going to say number I, and I'm actually going to decrement the I. So I've got this I here, or you can use X, okay, I'll just use X here for clearance. Then, I've got this variable x here, and I said x equal 10, then I said x is less than or equal to 0, sorry, it's greater than or equals 0, then I'm actually going to print this line of code here, system.println number is. So as long as this one, x is greater than or equal to 0, I'm actually printing this line of code here. Then I'm actually decrementing this x. Alright, so let's see what happens. I'm going to close other files here. Then I'm actually going to run this. So as you can see here, it started from 10, then it all the way went to 0, right? Since I've got this equal to 0, right, it ran this kind of code here. System.println, number is 0. Now I've subtracted 1. So now your number becomes -1. So -1 is greater than or equal to 0, false. So it's not going to execute this line of code. So compared to for loop, the syntax is a little easier, right? But that's how you can use actually while loop. Again, while and for loop are very commonly used on loops, so I would like you to really get familiarized with this. Alright, so now let's do while loop. So I'm actually going to do while loop, and here I'm going to say static void main string args, and in here I'm actually going to say int x equal 10, and here I'm actually going to say do. I'm going to say system.out.println. So here I'm going to say number is, say x. All right, and I'm actually going to do x. So x minus means you're decrementing 1. That's x minus it's just like x minus 1. And while x is greater than or equals to 0. Right, so let's run this code here. So I'm going to do, see, same thing, right? Just like while loop, we're using do while here, and I'm using x equal to x minus 1, right? Because you're decrementing 1, right, into the x, so it's x minus 1. Okay, so you can use x minus 1, or you could use x minus minus. Same thing. If I do this, it's going to run the same line of code here. Alright, so that's it for this lecture. Okay, I hope you guys learned about while loop and do while loop, and also we learned how you can write some Java code using while and do while loop. Alright, so that's it for this lecture. I'll see you guys in our next lecture. Hello and welcome back to swimgrid.com. In this lecture, we're going to learn about arrays in Java. Okay, so what is an array first? So arrays are ordered integer index collection of any object. Okay, so basically what that means is array is kind of like a list. Okay, so if you want to store names or phone numbers, you can actually basically in programming languages store in an array. Okay, so here arrays are ordered integer index collections of any object. Okay, and arrays in Java are always in curly brackets or braces. Okay, arrays indexing starts at 0, just like C or Ruby. Okay, so arrays have a thing called indexing. Okay, so if you have 4 elements in your array, so the first one starts with 0. Okay, the second one, 2, 3. So if you wanted to actually call the first one, you have to actually use array 0. Okay, so now to explain you more clearly, you can see this diagram here. Okay, so here I've got this first array of 10. Okay, I've got this 10 element array. So the first index is 0. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and so on. Okay, so if you want to actually call the ninth element here, okay, you actually got to call with index 8. Okay, because although you have 10 elements, the indexing starts with 0. Okay, it's the same thing in C or Ruby. Okay, so now let's look at the code here, how you can create an array. Okay, so I've got this array class, main class here. So I've got this string array here. Okay, so how do you do that? Well, you first type string and you have this square bracket in here, which basically means that you're creating an array. Okay, that's how you do it. And here I've got student names. Okay, and here the student names equal new string. Okay, so I'm actually creating a string array. Okay, and here I've got John, David, Henry, Bob, Victor. Okay, I've got this array of names. Okay, so now if you wanted to actually create an array of integers or numbers or whatever, so you actually do int. Okay, that's your data type. Here I'm actually creating an array, integer array. So I've got int, just like you have string and this square bracket, you do int with this two square bracket, and you do student age, which is my array, okay, and you do new, okay, just like you have new string, I'm creating an integer array. So I got new int, okay, with this square bracket, that's the syntax, and in the curly braces I've got all these elements, okay. So now if I want to call this John, right, I do system.out.println, and I do student names and this 0 index. So when I do that, it's going to actually do John. Same thing, string.println, student names 2, so it's going to say 0, 1, 2, it's going to do Henry. Now if I do student names 4, I'm going to go 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. It's going to say Victor. Now look at the student age integer array. So now if I do student age 1, it's going to say 25, and student age 4, so 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 33, right? So if I print this line here, it's going to say John, Henry, Vector, 25, and 33, just like we did. All right, so now let's go back to our RubyMine here, and I'm actually going to create an array class. So I'm going to say array instead, array. And here, I'm actually going to do public static void main string args. Okay, so in here, I'm actually going to do minimize this. Okay, so here I'm actually going to do string and student names. Okay, you can do in the same line. Here I've created declared the array, string array, and I've actually declared this string array, then I created the array, then I put elements in that array. Okay, instead of creating a 2-line, you can do it in 1 line as well. So I'm going to do new string, and in here I'm actually going to do John. I'm going to say David, Henry, David, Henry, Bob, and Victor. Okay, so you can see here I've got this string array. Okay, how do I know it's string array? Because when I declared it, right, okay, I forgot to put semicolon in here. So when I actually declared it, right, I create a string, and I've got this 2 square bracket, right, which means that I'm creating a string array, and in here I'm doing new string. Okay, I'm actually creating an array, right? Okay, the syntax is, since it's string array, I'm going to do string, the square bracket, and whatever the name you want, and you do new string, okay, that, and you put the what do you call your elements in that array. Okay, so another thing with the integer here, so I'm going to say student age, and I'm going to say new int. Okay, so here I'm going to say 25, 32, 29, let's say 39, 40. Alright, so now if I wanted to print out the John, I'm going to actually do 0 because the indexing starts with 0 in array. Alright, so now okay, so if I want to actually print out Henry, so I'm actually going to do 0, 1, 2, sorry, 2. Okay, if I want to do Victor, 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, so now this is for the student age. So if I do 0, it's going to do 25. And if I want to do this, 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, so if I run this, you can see here, student name 0 is John, because it's starting with 0 index. 2, 0, 1, 2, it says Henry. Student names 4, 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, it says 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, Victor. Student age 0, 25, 4, 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 40. Okay, so now let's say if I do this, okay, student grade equals new string. See what happens. Oops, there's no 4.25. It's going to be 3.25. So 3.0, 3, 1, and so on. See? So when I do that, it says that incompatible types required int found Java lambda string. So basically, you cannot create an object from this using this integer class. Okay, we're going to talk about that later. You cannot actually create an integer array instantiating the string. Okay, so here you actually declare I want the integer array. Okay, but then here you're actually creating an object from the string class. It's not possible. Okay, so you can do int that. Okay, and here when I do int, it's going to throw an error because this is string, which is not possible. Okay, so anyway, that's the way. I'm just trying to show you that when you declare that you want an integer array, you actually have to use whatever data type you used here. Okay, so I've got int, new int, you got string here, new string. Okay, so if I want to create a grade here, I'm actually going to do double, and I'm going to do student grade equal new double. Okay, and in here I can do 4.0, 3.25, and 3.0, 2.9, 3.5, and so on. So now if I do system.out.println student grade 3, so 0, 1, 2, 3. It's gonna say 2.9, 0, 1, 2, 3, 2.9. Right? So the other way you can actually create an array is, let's say, create an array called student subjects. Okay, so here I could do that. So I'm going to say new string, and I can also declare how many I want. Let's say I want 5 elements. Okay, so I created a student subjects string array. Okay, so now I can do length here. Oops. Let's see if I can declare here. So 0 equals let's say computer science. I'm going to say student subjects 1. Okay, it's a sociology. Okay, I'm going to copy this to save some time. And 2, 3, let's say history. And let's say the 4th one is biology. Okay, and the fifth element here, so it starts with 4. I'm going to say English. Okay, so 5th index is actually physics. Okay, so now if I do system.out.println, I can also do student subjects and actually grab the 5th one, and let's see, it should say physics. Oops. Okay, so here when I do that, it's saying that array index out of bounds exception. Okay, that's a very good one. So here what I'm saying is I need only 5th element, but however I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So when I try to run it, it's saying that I already declared this string variable student subjects to be only 5 elements. Okay, this student subjects I declared an array to only have 5. But I'm adding here this 6th element using 5th index. Okay, so now I'm actually going to do 4, and it should work. See here, it says English. So instead of like having like this, right, declared variables, you can create array, string array, or any array, like, and put how many elements you want, right? So new, int, or whatever. Just declare the number of elements here, and you can add that later as well. Okay, so that's it for this array class. Okay, I hope you guys understood how you can create an array in Java. It's a little syntax heavy compared to other programming languages, right? So just be familiar with the syntax, how you can actually create an array in Java, and just try to play around with it. Okay, the other thing we learned about is the array index starts at 0. Okay, and you can grab the get the element from the array using the array, and in the square bracket whatever the index you want, right? 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, and so on. Okay, so we also learned about the other way of creating a string array, where you actually declare the elements inside the array, and you can add that array's elements later on, like this. Alright, so that's it for this lecture. I will see you guys in our next lecture.
Hello and welcome back to StudentBlue.com.
So now we understood how you can do the for loop in arrays and for each loop. Let's try to go IntelliJ and also do the same thing ourselves. So I'm actually going to go source and do Java class. I'm going to do here for loop in arrays. I'm actually going to click OK, and in here and create public static void main string Alright, so in here I'm actually going to create num list 121.9 9 4 oops 4.4 312.5. Forgot to add the semicolon in there. So now you can also do new, right, double, just like we did before, right? So you could do that way, but also you don't have to do this new double, because when you learned about an array, so what we did is it's a double num list, and I created a new double, the semicolon, and I put all the elements in this curly braces. So you don't have to do this, you can just do this. So now if you want to print all the array elements, okay, I'm actually going to defer into I equal 0, and I is less than num list length, and I plus plus. So now in system.println, I'm actually going to do num list, and in here I put I, just like that. So with this again here, I'm going to explain it again here, starting with I equals 0, right? Because index, the array starts from 0, right? It's 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. Since I want to print out each element, I started with 0, and 0 is less than numList.length. So when you do numList.length, it will give you the number of elements. So I've got 4 here. So 0 is less than 4, yes. So it's going to print out numList, that iteration, which is I equals 0, right? So your I was 0 on the first iteration, so now your numList 0 is going to be 121.9. Second time I equal 1, because I've got this I plus plus. So 1 is less than 4, yes. So now we're going to be numList 1. It's going to be 200.9. So now the third one here is going to be I equal 3. 3 is less than 4, yes. And it's going to print out numList 3. It's going to give you 312.5, right? Now the next one goes 4. 4 is less than 4. No, it's equal to 4, but not less than 4. So it's not going to run this code. So now let's actually run this and see what happens. So you can see here, we got 121.9, 200.9, 304.4, 312.5. So that's how you can actually print out all the elements. So now let's do the sum all the elements. An array of an array. So I've created initialize this variable sum. Initialize sum variable double sum double data type some variable to be 0. Then I can do for loop in here. I again equals 0. I is less than numList length. I'm going to do I plus plus. I'm going to do sum plus. I'm actually going to do numList of I. So when I do that, right, so first iterations is 0, right? So here, let's say start with 0. So 0 is less than numList of length 4. Yes. So now your sum becomes, your sum equals to your sum was 0. 0 plus numList of 0 becomes 121.9, right? So now the next one here, I is 1 after I increment 1. So now your I becomes 1. So 1 is less than numList of length, true. So now your sum becomes sum, previous sum, which was 121.9 plus numList of that 1 here, this is 200.9. So it gives you the new sum value, right? So now the next one here, next iteration is 2. So now 2 is less than 4, yes. So it's going to come in here. So sum equals, so whatever this value, when you add this to, you're going to get a new value, right? That plus numList of 2 becomes 012, 304.4, right? And so on. So with that, you can also get the sum of all the elements in a different array. So I'm actually going to run this again. And you could see, whoops, I'm actually going to print out the sum here. Is alright, and you can see here why I print out sum not in here. Well, because you're going to actually get the final sum value once you're done with this for loop. That's why you're actually getting the sum in here. So now that's how you can actually do a for loop and find this sum. Let's run this one again, and it's going to say 939.7. So if you do this addition in your calculator, you're going to get the same value. So now if I do find the largest element of an array, so now I'm going to do max equal numList 0. So I'm actually initializing the maximum, the first element, an array element to be maximum of the largest element, I'm saying, largest element. Alright, so now I can do for loop again, int I equal 1, I is less than numList of length, and I plus plus, and in here, I'm actually going to do if, right, numList and I is greater than max, right? So actually going to be max equals to numList I. So what that basically means is compare the element with the largest element. If the next element is bigger or larger than the last maximum element or last element, then new element is the maximum or largest element, right? Simple as that. So what that basically means is that first, right, I'm starting with 1 because I've already said this is the largest element of an array. So I started with 1 because now I start with this second element because integer of 1, right? So index 1 gives me this one because I've already said this is my largest element here. So now I'm saying for loop I equal 1, so starting from 1 index, I is less than numList of length, so I've got 4. So in here, yes, then it goes into this for loop, right? So if numList I, so numList I becomes 1, numList 1 becomes 200.9, is greater than max. So I've already initialized this max as 121.9. Then your maximum value, since I've already initialized here, now this max value becomes that numList of whatever iteration you are. So numList of I, right, which is 1 here. So now your max is 200.9. So now the next one here is 3, right? 0, 1, sorry, 2. So now your I equal 2. 2 is less than numList of length, which is 4. So if nonlist of 2 is greater than max, so nonlist of 2 is 304.4, is greater than max, which was 200.9, and yes, then your now the maximum variable becomes that element, which is nonlist of 2, 304.4, and so on. So now let's print out the maximum value. I would say largest element in an array is, I'm going to say max. So now let's run this. And now it says the largest element of an array is 312.5. Now let's make it look interesting. So I've made it here 400.9, right? So now if you see here, the second element is the largest element. See what happens. Before it says 312.5, right? So I've changed this from 200 to 400, and let's run it again. Now it says here, the largest element of an array is 400.9, right? It said here, it went through all the loop. So here what happened here in this for loop is your 0, 1. Your first index here is 1, right? So your 1 is less than nonlist of length, which is 4. Yes. So now your nonlist of 1, which is 400.9, is greater than max, which is 121.9, which we initialized it here. Yes. So now your max is nonlist of 1, right? Which is 400.9. So now in the second iteration here, which is I equal 2, now 2 is less than nonlist of length. Yes. So now here, look into this one here now. Nonlist of 2, which is 304.4, is greater than max. No, it's not. Right? So it's not going to do this code here. Okay? It's not going to run this code because your nonlist of 2 is 304.4 is not greater than 400.9. Right? And same thing with this one here. It's not greater than 400.9. And that's why it's not going to run this code here. You can see here, since I've made it 400, your sum is also different. So that's actually how you can use this for loop in arrays. Okay, and this is one of the very commonly asked interview questions. Okay, if they write you some code, they wanted to find the largest element, find the smallest element of an array, get the sum of the elements, and so on. So now let's actually create a new class here, and now we're going to actually do for each loop. I'm going to click OK. So I'm going to go to this next slide. And here, again, I'm going to do static void main string. Okay, so you hear, sometimes I do string like that, and sometimes I do on here. Okay, you can do it either way. Alright, so now here, I'm actually going to do string celebrities. And in here, we're going to do Bruno Mars and Taylor Swift, Max Smith. I'm going to drag a little bit here, and I want to say Eminem. Oops. Alright, so now here we're going to do actually for each loop. So you can do for each loop like this as well here. So when you do that, it's going to give you this one here. Okay, when I do for each loop, it gives me the syntax array. You see that? Alright, let me go back again here. So IntelliJ has this nice suggestions. Okay, so when I do for, it gives you either for each, or for I. I'm actually going to do for each. So if I do for each, it's going to give me the syntax here. So here I'm actually going to do string, I'm going to name and celebrities, and in here I'm actually going to do system.out.print. Instead of println, I'm going to do print. So here I'm actually going to do name, and I'm also going to print out the comma in here. Oops, that. So this is a for each loop. Okay, so let's actually do like this so it's easier to understand. I got for each loop, but it's actually gonna loop on this celebrities array. So created a local variable called name, right? since this is a string array, so I gotta make that variable string as well. Then, so your string name becomes Bruno Mars in the first iteration, and I'm printing that Bruno Mars and the comma in here. So now the next iteration, your name becomes Taylor Swift. Okay, so we're doing each loop in this array. So similarly, let's also create an age. I'm gonna say 20, 22, 24, let's say 43. All right, I'm gonna do 4. So here I gotta do int because this is an integer array. So I gotta do int. Let's just to put x. You can put whatever you want. And in here, I'm actually gonna do age. And in here, I want to actually print out x, and also print out the comma in here. Okay, so let's print out the oops, forgot to do this. So I've got print here, print ln here. Let's see what happens. If I run this, all right. So you can see here, I got this Bruno Mars, Taylor Swift, Mac Smith, Eminem, right? And I got this one here, right? And I also forgot, see here in the Eminem, I got Eminem, then comma, right? And then I got 20, which is my first element in here. Then after that, I'm actually printing out in each line. Okay, so I'm actually going to do this. So it's going to print out a new line. That. And let's run this. So you can see here, I've got print. Let's just do this, what happens. Alright, so that's better. So here, it's actually printing in the same line, right? Bruno Mars, Taylor Swift, Smith, Max Smith, Eminem. Then I got this new line here. I'm saying go to this new line, right? If I do print ln, it's going to have another line here, just like before. So now here, I'm actually doing a for each loop, but here I'm actually doing print ln, right? So it printed 20, right? And it's going to the new line. It's printed comma in here. Now again, it's pointing it to 22 and comma and so on, right? So actually, if you wanted to print out all the elements, it's better to just do print. So if I do this, and I will get like this: Bruno Mars, Taylor Swift, Max Smith, Eminem, 20 to 22, 20, 20, 24, 43. That's how you can actually do for each loop. So we learned how you can actually do for loop in arrays. Okay, this is also one of the very common thing that you're going to do in your real time, right? Where you're going to have a lot of arrays, right? You're going to create a lot of arrays, and you're going to be doing a lot of looping. All right, so that's it for this lecture. I will see you guys in our next lecture. Hello and welcome back to StringBlue.com. In this lecture, we're going to learn about the string interpolation. Okay, so before we try to understand why we need string interpolation or what string interpolation is, we need to understand what happens when you do not do string interpolation. Okay, let's just give an example here in this method. Here, I've got this customer name, string variable, age variable, integer age variable, street name, string variable, city, state, country, and zip code. So if I want to print out all this string as well as this integer variable in one line, right? So what happens right now is, let's say I want to print out student details. Let's say with this colon here, and I got this name, right? And if I want to print out this name here, I do plus customer name. Again, plus, because I want it to actually concatenate string, right? Then I do this double quotes. I want to add comma in here, just like here. Age again with this colon. Again, plus age, which is my variable. Then again, plus. Then again, comma, right? Then again, state, right? In this string quotes, double quotes. Then again, state. Then again, comma, country. Then again, plus country, and so on, right? Just with this 7 variables, right? I had to do plus, and I had to actually put it in double quotes and make sure I have everything correct, right? Although this works without any issues, right? But if you have more than 10 variables, you might have a lot of typo errors, right? In that case, you're going to need a string interpolation. Also, not only that, right? Also, the other thing here is that, if you look into this line of code here, it becomes very messy, right? If some other programmers look into your code, they'll be like, oh, what's going on here? So that's why if you do a string interpolation, your code will be a lot cleaner. As you can see here, the code looks a little messy. String println. Just with this 7 variables, you're actually having a lot of plus in here and a lot of the strings, variables, and double quotes. So that's why we're going to need string interpolations. Okay, this one example here is no string interpolation. So now let's look into the string interpolation example here. I got the same variables, and I'm doing system.out.println. So now look into this one here, string.format. So I'm using this format method of string class. So with the string.format, I got the student detail just like before, and a name, right, with this colon. And here, now I want to actually print out this customer name, right? So I'm actually saying, okay, just put this, what do you call this, percentage sign, S. It means that I'm actually referring to this one here. Then I got age. Okay, this is an all-in-one double quotes. I got this double quotes in here, you can see, and I got this age, right, which is in here. And since this age is an integer, you have to actually put this percentage sign D. So you're actually referencing this one to this one here. And the third one here, address, is again string. So you're going to do percentage S. It's actually referring to this one here. And same thing, city. This is also a string variable. So you're going to put percentage S. State, same thing. Country, same thing. And zip code, same thing. The only reason we have a plus in here is because it was a lot, it did not fit in the single line. That's why it has this plus, right? But compared to this previous code here, it looks a lot cleaner, right? And also it's 2 line of code in here. So basically what you're doing here is whatever string you want, I want to print out this name, right? You do name with this colon, and this, since it's a string, you do percentage S. Same thing with this integer variable, it's an integer, so you're going to put percentage D. If it was a floating, you're going to do percentage F. Since address, city, state, country, and zip code are all string, you're going to put this percentage S. So now, once you have this in double quotes, you're going to actually put your variable one by one. This customer name is for this one here. So it's an order. Okay, this age is for this one here. Street name is for this one here. So this city is from this one here. And state is for that one. Country is for that one. Zip code is for that. So make sure you got this in good order. So if you do not have an order, it's going to throw in error. So as soon as you put this comma in here, it's actually trying to get this first one here. First one goes in here, second goes in there, third goes in here, fourth goes in there, and blah 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 and so on. So now this way your code looks a lot cleaner, and any other programmers would understand what you're actually trying to do, because they know that okay, you're going to actually print out the name variable, age variable, address variable, and city variable, state variable, country, and zip code, and actually you are followed in order with this variable in here. With that also, you were able to get the same output. So that's how you can actually create the string output in a very nice format using string interpolation. So now, since we understand what string interpolation is, now it's time for us to jump into our IntelliJ and write some code, and we can use string interpolation to demonstrate how it works. I'm actually going to go back to our IntelliJ, and I'm actually going to create a new Java class here. I'm going to say string interpolation, and in here, just like before, I'm actually going to do static void main string. Alright, so I'm actually going to create all the variables just like before. This customer name, I'm actually going to do the same, Kevin. Okay, string street name, let's say 4131 California Avenue, and int age equal, let's say 35. I'm actually going to do string city equals Los Angeles, string state equal California, string chip code equals 90012, string country equal United States. So now we're going to actually print out all this string variable. Okay, so I'm actually going to do system.out.println. So in here, I'm actually going to do string. Okay, before this one here. So normally you would put string here and do semicolon, right? Well, we only actually get a string interpolation, so I'm actually going to do string.format, okay? So this format is actually a method of a string Java class, okay, which you can use for a string interpolation. Right, so now, actually going to put it in double quotes now. So I'm actually going to say student details. So here I'm actually going to do name. I'm actually going to put this percentage, right? If you go sift after 5, you're going to get percentage s. So now same thing, age. Now, since age is an integer, I'm actually going to put d. Okay, it's a digit, right? And I'm actually going to do street name s. Okay, instead of street name, I'm going to do address. And now we're going to do the same thing, city s, and I'm going to do state. Yes. So zip code. I want to say zip code s, and country equals yes. Okay, so now I'm actually going to print out all the variables. Customer name. So the next one here. So as you can see here, I've got this name here. The second one is age, right? So here I've got the name, percentage s, and now the second one is percentage d. So I got to put age, right? The next one here is address. So I'm actually going to do street name. The next one here is city. I'm actually going to do city. This next one is state. Next one is zip code. And next one is country. So now if I run this, run it, it should compile and provide me the same output here. So I got student details, name here, and this person is S, which goes in here, customer name, Kevin, age is 35, address is 413 California Avenue, city Los Angeles, state California, zip code, country. So you can see here, I was able to print in 2-line this string interpolations. Now, when you do string.format, right, you got this 2 parentheses, so always don't forget to close the parentheses. You got 2 parentheses here at the end, because you got 1 parenthesis here, 1 parenthesis here. So that's how you can actually use string interpolations and actually print out the string. If you have to print out a lot of strings in one line, so you could use string interpolations and have a nice, very clean code. That's how you actually do in your real-time projects as well. Alright, so that's it for this lecture. I'll see you guys in our next lecture. Hello and welcome back to StudentBlue.com. In this lecture, we're going to learn about methods in Java. In our previous lectures, we learned about the looping, we learned about string interpolations, we learned about the case, if and else and if, conditional execution. We learned about string and different data types, right? In this lecture, we're going to learn about the methods. Okay, so what is a method? Methods are collections of statements grouped together to perform an operation. So what that basically means is, let's say you have certain code that you want to execute. So you actually want to group together, right? And you create a method. Okay, so that those lines of code that does some action, right, performs an operation. In that case, you'd actually group them together and put them together in a method. Method here are used to bundle one or more repeatable statements into a single unit. So what that basically means is, let's say you have this lines of code, right, and lines of code that you want to run over and over again, right? In that case, instead of doing repeatedly like 10 times or 20 times, you can actually create a method. It's just have all those lines of code and create a method. And now, whenever you want to actually execute those lines of code, you actually call that method. So you're actually bundling one or more repeatable statements. So the next one here are methods are very similar to functions in any other programming language. So if you're using scripting language, right, Perl or some other scripting language, they're also called as functions. So the next one here, I want to give an example. Let's say you want to do addition of 2 numbers, right? Addition is an arithmetic operation. So you want to do that, right? So you can add n numbers, right? So you can add integers, you can add double values, which is decimal values, and so on, right? So if you want to do that, so normally till now, without using the method, you can actually do system.out.println. You're going to put 2 integers in here, 3 plus 2, 5, system.out.println, 4 plus 5, 9, and 12 plus 12, 44, and so on, right? So let's say you want to do that operation, you can do that as well. But, right, that's not going to look pretty, because you're going to have n number of lines. Every time you want to add, you're going to do system.out.println. Okay, this doesn't make sense because you're actually printing that output, right? In some cases, you don't want to. Let's say you don't want to print the output. You want to save it in your memory, right? Computer memory, right? In that case, you're going to have to create a variable, and you're going to do some addition. You're going to create n number of variables, right? Instead of that, what you can do is you can create a method. Okay, so I've got this method here, public static double add int num1 and num2. So here, basically what I'm actually doing is that I'm creating a method here, okay, and it returns this total from these two numbers, num1, num2. So in this method here, I've got this total double data type, okay, or variable, which actually does an addition operation for num1, which is this first parameter, and you have num2, which is the second parameter. You add those two numbers, num1 plus num2, right? Then you return, you get the output. As you can see here, this is a method that actually returns the output of the two numbers. So now if you probably wanted to know what this each and every word is, right? We're going to talk about that in detail in our future classes, but if you wanted to know what this is, so public static is actually an access modifier, okay, which we're going to learn in our future classes. And double is actually a return type. So this method actually returns the double value, right? Double data type. So here I've got double equal total. I created a variable, double data type variable, total, and I'm adding two numbers, num1 plus num2, and I'm returning that double value. That's why it has double. Okay, and add is actually a method name, right? This method name here is add. Okay, so you can name anything you want. Okay, so here num1 is my first parameter, okay, which is an integer, and num2 is my another parameter. So this is a method. Okay, so now you can use add method for n number of times. Okay, if you want to add two integers, you can call this add method for n number of times. So now we're going to learn about what method with the return types void means. So now let's give an example here. So I've got this method here. I've got this main method, and I've got this method here. Click static void. Okay, so we're going to talk about this, what this void means here. And my method name here is greet. Okay, it takes one parameter, which is a string parameter, name. So what that basically does, it just prints out hello, whatever the name is. And now I created this method, basically greets the customer or stranger. Right? So now I can call this greet method here. First here I call greet, and now put a string variable in here because this greet method requires a string parameter. So I put John in here in double quotes because when you put it in double quotes, that's a string. Okay. So now when I can call greet John. Now let's say I want to greet another stranger or customer, Kevin. So I can just do greet Kevin. Okay, so let's say I want to greet Stacy, right? Stacy came into my apartment, so I want to say greet Stacy. Same thing, Raj came into my apartment. I can do greet Raj. So when I do that, I'm gonna get hello, John, hello, Kevin, hello, Stacy, hello, Raj. So I can call this greet method and greet all the customers or all the strangers into my apartment, right? I don't have to do system.out.println John, system.out.println Kevin, system.out and so on, right? So now with this method, it looks a lot cleaner, right? And all the other programmers then easily understand what you're doing. So that's how you can create a void method, right? As you can see here, this main method also has void, right? Because it does not return anything. It just does the operations, right? This public static void main method actually does the operations that you want, right? It does not return anything, just like that, right? Void means it does not return anything. It just does the operations. Now next method return type is string. So let's take an example here, greet. Okay, so here I've created the public static. Instead of void, I have a string return type as string. Okay, and I've got the same method named greet. It takes the same string parameter name, and I'm saying it's going to return a string, right? Since this void type is string, it's going to actually return a string. Okay, so here it's going to say hello, and whatever the name, and it's going to say welcome to Java class, right? So when you have a return type of string, you're expecting to get a string as an output, right? So it says return, right? Every time you have something other than void, you're going to have to use this term return, keyword return. Here I'm actually going to do hello, whatever the name, and welcome to Java class. Now if I call this method greet, right? So I have to put system.out.println in order to print an output here, because when I do this, it's actually returning the string and it's actually saving into the memory. Computer, it doesn't print out for you because I do not have system.out.println like in the void method, right? It's just returning the string and it's saving into the computer memory, right? So now if I actually wanted to show you what string I'm getting. So that's why I have system.out.println here, and I'm greeting Danny. So it's going to say, hello Danny, welcome to Java class. And the next line here, I'm greeting John. It says, hello John, welcome to Java class. And it says Stacy, hello Stacy, welcome to Java class. Hello Kevin, welcome to Java class. So you can see here, I'm using the string method over and over again. I use this n number of times and greet n number of customers, n number of strangers, and so on, or n number of students. So now that's how you can actually create a string method, and you're going to create a lot of string methods in your real time as well. Okay, so you need to understand how you can actually create a string method, right? So when you create a string method, you're actually returning a string. Okay, so here if I return integer, it's going to throw an error because you're specifically saying that I want to actually create a string return type method. When I say public static string, you're actually expecting to get a return in string. That's the string method here. So the next one here is a double. So here I've got this double method, okay, public static double. So before we had a string, right? So here it's actually returning a double, right? So I'm actually expecting a double value as a return. And here my method name is add, and I had two parameters, num1 and num2. Okay, so you can use double as well. So normally you use double, but I'm just giving an example. So I've got this integer number1, integer number2. So it adds two integer. And I created a variable double, a total, okay, and equal to num1, right, integer num1 plus num2. So this is actually addition method that adds two numbers. So first number is num1 and there is num2. So now you're returning the double value, which is total. So basically this is the double return type method. Okay, how do I know that? Because it has this public static double in here. So it has this, once you have this return type as double, you're expecting a double value as an output, right? So now I've got this method. So now let's go back to our main class here. So I got this int number1 equal 25, and I got this int number2 equal 245. So I got these two integers here. So now I need to add two numbers. So how do I do that? Well, I can actually create this variable double sum, right? Then I can actually add this number here, add, and number1 is this variable number1 here, and number2 is this number2, right? So you don't have to actually declare this one here. You can just put 25 and 245 in here as well. Okay, so when I actually do that, and if I print this one out, it's going to say sum is whatever the sum. It's going to say 270 because 25 plus 245 is 270. So how did it work then? Well, I created a variable here, number1. I created another variable, number2, and I created another variable, double variable called sum. And I'm actually calling this method add, right? And it's returning the addition of two numbers, number1 plus number2. So here, number1 is num1, it's 25, and number2 is num2, which is 245, two parameters, right? So as soon as I call this add, it goes in here. So your number1 becomes num1 becomes 25, num2 becomes 245, and it's going to go to this code, lines of code here. So it's going to say total equals 25 plus 245, it's 270, it's going to return 270, right? But it's not going to print it out for you by this line of code here. It's just saving into your computer memory. Here, I wanted to display what the sum is, so that's why I put system.out.println, and I said sum is, and it's actually printing out the 270.0. The reason why it's printing out .0 is because I'm returning the double value, right? Double value has a decimal value. If I just do, instead of say double, if I do int here, and I say return int value, it's just going to say 270. But since I wanted to return a double, so it's actually returning the double value, which is 270.0. So the next one here is int. So now this int method, let's take an example here. So I got this public static int method here. So you can see here, before we had double, so now I have this int. So I have this find age method here. Okay, so here basically this method, basically based on your date of birth year, right, it's going to actually return the age. Okay, expecting this current year is 2017, right, it's going to give you your age. Okay, so I've got this public static int, right, int return type method here, find age. My parameter here is year, which is also an integer, right? Your date of birth is always going to be an integer value. That's why I have hard-coded this parameter as int. So now I can say int age equal, right? So your age is also an integer value. It's going to be always an integer value. Then I'm going to say 2017, which is my current year, minus whatever the year that you were born, right? Then I'm returning the age, right? And here, as you can see here, since this is an int return type method, I'm also returning an integer value, right? So now if I call this method find age, so you can find age of n number of students, right? So now I'm going to say system.println your age is, like find age, you just use call this method find age and put the date of birth here, right? So if I put 1980, 1990, 92, 84, 89. So if I put 1980, your actually current age, if the current age is 2017, your age is you're like 37 years old. So if you're born in 1990 and your current year is 2017, you're actually 27 years old. If you're actually born in 1992 and the current year 2017, you're actually 25, and so on, right? So this method actually finds the age of the student, right? So I can do this, call this method n number of times, right? So that's how you can actually create the method that returns an integer, right? So that's how you can actually create a method that returns an integer. So now the next method return type is Boolean, right? So we learned about the Boolean data type as well. So this one here is a Boolean. So now here I'm saying, okay, this one is even method has a parameter number, right? So this number should be an integer value, right? If you put any other number value than integer value, it's going to throw an error. So your number has to be integer. So now what it does is actually divides by 2, right? So if you if you divide by 2 and your remainder, right, remainder is 0, right? So there's no remainder, then it's the even number, and you return true, right? So if you do division in your basic algebra class, right, if you actually divide by 2 and you do not have any remainder, right, then that means that's the even number, right? That's how you find out if it's even or not. Okay, so if number, whatever the number, and divide by 2, there's no remainder equals 0, right? This one here is remainder or quotient, whatever you want to say. If there's no remainder, if the remainder is 0, then it means it's an even number. Else, you're going to return false. So that's how you can find out if it's even or not. So now if I call this age even, so I'm going to say here system.println is number even is even. I'm going to call this method is even, and here I put number 20. Okay, and it says it's number even, true. So if I divide by 20 by 2, you're going to get 10, and there's no remainder, right? That means it's an even number. So now if I do this 25, you're going to get a reminder in there. So it's going to say false. Same thing with 40. It's going to say true and false. So that's how you can actually create a return type method that is a bool. Hello and welcome back to ScreenBlue.com. So now we understand how you can actually create a return type of different Boolean, integer, double, or string. Let's go into IntelliJ and do the same thing and write some code to create some methods. I'm actually going to open this IntelliJ here. So the first thing was this void method. So here I'm going to say public static void main string args. So here I'm actually going to create a first method that returns void, or it does not, returns empty value. Okay, so here I'm actually going to say public static void greet. Okay, here my parameter is string parameter is name, and I'm actually going to say system.out.println. Let's just use string interpolations actually. Right, so we'll say name. And I also forgot to do string.format here. Okay, since I don't have one closing parenthesis, throw an error. So now I created this method, right, greet, which actually does this operation. So it just prints out. It does not return anything. Returning means it does not save into the memory. So now if I'm going to call this method here, I'm going to call greet, and in here I'm going to call John greet Kevin, and let's say greet Raj, greet Stacy. All right, so now as you can see here, when I call this one, I'm actually calling this method, and the name parameter, this is a string value. I gotta put a string value in here, that's why I have it in double quotes. So now if I run this, it's gonna say hello John, hello Kevin, hello Raj, and hello Stacy, right? So this one here, and actually when I call this line of code, it actually goes to this method and puts the parameter here is to John, and it's gonna print out hello John. And next second thing is Kevin, hello Kevin, and so on. So you can see here, I created this nice method and I can use it n number of times. I can call this method greet for n number of strangers, n number of customers, and now this code is very clean as well, right? The other program will understand what you're doing here. So now let's create the other method which actually returns the string. Alright, so now in here, I'm actually going to copy this one here, so it's a lot easier. So, save some time. And here, I'm actually going to do string, and you can see here, it's throwing an error because it's saying this, make greet return void, or add return statement. Right? You see that? As soon as I do string, it's returning string value. This only does the operation, it does not return any string. I'm actually going to do return hello. So I'm in here, put hello at that, and welcome to Java. So in here, I'm actually going to do string.format. And in here, I'm going to say name. See here? I'm returning the string, okay, and I'm formatting it because I said hello, and I want to actually use this name. So I use this %s in here, and welcome to Java. So now, if I call this method in here, let's see what happens. Okay, can I close this? Now you see here, right? I call this method, it's not returning anything. So what it did was basically, when I call greet John here, it turns the string, right? But does not print the output because we do not have a code that says to print the output in your computer, right? It's saving in your computer memory, right? This is saved in your computer memory for each line of code, but it's not printing it out for you. Okay, so you want to print it out, you're going to have to do system.out.println that. System.out.println that. System.out.println that. System.out.println that. So now if I run this, it's going to say, hello, John, right? The first one here. System.println greet John. So it's since I have println, print it out for me, right? System.out, print it out from my system. Println greet John. It's going to go back to this method here, greet, and my parameter name is string parameter is John. So it's going to go back here. It's going to say, hello, John, welcome to Java. Second thing, hello, Kevin, welcome to Java. Hello, Raj, welcome to Java. Hello, Stacy, welcome to Java. So you see here, sorry, this is not a string, empty values, but method that returns string value. So this method here actually returns a string. Here, I'm actually returning a string and formatting it with string interpolation, and I can call this method n number of times. So that's how you can actually create a method that returns a string. So now let's create a method that actually returns a double value, double method. So I'm actually going to copy this to save some time, and we're going to change the value. Alright, so here I'm actually going to do double, and in here I'm actually going to do add. So in here it's also say, I'm going to say double a num1, okay, and double num2. So here I'm actually returning num1 plus num2. So here, as you can see here, I'm returning the double because my number 1 is double, num2 is double as well. So now if I call this add method here, I can say add, and I can say 21, 22, right, and add 22.101, 24.5.43, so on. And let's add some big numbers here, 400 that, and 200, something like that. And forgot to put closing parenthesis. And in here as well, I'm going to add negative number and positive number. So now let's see what happens. Alright, so you can see here, right? I've got add 21 plus 22, and so it's 43, and I'm returning a double, so it gave me 43.0. Same thing here, 22.01, 25.42, it's giving me this double value in here. Same thing, 43.4, it's going to give me 0, and so on. So I'm actually getting the double value in here, right? So let's see what happens if I just put int in here. You see here, if I put int, it's actually throwing an error. It says that, okay, I'm expecting a double, but I found int equal, because they both are int. So when I do return num1 plus num2, so when you're adding to int, you're going to get int, right? So you want a double. So actually, the way you can do is you just do double equal num1 plus num2, and you can actually return the double. So that way you can do that as well. Okay, but however, it's just going to throw an error because I'm expecting this parameter 1 and parameter 2 be int, but this is a double, right? So anyway, you can do whatever you want here. Like I'm going to actually make it double so that it's going to accept both integer and double value. Okay, and you can do this one as well. And if I do this, it's going to work. Or to make it a little short, I can also do num1 plus num2. Both are double and also returning double. So that's how you can actually create a method that returns a double value. It's called a double return type method. Okay. So now let's create a method here that actually returns int. And to make it again a lot faster, I'm actually gonna copy this value in here. Alright, so I'm actually going to go int method in here, and in here I'm actually going to say int. So in here I can do the same thing just to make it a lot faster. I'm actually going to delete that. So now here my return type is int. About that, it should be int, so I copied this. So this is a method that returns an integer value. So now I have an add integer method, okay, that actually adds two integers, num1, num2, and returning both integer values. So when you add two ints, you're going to get int, right? So num1 plus num2. So now if I do call this add method and I have two integers, right, it's going to add two integers and give you the integer value. So if I run this, I'm just going to get 43 instead of 43.0 because I'm actually returning an integer value. So that's how you can actually create an integer method. Now let's create a Boolean method. So actually I'm going to copy the same line of code here, and I'm going to go back in here. Okay, so just copy this one here to make it a lot faster. And I'm actually going to say this one as a Boolean, and here I'm going to say is even. And here I'm actually going to say that int is number. So, and here I'm going to say int number. This divide by 0 and there's no remainder. I'm going to say return true, else return false. So let's see here. Why is it throwing an error? Seems like it doesn't like the question mark. Anyway, I created this Boolean method here, is even. Okay, it takes a parameter as number, right? So you divide by 2, and if there's no remainder, then you can actually return true, which means this is an even number. Else, you can run this code here. So if the number, once divided by 2, there's no remainder, you're going to get return true. So it means that's even, else return false, right? So now let's call this is even. And here I'm actually going to put integer to 20, and here is even 22. Okay, let's do some big numbers like that. All right, let's see. And you can see first number, so when divided by 2, it's true because there's no remainder. Second thing, same thing here, and same thing here. This one says false because you can get remainder, so it's not an even number, right? So that's how you can actually create a Boolean method, and you can call that method anywhere. Like here, I'm calling the method in this main method here. And so this is how you can actually create a Boolean method. Alright, so that's it for this lecture, guys. I hope you guys understood what the return type with void method is, where your return type with string, integer, double, and Boolean method is, okay? Again, this is a very, very important topic, and you're going to use this a lot in your real-time projects. Okay, so please try to understand what each method, return type method is, and try to actually practice with different examples unless you are very clear what each method does and how you can create each method. I want you guys to practice a lot. So that's it for this lecture, guys. I will see you guys in our next lecture. Hello and welcome back to SlearningBlue.com. In this lecture, we're going to learn about classes in Java. So in our previous lecture, we learned about what method in Java is, right? We learned about how you can create a method that returns string, that returns integer, returns double, returns boolean, as well as the method that does not return anything, void methods. Right? So in this lecture, we're going to learn about the classes. Classes is probably the most important topic in this entire Java course. So what is classes then? Class is a specification or a blueprint of how to provide some service. So basically classes, it's kind of like a set of instructions, okay, that provides some service. So like blueprint, class has some exact specification. So many objects can be created for the same class. And class can contain methods, variables for an object. So what that basically means is like class kind of bundles everything for you, right? So class would have methods, it would have variables, and so on, right? So let's say, for instance, I have this class called dog, right? So the dog class would have different characteristics, right? So you'd have a method, right? So let's say, for instance, dog class have method like bark, right? So all the dog barks. So you can have a method called bark, and the dog class could have a method called eat, sleep, and so on, right? So now if you wanted to create an object from that class, right, you can call that class and create an object from it. It's like a blueprint. And also here, a class can have subclasses that can inherit or some of the characteristics of the class. So let's say you create a class, right? You can have a subclasses. So that means, let's say you have a class, right? It's just called a parent class. Then you can have other classes that can inherit that class. So the class that inherits the parent class are called child classes or subclasses. And subclasses can also define their own methods and variables that are not part of their superclass. For instance, let's say here, example is animal. So let's say if I have an animal class, okay, so I can have subclasses, for instance, dog, cat, giraffe, and monkey. So animal, all this four has the same characteristics, right? So if it's animal, it's like a blueprint, right? And all these four different animals, they have kind of similar characteristics. However, they have different unique characteristics as well. Right? So these four child classes can inherit properties from animal class, okay, and have their own unique properties. Same thing with vehicle, right? So when you talk with vehicle, car, bicycle, motorbike, and SUV, they are all vehicles. However, a car, bicycle, motorbike, and SUV, they have their own unique characteristics as well. So now let's go more into like, not going to generic, but like Ford. Right? So Ford can be a class as well. And you have Focus, Ford F-150, Mustang, Explorer, Fiesta. So those kind of like different cars of Ford, right? So you have a Ford, and Ford has kind of like a similar characteristic, maybe the same engine, right? Maybe the same steering wheel, right? Maybe the same battery, and so on. And same thing with dog, right? So you can have Corgi, German Shepherd, Labrador. They are all dogs. They have similar characteristics as this dog parent class. Okay, however, they might have their own different unique characteristics as well. Same thing with Honda, right? So if I have a Honda class, a Honda vehicle have different models, right? Accord, Civic, Pilot, CRV, and so on, right? So I can have a Honda class, okay? It's kind of like a blueprint, and I can have other subclasses or child classes, Accord, Civic, Pilot, or CRV. So I'll give you a clear example. So I have a class called Pet. Okay, this is a super class. So now this dog, right? It's kind of your child class of pet. Okay, so pet is your superclass. The pet has some characteristics that makes it as a pet, and dog has some of the characteristics of pet. So that's why dog is a pet. So dog is kind of like a child class of this superclass pet. So now you dog have different subclasses here. So there are different types of dog, right? So I have a hound here. Okay, so the hound here is a child class of dog. Terrier is also a child class of dog, and poodle is also a child class of dog. They're different types of dog, right? They're different breed of dogs. Okay, so the hound also have different types. Beagle, like one of the examples is Beagle. The terrier, Welsh Terrier, and the poodle, you have a toy poodle. You have a medium poodle, and so on. So now here, what I'm saying here is this pet, right? It's kind of like a blueprint. It has certain characteristics. So you have this class called pet, and dog is kind of like a child class because it has some characteristics of pet. Similarly, hound is the child class of dog. Terrier is the child class of dog. Poodle is the child class of dog. And beagle is the child class of hound. Welsh Terrier is the child class of terrier. Toy poodle is the child class of poodle. So now if you create a Java class, what does it look like? I think you might have already know how you can create a class, right? So as you can see here, this is a dog class, public class dog. Every time we write some code in here, we've created a class. So now you're going to understand what class is. Here, I've got this class called dog. So now I've got this main method here because I wanted to execute this methods here. So now as you can see here, I have this methods, name of dog, right? Every dog has a name, right? So I created this name of dog method. So I have this method called bark. All the dogs bark, right? So this is like a common characteristics of a dog, right? It's like a blueprint. So bark is another method. Eat. Every dog eats, right? Every dog sleeps and every dog plays. So in this name of dog, it's going to print out my name is the dog name. This parameter has a string parameter. So the dog name, it's going to print out my name is whatever the dog name is. And here I've got this bark method. It's a void method, right? This method does not return anything, which we learned in our previous lecture. It's just going to print out I'm barking. It's going to print out I'm eating, I'm sleeping, and I'm playing. So now if I run this method here, right? Since I have this main method, I'm actually calling this name of dog. And here I'm actually put max, string parameter. So I just put max here. So when I call this method name of dog max, it's going to say my name is max. So when I say bark, it's going to say I'm barking, I'm eating, I'm sleeping, I'm playing. So this 4 methods you can use anywhere, right? You can create n number of objects from this dog class, and they are like the characteristics of a dog, right? It's like a blueprint, so you can use it on n number of objects. And now this name of dog method, you can use it and you can change the parameter name, right? Whatever the dog name is. So you can use all those methods here. So this kind of like it bundles all your methods, variables. It's kind of like a single unit. So that is the class. So let's create a class, the dog class in our IntelliJ. So I'm actually going to go to our IntelliJ here, and I'm actually going to create a new class, and I'm actually going to call it dog. So here, I'm actually going to create public static void main string args. So here, I'm going to create a name of dog. So this has a one parameter, string parameter, and the name, and it's going to print out the name of the dog. So I'm going to say name is, let's put string interpolation, okay, name here, and when you do string interpolation, you're going to have to do string.format and close the braces here. So the other one is bark. Okay, it doesn't have anything. It's going to say system.out.println I'm barking. I'm going to copy this to save some time, and put it here. Okay, so here it's going to say sleep and sleeping. It's going to say eat, eating, and here say play, playing. So now here I'm actually going to call this name of dog here and put it max, called bark, and sleep. Okay, eat. Okay, play. All right. So you can see here, I created this class called dog, right? This class called dog. It has this methods: name of dog, bark, sleep, eat, and play. So these are all these methods that you can use in any dog, right? So it's kind of like a blueprint. Okay. So now in this main method, I'm calling this method to trying to show you what it does here. So now if I run this, it's going to say name is Max. I'm barking. I'm sleeping. I'm eating. I'm playing. Okay, let's call another one again here, second dog. So it's going to say name of dog here, and it's going to say Jackie. And I'm going to say the same thing, bark, sleep, eat, play. So now if I run this, so here, name is Max, and I call this method I'm barking, sleeping, eating, playing. Second dog here, name of dog, Jackie, barking, sleeping, eating, playing. So here, you can see I always use the same method here, okay, for the second dog. So you can use the same method for n number of dogs. That's why it's very important to understand how you can create a class and what class does. It's kind of a blueprint. It bundles all the methods, variables, and all the things that you need. So now, if you wanted to actually use this method, you can do that. I mean, child method can also use this method here. We're going to learn about inheritance, where you're going to actually inherit all these methods from your parent class in our future lectures. All right, so that's what the class means in Java. I hope you understand what class in Java is and how you can actually create a class. I think we've been creating a class from lecture 1, but now you understand what class is. Alright, so that's it for this lecture. I'll see you guys in our next lecture. Hello and welcome back to StudentBlue.com. In this lecture, we're going to learn about types of methods in Java. Okay, so in our previous lecture, we learned about what class is. Okay, we also learned about how you can create a class. Okay, in this lecture, we're going to learn about the static method, what static method is. So static methods are basically the methods that can be called and executed without creating an object or instantiation of the main class. Okay, so far, we've been calling all the static methods because when we create a method, we did not create an object. So till now, all we've been doing is creating a static methods, calling the static methods. So it can be invoked directly via class name as well. So right now, as you can see here, I've created this method name of the dog, right? Void, static void name of dog in our last example here. So I got this static method. So how do I know it's a static method? Because it has this keyword static. Remember when we used when you wrote some code in our Java, like in lecture 1, right? We were using static, right? So we know this is a static method. It means that can be called without creating an object, without creating an instance of the class. That's why I call it static here. So till now we've been creating static methods, but now you understand what static is. So this, I created a static method, public static, right? We also learn about what this void means. It returns null. It does not return anything. So I got public static void. So this is the name of dog, and this has parameter name. It's going to print out my name is whatever the dog. So I've got the other method here, bark, right? So it's also a static method because it has the static keyword in here, right? And void bark, so it just says I'm barking. So now if you can see here in the static void main, I'm just calling this method, name of dog, bark. You see here, I'm not actually doing it. I'm just calling this method here, name of dog, bark. I did not have to create an object, which means I do not have to create the copy of this class. So that's why it's called static, right? Since this method is static, you can just call it without creating an object. So I just called name of dog, Max, and bark. And it just does my name is Max and I'm bark, as you can see in here. Now let's go to IntelliJ. Right? And we're actually going to create a new class in here. I'm going to say static method. So here, I'm going to say static void main string args. Alright, so in here, I'm actually going to create a public static void, oops, sorry, not main, name of dog. Okay, so it has one parameter, name. Oops, not in the comment. So it's just going to say my name is name. So you can see here, this is a static method. Gives us that displays provides name of the dog. I know it's static because it has a static in here. Now, same thing here, public static void, let's say that bark. So here I'm going to say system.out.ln I am barking. So now here, call static methods. You can see here, right? And this main method, okay, which is also static because I do not have to actually create an object. All right, so now here, and what happens in the Java is actually when you run this program, right? When I run this, it actually looks for this main method. And since this is a static method, you do not have to create an object to run this main method. So whenever you run the Java program, it's actually looking for this main method here. All right, so now I've got this main method. I'm going to call this name of dog. I'm going to say Max, and I'm actually going to call bark. All right, so if I do this and run it, and it's going to say my name is Max, I am barking. You see here, I was able to call this method because it was static. All right, let's create a non-static method. This is also a static method. All right, so let's create a non-static method here. A public void. Let's say sleep. And I'm going to say system.out.println I am sleeping. Let's see what happens here. If I see if I can call this sleep. So now here, as you can see, I've got this sleep method, right? But it's throwing an error here. So if you look into this error, it's saying make main not static or make sleep static. Because I just cannot use this just like that. In order to use this, I actually have to create an object, which we're going to learn in our next lecture when we learn about instance methods. Okay, so now here, as you can see, I just cannot call the sleep method because it is not a static method. You cannot call that class directly. A static method is kind of like your class method. So here, as you can see, I have static bark and name of dog, so I can just call those methods without creating an object. But for this new method, I was not able to do that because that was not static. So that's why this static word means, right? We learned about, when we created a lot of this classes, right? We just did public static and we created a lot of methods, but we did not know what the static keyword means. So now you know what this static is, right? With static, you can just directly call this method bark without creating an object. So that's pretty much about this static method. Okay, it's also, not commonly used when you work in the real-time projects, but also it's very important to understand what static method is. So that's it for this lecture. I will see you guys in our next lecture. Hello and welcome back to StudentGlue.com. In this lecture, we could actually learn about the instance method. So what is instance method, right? So in our previous lecture, we learned about the static method, right? So what is static method? We learned about that. So in this method, we're going to learn about instance method. Instance method are basically methods that are called after instantiation of class or object creation. That seems a little confusing, right? What is instantiation of class or object creation then? Well, let's say that, for instance, you have a class called student, right? And a student has all the methods that gives you name of the student, grades, and what courses he has taken, and so on, right? What is his address, and so on. So now you can create n number of objects from that student class. So when you create n number of objects, so you can have a student class and you can create millions of students, right? So a university could have thousands of 10,000s of students, right? Even millions of students. They can create millions of students from that student class, right? So now, if your class have instance method, your object can call that instance method. Your millions of objects can call that instance method. That's the power of instance method. It's also one of the most commonly used method type. So if you're going to use Java as your programming language, you're going to be using instance method all the time. Not only Java, if you're going to actually use object-oriented programming languages such as Ruby, Java, C#, C++, you're going to be using a lot of instance method. So let's take an example here. I've got this class here, student, and I've got this instance method, name of student and grade. So how do I know this is an instance method? Because it does not have a keyword called static, right? This doesn't have a static keyword here and here. That's why I know it's an instance method. So this name of student takes a string parameter name, and it's actually print out my name is, okay? And this one actually grade here, method here, grade. And this actually print out your grade is. And I have this instance method, public static void main. So I've got this static method because I was actually wanted to do some operations in here, okay? And I want to actually run this program. That's why I've got this static main method. Without the static main method, you won't be able to run this program. That's why I've got this static main method here. And now, as you can see here, I'm actually creating an object from the student class. How do I do that? So first, you put your class name student, then you can whatever name your object. So right now I name it student1, and now equal new student, right? So this is the keyword here. New means you're actually creating instance, so that you're going to be a new object. So you're going to say new, your class name student, and this parenthesis in here. Okay, so now you created the student1 object from the student class, and now I can call this instance method, student1.name of student, student1.grade. So here I got 4.25, and I got student2, and I'm actually doing the same thing. It's just like student1, I just named it student2, and I'm calling the same method, name of student and grade. Now I can change the grade in here and the name as well. Same thing with student3. I can create new student, 3 object, name of student and grade. When I run this, you're going to get my name is Stacy, grade is 4.25, John 3.25, Julie 2.25. So I really created 3 objects here. But you can create millions of objects from this student class. And since it has an instance method, I can call it an instance method, right? And you can see here I've changed the value from this instance method. So with that, you can have millions of objects, and each object would have their own name and own grade, right? Since you have created this student1, the student1 is, so when you create an object, right, and what happens in computer is actually saves into your memory. It actually allocates the memory for this object student1. So every time you call student1, it goes into the memory and fetches the name of the student and grade, right? Same thing with student2, right? If we create an object student2, that actually computer knows, okay, your student2, it goes into your memory, right, where you allocated, and it actually grabs the name of student. So you can have millions of objects, and millions of objects have millions of name and millions of grade, right? Different grade for each student. So the computer would know that, okay, this object has this name and has this grade. That's the power of the computer programming language, actually, and object-oriented programming language. Now when we learn about what instance method is, let's try to do some, write some code and create some instance method. Then. So I'm actually going to go to IntelliJ, and here I'm actually going to do new, and I'm going to say instance method. So here, before that, I'm actually going to create another class which would have only instance methods. So I'm actually going to take class student. All right, and here I'm just going to create an instance method here, public void name of student. So here I'm actually going to just one parameter, string parameter called name, and it's actually going to print out where the name is. Student name is, so just put a string interpolation here, and I'm just going to put name. And in here, since I'm doing string interpolation, I'm actually going to do string.format. So same thing in here, I'm just going to copy this and put it here. So this will give you name of student, right? And IntelliJ is pretty smart. If you copy it, and if your method has the same name, it actually throws an error saying you have another method, duplicate method. So this is actually grade of the student. So it's going to do grade in here, and grade is always in double. So we're going to do double. It's going to say grade, and student grade is right. So now you could see here this grade is a double, right? So if it was an integer, I could just do D, right? But since it's a grade, I actually need to, and it has a decimal place, I actually need to do F. So now F, with F, what happens is actually print out all the zeros. We'll actually print out like decimal places all the way to like 4 or 5 decimal places. Well, if you want only 2 decimal places, right? Grade only has 2 decimal places. So the way you actually do is you do dot, okay, which means after decimal, and you only want 2 digits after decimal places. So now I'm actually going to create an object here, student1, and new student here, student1, and actually name of student, okay, Stacy, and here student1 dot grade. All right, let's see why it's not working. Okay, let's see here. Oh, I forgot to actually create a static main method here. String args. Okay, then here I'm actually gonna put this in here. So here I'm actually gonna do 4.25, and this here actually create and student object. So if I run this, so you're gonna get student name is, oops, I got a typo in here. So student name is Stacy and student grade is 4.25, right? So I created a student1 object from this student class. Okay, so I can create another object in here, and actually I'm going to call it student2, and here student2, 2, anything here, student3, 3. So let's just change this to name here, Kevin, and okay, so your grade cannot be 4.25, so actually it's going to be 3.25. So here I'm actually going to do 3.75, and let's say this is 4.0. Okay, so now let's make it actually 3.10, something like that. So now here, as you can see, I got student 1, Stacy, and this grade is 3.25, and I got another student 2 named Kevin, 3.75, and here this name is, let's say, Raj, he's got 3.10. So now if I run this, it's going to say student name is Stacy, okay, and grade is 3.25, student name is Kevin, grade is 3.75, student name is Raj, and the grade is 3.10. So you can see here, I created 3 objects from the same class. Okay, that's the power of the object-oriented programming language. So you can create n number of objects from this class. So let's say in our real time, right, you'd have a student class, right? If your university uses has the application, right, web application or any applications, and they have a student class and they have like instance method, right, and they can create. So if you enroll into that university, they would actually create an object from that class and save your information, your name, your grade, what courses you've taken, and so on, right? So this is kind of like a real-time example here, right? So now you can see here, I only created 3 objects, but you can create millions of objects from the student class. So before that, I also wanted to actually show you what happens if you have a static method here. So static method. So I'm just going to say public. I want to say, actually trying to show you what static method does. So I'm actually going to say static void class name here. Okay, just trying to give an example. Let's say it doesn't have a parameter. It's just going to say system.out.println. So class name is, so here I'm just going to do string interpolation again. Let's say student. And also I forgot to do string.format. Alright, so now let's see what happens if I actually try to call a class name from this object. If I do student.1.class name, student2.class name, student3.class name. Now if I run this, okay, so here, as you can see, it says class name, student, class name, student. So it's able to call a static method, right, from this class here. So now let's put a parameter in here, string name, So here I'm actually going to say object name now. Object name is, so whatever the name here. Okay, so now let's actually call this one student1, 2, 3. So now you can see here, right? I was actually able to do the same thing here. Static class as well. I was able to call the class name here to give you student2 and student3. So now you're going to say, okay, what's the difference between just void and static method then? So well, let's see what happens if I just comment this code. So the way you comment is you just copy this whole line and you just comment like that, and you just comment like that, and you just copy this and comment like that. And now with the static method, right, all I can do is I can just do student and that class name, right? Student and this class name, and here student, that class name. So now if I run this, right, I get student1, student2, and student3. You see here, right? I've got student1, student2, and student3. So now when you run like this, right, so what happens in your computer memory is with the static method, so first your computer is going to save student1, second your student2, now it's student3. Now when you call that class name again, it's actually going to give you student3. This is static method, the value actually changes, right? So what happens in the computer memory is when you create a static method, right, and we give some value, right, student1, so now your computer has the class name value is student1. So now when you actually do student2, it actually replaces that student1 with student2. And now again with student3, it replaces student3. Now the good benefit of using static is you do not have to create an object. So here, I do not have to create any objects, right? For instance method, in order to use instance method, you actually have to create an object like this. So you have to actually create an object for this instance method, but for the static method, you do not have to. You can just call the method using this class.class name. But the disadvantage of using static method is your class name would be overridden, right? So let's say somebody put it as student1, right, as your class name. So somebody wrote student2. Now you're expecting student1, but somebody replaced it to student2. Now you might be expecting student1, but somebody already replaced that value to student2, right? And your computer might crash because you're actually expecting student1, but some programmer actually changed it to student2. Right, so your actually program might fail. So unless you really know that your static method is not going to change a lot and it does not have a parameter, I would not recommend you to create a static method. So anyway, that's it for this lecture. We learned about what instance method is, and we also learned about the static method. Okay, so and we also learned about the advantages of using instance method. All right, so that's it for this lecture. I'll see you guys in our next lecture. Hello and welcome back to StudentBlue.com. In this lecture, we learned about the constructor method. In our previous lecture, we learned about what static method is and what instance method is, right? So in this lecture, we're going to also talk about the other important method called constructor method. So what is constructor method? Constructor method is the default method of the class that will be run at the time when the object is created or instantiated, okay? So what that basically means is as soon as you create an object from the class, you're actually running the constructor method first, okay? So constructor method is used to declare default behavior for all objects. So if you wanted to actually declare some default behavior for all objects, you can also create a constructor method. Constructor method name must be same as its class name. I'm going to explain it to you in a bit here. The constructor method must have no explicit return type. And there are two types of constructor, default constructor and parameterized constructor. I'll give you an example here, right? So you can see here, I've got this constructor method. So I've got this constructor method in here, and it has the same, this method name is same as the class name here. That's why I know that it's a constructor method. And as you can see here, it does not have any parameters, right? So this is a default constructor. Every time you create an object, it's actually running, although you do not have this method explicit in your code, it's actually running your default constructor, which means it does not have any parameter in here. So you can see here, I've created this default constructor here, and it's just going to print out this is constructor method. And I have another constructor method here. and I know this is a constructor method because this method name is same as the class name. The constructor method, this one has one parameter and it's string param, and it's going to print out this is a constructor method with parameter. And I've got the other instance method here, and which we already learned in our previous lecture. Here, this is an instance method because it does not have static in here, right? I'm just going to print out this is instance method. Now, the characteristic of constructor method again is it has to be same as the class name. Okay, you can use this constructor method to actually declare the default behavior. The other one is this constructor method should not have a return type. What it means is, like we also learned about the method with different return types, right? Integer return type, void return type. Although it doesn't return anything, it's a return type void, right? The other one was a double return type, Boolean return type, right? We learned how you can create those methods, right? In constructor method, you cannot have a return type. So that's another characteristics of constructor method. So now let's take another example here. I've got this class here, customer, and I've got this default constructor, and I know this is a default constructor because it does not have any parameters in here, and I'm actually overriding that constructor method here with this actually statement here, which is actually going to say welcome to Walmart. I've got this instance method here, get name, okay, and it's got that parameter name, and it's going to print out the customer name is the whatever the name you provide in there. So now I've got this main method, and let's say I want to create an object from this customer class. I can do that saying customer, which is this class, customer1, which is the object name, equal new customer. So here, as you can see here, this is how you actually create an object, right? New, whatever the class name, and in this parenthesis here. So when we do that all the time, we're actually running the default constructor. Although I've got this default constructor here, which I overrid with this one here, but normally every time you do this, you're actually calling the constructor method first. And now I've got this customer1.getName, which this is the instance method. Since I create an object, I can call this method here, and I said Danny. When I actually print this new customer, okay, and I said get Danny, it's going to actually say customer name is Danny, just like in here, right? So as you can see here, as soon as I created this object customer1 equal new customer, right? I'm not calling this method here, but as you can see here, it says welcome to Walmart. How did it say that? Because this is a constructor method. So every time I create an object, right, this method is being called. Although you did not explicitly call this method .customer, since this is a constructor method, it will be called first. As soon as I create an object customer1, this method was ran automatically. That's why it's called constructor method. It said welcome to Walmart. So now if you can look into your customer2, so I created another object customer2, new customer. Again, it says welcome to Walmart, and it says get name Dina, it says customer name is Dina. You can see here, although I did not explicitly call this method, just like get name, this method was being called at the beginning. Okay, as soon as I create an object, this method was being called. That is why it's called constructor method. Okay, you do not have to explicitly call that, it just calls it for you. So the other one is the example with constructor method with parameters. Okay, so let's say I've got this string make, model, and year. So now I have this constructor method. I know this is a constructor method because this method has the same name as the class name. Okay, so now it's got three parameters, make, model, and year. So now I do here this dot make equal make. Okay, so it might look confusing, but I'm going to explain it to you. What that means is this dot make is this local variable here. But what I'm saying is this make equals to this parameter make here. Okay, you see this dot model means this a variable inside this class, right? This dot model equals to this model right here, and this dot year equal to this year. So you're saying that, okay, I created a constructor, and I'm actually saying this variable equals to this parameter make, and this variable equals to this parameter model, and this variable equal to this parameter year. And I've got this instance method start, and it's going to say starting. So now I've got this another class in here. It's got this main method. So when I say vehicle, this is this class Ford. Okay, it's one of the type of vehicle equals to new vehicle. So now as you can see here, right, before I only had one parenthesis inside, there was nothing, right? So now this vehicle actually saying that, okay, this vehicle class has this constructor method which requires three parameters, make, model, and year. Alright, so now when I create an object from this vehicle, I cannot create an object without this three parameter. I need to have these three parameters. Okay, so that's why I got new vehicle, just this class here, and now I need three parameters because this constructor method is actually forcing you to create an object Ford with 3 parameters. If you do not do that, it's going to throw an error. Because what you're saying here is this vehicle class has this constructor method which requires 3 parameters, make, model, and year. So now I created an object here, Ford, and I said new vehicle. This is how you actually create an object, okay, new, and your class name here. And this vehicle has this constructor method with 3 parameters, so I gotta give 3 parameters in here. So I'm gonna give Ford, again, model Taurus, okay, year 2012. So with that, I'm actually creating an object Ford, and I can call this start method here. So when I do that, it's gonna say starting. Since I'm not actually printing anything here, right, so you don't see it, but you know, it's actually calling this vehicle in here. So that's how you can create constructor method with parameters.
Hello and welcome back to StudentBlue.com.
And first thing I'm actually going to do is constructor method 101. Here, I'm actually going to do constructor method. So I'm going to do this public constructor method 101. So this method name is the class name, and that's why it's called constructor method. Now I'm going to say println. I'm going to say this is constructor method. So now I'm going to copy this in again, and I'm going to say I'm actually going to put a parameter in here. Structure method with parameter param. So I've got this to constructor method here with parameters. Okay, so let's create another class here, constructor method now. And in here, I'm just going to put example. Okay, I'm going to create a static method here. Alright, so now I'm actually going to say constructor method 101, right? This is a class in here. So I'm going to say method 1, okay, a new constructor method 101. Now I can see here I've got this one constructor method with no parameters, right? So, and another constructor with parameters. So let's create the object first, and I'm actually going to say method 1 dot. I do not have any instance methods, so let's create an instance method here, and I'm actually going to say public void instance method. I'm going to print out this is an instance method. Alright, so I'm actually going to say here instance method. So now if I run this, okay, so create object method 1 with the default constructor. So now if I do this, it says here, right, as soon as I create this method 1 here, right, this object, they actually called this one here. And it called this one instead of this one because when I said new constructor method, I'm actually, and without no parameters, it's actually calling this constructor method without no parameters. Right, so let's just actually comment this one. If I just create an object right here, I said new constructor method, right? That's how we created an object till now, right? So when I did that, right, I have this constructor method, and actually it's calling this constructor method because here I do not have any parameters. So now with this instance method, it's actually gonna print out this, call this constructor method, then I'm actually calling instance method, and this is instance method. Now let's create another object in here, and I'm actually gonna say 2 and full constructor with parameter, constructor having parameter. So, and I'm actually going to say 2, and in here I'm actually going to say parameter, let's say constructor. And if I run this now, right, and I got to make this one as 2. So now here, as soon as I created this object, right, it's actually calling this constructor method, okay? And the reason why it called that is because when I created an object, right, I'm calling this constructor method. It calls this constructor method because when I created an object using new constructor method 101, I put a parameter in here. So now if I try to do this and I try to enter another this like that, it's going to throw an error here. let's say here, and it's saying that, you look into this error here, saying that either I need to create an constructor with another parameter, right? Create a signature constructor string. I only have one string parameter, so it's throwing an error. So that's how you can actually create a constructor method. And it's a very important method because that if you wanted to actually have a default behavior, right? Like for instance, if you want to create an object with this string parameter, then you can force the user to create an object with this parameter. Okay, so we're going to learn about this in the next example here. All right, so that's it for this this example here. I'm actually going to create another one. This is going to be customer, and here I'm actually going to create the constructor method here, and here I'm actually going to say system.out.println. This is let's say welcome to Walmart. And here I'm actually going to create an instance method, get customer name. I'm going to say public void get name as parameter in here, string param. And in here it's actually going to say customer name is, and I'm going to say param in here. So I've got this customer constructor method, right? This is constructor method, and I've got the another instance method. I want to create another class in here, and I'm going to say customer constructor method. Just kind of paste that. So now if I run this, I'm going to say welcome to Walmart, customer name is John. So you can see here, right? Customer object has this default constructor, okay, which does not have any parameters, and I've got this get name instance method. Okay, so if you look in here, I created an object customer one, and I said new customer, and in here I was trying to get the name of the person. Here I put John. So here, right, so when I call this one, right, customer new customer, it actually calls this default constructor, right, and it doesn't have parameter, and it's gonna work because I do not have any parameter. So it created a customer one object and got the name of the customer. So now let's create another example here, and I'm going to say vehicle. Alright, and in here I'm actually going to type string. I'm going to say make string model int year. Right, so this is the make model in year, and I'm actually going to create a constructor method. So here I want to actually force the user, right? I want to force the user, whenever they create an object of this vehicle class, they need 3 parameters, right? So I can do that using this constructor method here. So I'm going to say here this.make equal make, this.model equal model, this.year equal year. So what you're basically saying, this variable here is equal to this parameter, this model equals to this parameter, this year equal to this parameter. Let's see if I can do vehicle. Right, so if I just do vehicle make, it won't work. Okay, so what I'm saying is this dot make, right, or you can also say make, right, but it's going to confuse. Like when you say make equal make, the computer does not know, are you talking about this make or are you talking about this make? Okay, so in that case you can use this dot make. Okay, when you say this dot make, it's actually calling this make here, this model. Okay, to make it not more confusing, you can also say vehicle make, and here vehicle model. Okay, vehicle year. So now in here I can say vehicle make, vehicle model, and vehicle year. And then if I can just do this, that would work as well, right? So now I don't have to do this because this parameters are different from this one here. So now here I'm actually going to create an instance method. I'm going to say public void start, and it's going to say starting. Okay. All right. So now let's create vehicle constructor method. So in here, I'm actually going to create void main method in here. So I can call vehicle. I'm going to say vehicle1 equal new vehicle. Right. So if you can see here, right? As soon as I try to run this, like remember we did not have any parameter. We used to just do new whatever the class name and in parentheses. I mean versus parentheses without anything, right? And it's saying here when I try to run this, constructor vehicle and class vehicle cannot be applied to given types. Required string, string, and int. Okay, and here I'm not putting any arguments in here. So you actually with this constructor method, you're forcing users to actually. You can only create an object if you actually provide 3 parameters in here. So here now I'm going to create Ford, and in here Taurus, and 1992. Right? So every time you go to a hotel or you go somewhere, right? When you register your vehicle, you're going to need at least 3 parameters, right? So you can actually force the user to say, hey, you want to use this hotel, or you want to actually register this hotel. You're going to actually need your 3 parameters of your vehicle. You're going to have to provide your vehicle information. Okay, make, model, and year. All right. So now I can also call here v1.start because start is an instance method. So now if I run this, right, it's going to say starting. I'm starting. Okay. So that's how you can actually create a constructor method. Okay. So we went from all the way from creating a basic, simple constructor method here to we created the customer class with default constructor with no parameters in here. Then we actually created an object for that. Then we actually created a constructor method with 3 parameters, right? Then we're actually saying the customers to actually, you can only create an object if you have these 3 parameters, if you provide these 3 parameters. And we did that here. Alright, so that's it for this lecture. I hope you understood what constructor method is. Again, this is one of the very important methods, and you'll be using this all the time. So then you need to understand what constructor method is. Okay, so I hope you guys learned what constructor method is. If you're not, please repeat these lectures and videos, and also kind of play around with different examples until you fully understand what this constructor method is. Alright, that's it. I'll see you guys in our next lecture.
Hello and welcome back to screenblue.com.
In this lecture, we're going to talk about the other types of method called accessor or getter method. So what is accessor or getter method then? Well, accessor methods provides access to object instance variable. So when we created a make, model, and year in our class, those are kind of like instance variable, right? So we wanted to have access to that instance variable from an object. You could do that using getter method. The accessor method is used to return the value of a private field. It follows a naming scheme prefixing the word get to the start of the method. So when you have a method name called get, and then you know it's a getter method. It's also one of the important method that you're going to use all the time in your real-time projects. Also called as getter method, it's used to get the value from the private variables used in the object. For instance, I've got this automobile class in here, right? I've got these 3 variables, make, model, and year. So now what I did here is I created a constructor, automobile. Okay, I know it's a constructor because it's the same method name as the class name, and I've got this 3 parameter, make, model, and year, just like we did in our last lecture. And here I've got this getter methods. How do I know it's getter method? Because it has this get. So now here, what basically you're doing is like for each variables, you're actually trying to get the value of it. Here I've got public string get make. Okay, so I'm trying to get the value from this variable make. So I created this get methods, get make, and it's actually going to return, as you can see here, right? This is a return type string. You can see here, right? String, public string get make. So you're actually returning a string, right? So this is a method with return type string. So we're actually getting back this string value. So we're actually going to say public string get make, and you're returning the make. This is this object here. And same thing, public string get model, and you're going to return the model. So from here, I can call this method to get the value of this make model. And in here, get year, right? I've got this. This is also a getter method because it has this get in the front. And in here, you're actually creating a getter method with this return type int, because this variable here is an int data type. And now I'm returning year, which is this one right here. So you create a constructor with 3 parameters, and you got the getter method for all this variables in here, right? And I got this instance method start. It's actually going to start. So it's a system that I'm depending on starting, and you can do it in 1 line, or you can do it in multiple lines. It's up to you. Then I've got this other class here, accessor getter method, and the main class in here. Okay, and I got this object Toyota, right? So here what I did, automobile, and the object name is Toyota, and I said new automobile. And since, as you can see here, this class requires 3 parameters because it has this constructor that needs 3 parameters. That's why I need to put 3 parameters, make Toyota, RAV4 2015. And now, if I want to get the make, model, and year, as you can see here, right, in here, constructor method, I'm saying this make here, this dot make means this variable equals to this parameter, this dot model, this variable equals to this parameter in here, and this dot year equals to this parameter. So now if I do system.println car make is Toyota, right? This is my object dot get make. As you can see here, this is instance method as well, right? How do I know it's instance method? It does not have a static. Okay, so all the getters methods are the instance methods. Okay, so from here I can say Toyota get make, and it's going to give me Toyota. Okay, so Toyota.get model, it's going to give me RAV4. Toyota get year, it's going to give me 2015. So when I do Toyota to start, it's going to say starting. Right, so just like in here, car make is Toyota, car make is RAV4, car make is 2015, and it's starting. So that's actually the getter methods. You're actually getting the value. You're retrieving the value. The other method is setter method or mutator's method. Okay, so what is mutator's method then? Accessor, mutator method are the accessor methods that provide access to the object instance variable. Also, it provides you access to set the instance variable. The mutator method is used to set the value of a private field. It follows an scheme prefixing the word set to the start of the method name. So before on the getter method you have a get, right? And the setter method you actually have a set. To give you an example in here, I've got this string make model year. I've got this constructor method here with this 3 parameters make model year, right? And I did the same thing here. And so this dot make local variable equals to this one, this dot model equals to this one, this dot year equals to there, right? So I got this getter method here, get make, get model, get year, just like we learned earlier. And I've got this setter method here. So public void set make. Okay, so what I'm doing here is basically I'm trying to change the value. I wanted to actually change the value of the make, right? And you can do that using set make method here. And now when you're setting it, you're not returning anything, right? You're just changing the value, right? So that's why it has a return type void. Okay, so public void, and you're just changing the value, right? Set make, and you're actually changing whatever you want, right? So it has one parameter make, and this dot make equals to this dot whatever make equals to this parameter here make. So actually, if you want to change the make of the car, right? So then you can use this set make. And the same thing here, set model, and I'm going to have the parameter model in here, and this dot model is this variable equals to whatever the new model value. And same thing in set year, int year, this dot year equal year. So with this instance method start, same thing like before. So now I created a Toyota object in here. Sorry, this should be Toyota, and I said car, Toyota new car, just like we did before, right? Toyota RAV4 2015. And now if I do set make, right? So I call this set make, and here I'm actually going to change it to Toyota, right? So nothing really changing here. Now, and I do here set model, calling this one here, and I change it to RAV PreSV. Before here, right? So it has RAV4, and I'm now changing it to PreSV. And I set year equal to 2016. So before, right, when I created this object, I had this default parameter, Toyota RAV4 2015. With this set, I'm able to change the value. Well, I didn't change it here because PreSV is also a Toyota, right? So make is Toyota, and set model is PreSV. The model is changed from RAV4 to PreSV, and the year from 2015 to 2016, right? Now, if I do get methods in here, so when I do Toyota get make, it's going to give me Toyota, right? Get model, it's going to give me PreSV, and get year, it's going to give me 2016. So that's how you can actually, to start, you can actually get I'm starting. So that's how you can actually create a setter method. So we learned about how you can create a getter method. We also learned about how you can actually get the setter method. So actually, let's try to write some getter and setter methods on our own. So I'm actually going to go back to our IntelliJ in here. All right, and we're going to create a new class in here, and I'm going to call it automobile. And in here, we're going to create a variable string make, string model, oops, and int year. All right, So now here it's going to be constructor method with parameters. So I'm going to say public automobile. Okay, I know it's constructor because it has same name as the class name. And in here, actually, I want to require 3 parameters: string make, string model, int year. So here I'm actually going to say this dot make equal make this dot model equal model this dot year equal year. All right. So I got this constructor method, right? So here I'm actually going to create a getter methods. So here I'm actually going to do public string get make. Okay. So here I'm actually going to do return the make, right? So get make means get the value of this make, right? So I can do that using get method here. This is get methods. Okay. And the same thing with the model, get model, return model. Public, this is going to be int because the year variable is an int data type. So I'm going to say get year, return year. So that's actually the getter methods, right? So now I'm actually going to create the accessor, the man method here that's actually printing that one, the getter methods. So I'm going to say accessor getter method. So here I'm actually going to create static void main string and args, and in here I'm going to say automobile equal a1 new automobile. So here I'm going to say Ford Taurus 2015. Okay, I created the object in here. So now I'm going to say here system.out.println a1.get make. I'm going to copy this, just have some time. Okay, here. Oops, got model and here. Right? So if I do this, I'm actually going to get the Ford. This is from the get make. Get model Taurus, get year 15. So how do I get this, right? Because whenever, as soon as I create this object, right, automobile, so here you have this local variable, and I'm actually saying this make equals to this parameter, this model equals to this. So this variable is, I'm actually when I created a default constructor, I'm actually referencing this one to this parameters in here, right? This one goes to here. So when I do get make, so as soon as I create an object, this make becomes Ford, this becomes Taurus 2015. So this make becomes 2004, this model becomes Taurus 2015, right? And here you're actually getting the value from this string and int value. So that's how you can actually do getter methods, right? Now these getter methods are created all the time. As soon as you create an object, create a class and variables, you're gonna have to create getter methods. So now let's learn to try create some setter methods. I'm actually gonna create a car class in here. And to save some time here, I'm actually going to copy most of the stuff here and just paste it there. Okay, and here I'm going to change it to car. Right? So in here I've got this getter method, so let's create a setter method. Right? So now here I'm going to say public, and I know I got to put void, right? Here, and I'm getting a string value, but when you're setting it, you're not getting it, you're not returning anything, you're just setting it. Okay, so I'm going to say set make, and in here you're setting it to new value, right? And this make is kind of like a parameter, so I'm going to say this make again, or new make. So here I'm actually going to say make equal new make. So what I'm saying is this make equals to this new make. Okay, I can say this one here. This dot make equals to this new make. I'm actually gonna copy this, and here I'm gonna say model, and I'm gonna say new model, and here goes same thing, new model, and here it's gonna be model, and here it's gonna be year, and the parameter is you're actually changing the year, so it has to be int as well. I'm going to say new year, and here it's going to be new year. So this is going to be year. So you can see here I got this three setter method. Got this getter methods, right, that gets the value, and set means you want it to change to new value, right? Set. So here you're not actually returning anything, you're just changing the value, right? That's why it has the return type void. This one you're actually returning a string. When you do get make, you want a string value. Get model, you want to actually get a string value. This one here, you're gonna get the int value, right? Here you're just changing it, you're not getting anything. So now I'm actually gonna create a new class in here. I'm gonna say accessor setter method, and to save some time as well, I'm gonna copy this and here, and I'm actually gonna say instead of automobile, I'm gonna be car, and just make it C1, and here it's gonna be the same thing, car, and here I'm gonna say making Toyota, I'm gonna say RAV4 15. Okay, so C1, C1, C1. Okay, so if I just do this, right, I'm going to get Toyota RAV4 2015, right? So now if I set it, set to new value, right? So I'm actually going to do C1 set make. Okay, so I'm going to make it still Toyota. Okay, C1 set model. Okay, I'm going to make it to, let's say Prius V. C1 set year, make it 2016. So now if I call this one again, right, let's get the value again. Alright, so now let's do this. So you can see here, right, when I create an object, when I try to get make, I get Toyota RAV4 2015. So now I change the value to, the make was same here, to change the value to Prius V, right, and year 2016. So when I try to get the value again, so now it becomes Toyota Prius V and 2016. So here with get, right, I was getting the value, then I changed it with the set, then I get the value again, right? So that's the power of getter and setter methods. You can set to new values, right? Let's say you don't want to change the, let's say for instance, you don't want to change this make. So this is, this is a Toyota, you don't want to change the make. Then in that case, you just don't provide the setter method. So now if you go into the setter method in here, it's going to throw an error. When somebody wants to change that, set make, they don't have this method name. So you're basically saying that, hey, you cannot change the make. You can change the model and the year, but not the make, right? So you can get the make, but you cannot change it, right? So you're kind of you're actually protecting your variables. We're going to talk about that in our future classes, but I'm just giving you an example why the getter and setter methods are very important. So that's it for this lecture. We learned about what getter method is, or accessor method is. We learned about the setter method or imitator method is. And this methods, getter and setter methods, are going to be created all the time. So before I go, I also wanted to show you a very quick tips how you can actually create a getter and setter methods. So I'm actually going to delete this one here. So I've got this one, right? So what you can actually do is, you can see here, right? I've got string make and model. So if you right click in the IntelliJ, right? And you have this generate. Okay, this generate, so if you right click, you can have this generate option. So you click on that, then you can create a getter and setter method right here. So if I do getter and setter method, so let's say I want to create a getter and setter methods for all these three. So I select everything in here and see, boom, it creates the getter and setter methods for you, right? See, before I had to type it manually, now with this IntelliJ I was able to do this. Get model, set model, and sit here. So now you can just call those methods in here, right? So if I run this, it's gonna also work just like before. That's one of the very, very easy way to get getter and setter, but I also want you to understand what getter and setter method is before you use that option. Alright, that's it for this lecture. I will see you guys in our next lecture.
Hello and welcome back to SnowRunWith.com.
In this lecture, we're going to learn about variables. So what is variable, right? So variables are the memory locations which holds any data to be used by any program. That is kind of like the book definition of variables. So variables, in the very simplest term, basically saves the information for you. For instance, let's say you create a string variable called name, and the name equals John. This is a string. So you're saving the name of the person to a variable called name. And then the computer actually allocates that name of the person to one certain location. So that is called variables. So in Java, there are like local variables, instance variable, class variable, and constants. Now let's talk about the local variables. So what are local variables? Local variables are declared in methods, constructor, or blocks. So to give you an example here, I've got this class called local variables, and I've got this method here, right? You can see it's the instance method because it does not have a static in here. Public void get dog age. So you want to get the age of the dog, right? So I've created this instance method called get dog age. And now you can see here, I've got this age equals 0. Integer data type age equals 0. So that is the local variable because this variable is inside the method. And now what I did was I added 12, age plus 12, and now the dog age is going to be 12. So now if I have this main method, I can call local variables local equal new local variables, and if I do get dog age, I'm going to get the age of the dog. But I cannot access this age variable from this main method here because this age is the local variable. So now let's go to our IntelliJ and try to create a local variable here. I'm going to go back in here and create a local variable. So I'm going to call it local variable. So here I'm actually going to do void get dog age, and here, so let's also say here I'm going to actually get the age as a parameter, and here I'm actually going to call int dog age plus 12. Okay, and I'm actually going to do system.out.println. I'm going to say dog age is dog age. All right. So now let's create another static void main string args. So now in here, I'm actually going to do local variable, okay, L1 equal new local variable L1 dot dog age, and here I'm going to say 12, and let's just run this. And now it says here, I added 12 in here, and plus 12, it's going to give you 24. So now if I do L1.dogAge, so I don't have access to this variable because this variable here is inside this method. So this dog age is actually a local variable. So that is the local variable. These local variables are basically inside the methods. That is local variable. So now local variables are visible only within the declared method, constructor, or block. So if you create a variable inside the constructor, that's you can only play around with that inside that method. So what is instance variable then? Instance variable are declared in the class but outside a method, constructor, or any block. Instance variable are created when any object is created with the use of keyword new and destroyed when the object is destroyed. So when we created a getter and setter method, right, we did create a lot of instance variables. So now as soon as you create an object, your variable's instance variable you have access to. Okay, but when it's destroyed, right, when you destroy the object, means when the object is destroyed, you do not have access to that instance variable. Instance variable are visible for all method, constructor, and block in the class. So normally it's recommended to make those variables private. We're going to talk about that one in our future class, why we wanted to make those variables private. Instance variable can be accessed directly by calling the variable name inside the class. Okay, give you an example in here. I've got this employee class in here. I've got this public string name, okay, and this is a public variable, right? That is visible for any child class. Okay, and I got this private int variable that is visible for employee class only. And we're going to talk about this public and why we need that, right? So with this variable right here, those string name and age, they are both instance variable. Why it is an instance variable? Because it's outside the method, right? You can see here, I have a constructor method. I've got this set age, and I got this display play information. So those variables are outside the method, but inside the class though. And it does not have a static in here, right? That's why it's called instance variable. It does not have a static. It's just the variables in here. So your variable can be public and private, right? So when you have public variable, that is visible for any child class. So you can have access to this name variable in any child class. However, if you have this private variable, it's only accessible to this employee class. We're going to talk about this in our future classes. I'm just giving you an example. So I've got this constructor method. Okay, I know it's constructor because it has the same name as this class name, and it has one parameter. And I'm actually saying this dot name, which this instance variable equals to this parameter name here. And same thing in here. I'm actually going to set the age. I'm actually going to set the age, right? So here I'm actually going to say this dot age equal age. And then you know that set method does not have a return type. It has a void. And now this display information, it's going to say name is this name and age is this age. So now if I create this another class here, instance variable, and I have this main method here, and I created this object employee1 equal new employee. And since this constructor method requires the string parameter name, so I put a parameter here, Dan. So I can set age 29. So when I display employee information, I can get the name and age. So you can see here, right? Since I have this variable outside the method, see, I can call this name and age in this method here, right? You can see here, I was able to call this name and age in any method I like, right? If you had a local variable that is inside this method, I cannot call that variable in another method. Okay, with instance method, you can call in another method if that method is inside this class, though. Your method has to be inside this employee class. But if you have instance variable, you can call that variables. So that is instance variable. Now let's go back in here, and I'm going to create an instance variable real quick in here, and I'm going to call it instance variables. So now I'm actually going to minimize this in here, or actually I'm going to minimize my IntelliJ. I'm going to create an instance variable. I'm going to call string name private int age. So you don't have to do this. Okay, you can just call this. Let's just do this one because I don't want you guys to get confused. Just going to call you this. So this name and age are instance variable, and I'm going to create a constructor method here. Okay, so let's put one parameter in here, string name, and I'm going to say this dot name equal name. What I'm saying is this instance variable equals to this parameter in here. So now I'm going to set age, and I'm going to say void set age equal int age, and I'm going to say this dot age equal age. So here, this is the constructor method. So now I'm going to say display info. I'm going to say public void display info, and here I'm going to say system.out.println. I'm going to say name is name, system.out.println, age is age. So now, you can see here, since this name and age was an instance variable, I was able to call in this method, any method, right? Because this name and age are instance variable because they are outside the method. So now, if I create this static method here, so I'm going to call instance variables, and let's say I1 equal new instance variable. Since I have a default constructor with the method name, I'm going to say Dan, and I'm going to say I1.display information. So now if I do this, so here it says age is 0 because I have not set the age yet. Okay, so I'm actually going to do I1 set age equal 30, this is 31. So it's going to say the age is 31. And now also, let's say I1.age. All right, let's see what happens here. So here, right, when I said I1.age, since this was an instance variable, I was able to get the variable value. And also, I do println, I do A1.name, I'm also able to get the name. Let's say here, like I had another method here. Okay, I'm going to say public void set balance. Okay, I'm going to say double balance. I'm going to say here. So let's say I have a double account balance here. So if I want to actually call system.out.println, if I tried I1.account balance, right, it doesn't work. Right? If I run this, it's going to throw an error. It's going to say that variable account balance, Java cannot find symbol account balance. The reason why this is because this account balance right here is a local variable. Okay, it's not an instance variable. So you do not have access to this local variable. And the reason why it's local variable is because it's inside this method here. So that is pretty much about the instance variable. Hope you guys learn about what variable, local variable, and instance variable is. So in our next lecture, we're going to talk about the class variable and the constants. So that's it for this lecture. I will see you guys in our next lecture.
Hello and welcome back to SlearningBlue.com.
In this lecture, we're going to learn about class variables. In our previous lecture, we learned about the instance variable and the local variables, right? So in this lecture, we're going to learn about the class variable. What is class variable then? Class variable, also known as static variable. Static means it's not change, right? Static means constant, are declared with the static keyword in a class, but outside a method, constructor, or block. Okay, so what that means is just like an instance variable, class variable are also declared outside a class, outside a method, constructor, or a block. Static variable are rarely used in other being declared as constants. Constants are variables that are declared as public, private, final, and static. Constant variables never change from their initial value. Static variables are stored in the static memory. It's rare to use the static variables other than declared final and used as either public or private constants. Static variables are created when the program starts and is destroyed when the program stops. And the visibility is similar to instance variable. However, most static variables are declared public since they must be available for users of the class. Okay. To summarize that, static variables are kind of like a class variables. Okay, so you create them just like the instance variable outside the method, constructor, or a block. However, the major difference between the instance variable and the static variables are you can have millions of objects from the class, right? So if you have an instance variable, your instance variable would have millions of different values. However, a class variable is different. So you can only change one time, and that variable, that value is going to be same throughout the class. It means your class variable value would be same for millions of objects. Okay, so that's the difference between class and instance variable. Okay, so that's why you normally want to use this static variable if it's like a constant. So give an example in here. So I've got this class here, class variables, and I've got this name and address. Okay, I know this is a static variable because it has this word static, right? We learned in our method with the return types lecture where if you have a static, that means it's a static method, right? Just like that. If you have a static in your variables, that means that is the class variable. Okay, so I've got this name and address, right? So I've got another class here, static class variables. Okay, so in this main method here, what I did was I just changed it to class variables.name, right? So here, one the advantage of using class variable is that you do not have to create any objects. I just say class variables and .name because I've made this static and it's public. That means I can have access to this outside the class. Okay, so normally all the class variable are declared public. Okay, most of them are declared public. So now I have class variables.name equal John. So I changed it here, right? Then I also changed to address to this value, 1212 California, Richmond, VA. So now I can access that in class variables.name, class variables.address. So now they are both static. That's why I have access to them outside this class here. So I've got this different class from this class, right? The reason I have access to that without creating an object is because they are class variables or static variables. The one disadvantage, or I would say drawbacks of this class variables is because, let's say I created millions of objects, right? Okay, I created millions of objects for this class variables. Now, if I call that class variables.name, it's going to be John for all millions of objects, which might not work in your case, right? You wanted to have a different name for each object. Each object, let's say you have a student class and you created a millions object, right? That means you have millions of students, right? And millions of students have different names. In that case, you would not want to use class variables. You'd want to use instance variable, right? However, static variable or class variable are important if your variable value does not change, right, throughout the class. It's same throughout the class. So now if I run this, I'm going to get John, right, and this class variable that address, I'm going to be 1212 California Avenue, Richmond, VA. So here, as you can see here, the advantage of class variable is that I do not have to create an object, right? I can just call class variables.name, class variables.address. Next topic is constants. So constants are the variables that is permanent or immutable. Static variables are kind of like constants, right? But you can change the value, right? Once you change it, that value is going to be the same throughout the class unless someone changed it. So that value is like static throughout the class. However, the constant is kind of like a static variable. However, the constant's value does not change. You cannot change the constant value, and they're always written in uppercase. Okay, just to differentiate from other variables, constant are always written in uppercase and always denoted by final return type. So we learned about return type, right? What void, integer, string, and so on. So constant have this final return type. Give me an example in here. I've got this class constants, and here I've got this name, okay, public static string name, and I've got this public static final double, okay, pi equal 3.14, and you can see here this is a static variable, okay, it's in lowercase, right? I know this is the constant because it's in uppercase. You see here, this name of this variable is in uppercase, and it also has this final keyword. So now I have another class here, constant method. Now if I have this main method here, I did constant.name, okay, equal Dan. So I'm going to say constant.name, it's going to give me Dan. Okay, so now here I already declared this pi as 3.14. Then I can just say constant.pi, it's going to give me 3.14. So now if we try to change it here, constant.pi equal 3.12, the Java is going to throw an error because it's the constant and you have set it final. That means you cannot change it. Once you have a keyword final, that means you know that that's a constant. So now we learn what those constant and the class variable is. So now I'm actually going to create a class here. I'm going to call it static variables. Oops. Static variables. So in here, I'm actually going to create two static variable. I'm going to call it public static string. Okay, name public static string address. And let's just call it class, and I'm actually going to say class static variables method, and in here I'm going to do public static void main, and here args that, and in here I'm actually going to say static variables dot name equals, let's say Danny, and here so static variables dot address equals 1212 California Avenue, Richmond, PA 22601. So now if I do system out.println, so I'm going to do static variables dot name and system.out println static dot address. All right. So here you see that I got this static variables and I changed it here, right? So now my static variable name is Danny and my static variable that address is this 1212 California Avenue. Now let's change this one again to, let's say, John, and let's say 22. Let's make this Tyson's, and let's say make this one change to, let's say, 2. So now if you print this one out again, right? So now my here I've got this static variable name and address. Then I changed it to Danny and 1212 California Avenue. I got this one here. Now I changed this variable to John, right? So let's say some programmer wanted this name and address to be this one, but someone changed it, right? Now you're expecting this Danny. Now you got John, right? That's why it's very, very crucial, and you need to understand in order to use the static variables. Once you change it, right, it's going to override your previous value. That's why, you know, you would see a lot of people using instance variable. Okay, static variable, you use it in a meeting where, you know, you're gonna have the same value throughout the class. So that is kind of like a static variable. Let's see, let's try to do this one here. I'm gonna call this one static, and let's say double balance. So now if I do this, system.out.println, say if I'm gonna have that balance in here, and I'm going to say this balance equals 2.14, let's say 2500, and I'm going to say it static variable that balance, and you can see that I was able to get the balance as well. Okay, so you don't have to put public, but normally when you create a static variable, you'd see people using public, because that static variable is going to be the same throughout the class, right? Which means that, you know, if you're going to use static variables, you're expecting to use it throughout the program, okay? And that means you're going to have to put it public. So that is kind of like a static variable. So now let's actually create a constant here. I'm going to say constant, and here I'm actually going to create a public static string name, and I'm going to say public static. Okay, this constant always going to be public and static. Okay, so I'm going to say it double pi equal 3.1. So the pi value is always going to be 3.1 for blah blah blah, right? But let's say that it's going to be 3.1 for our whole application. So pi value doesn't change. So in that case, you can actually create a constant. So I know this is a constant because it is an uppercase, okay, and it has this final return type. So now if I create this method here, constant method, and I'm going to call public static void main string. All right, so here I'm actually going to do constants.name equal, let's say, Kevin. So now if I do constants.pi equal 3.12, let's see what happens here. So it says here that make pi not final. So when you have make it final, right? Once you have it final, you cannot change it. It's throwing an error here. So if I run this, it's gonna say you cannot assign a value to the final variable pi, right? So you cannot change it. I was able to change the name, right? It's just static, right? It means you can change it, but it's gonna override the value, and you can have the same value Kevin throughout the class unless you change it again, right? However, you cannot change this value pi, this variable pi, because it's the constant. So now if I print this, constants.name, and I'm going to say that constants.pi, and you can see that it's going to say Kevin and 3.14, right? So now public static, right? The constant would always have return type final. It will always be static. Okay, that means you can use throughout the class, and you can use whatever return type you want. Okay, so this pi is has a decimal, so I use double. It's going to be public because you're going to use that throughout the your application. That's it for this lecture. I will see you guys in our next lecture.
Hello and welcome back to StreamView.com.
In this lecture, we're going to learn about packages. This is also one of the very important topic in entire Java course. You're going to be creating a lot of packages. So what is packages in Java then? So the Java package is a group of similar type of classes, interfaces, and sub-packages. The package is kind of like your project folder. So it has similar type of classes, interfaces, and sub-packages. Packages in Java can be categorized into two forms: built-in package and user-defined package. So now there are many built-in packages such as Java, Lang, the AWT, JavaX, Swing.NET, and IOUtil, SQL, etc. Let's say you wanted to use some other people's methods, right? Some other people's classes. Then you're going to actually be working on other people's packages. Just like the Java has the built-in packages, right? For Swing, for JavaX, for SQL database, and so on. For IO, we're going to learn in our future classes. So you're going to be, you can use those built-in packages if you want to. But we're going to talk about the user-defined package. So what are the advantages of the package? Java package. Java package is used to categorize the classes and interfaces so that they can be easily maintained, right? So once you have a package, you can easily maintain the classes and interfaces. Also, the Java package provides access protection. Let's say you created the classes, right? This is in this package. Now, you want everyone in your company to use the classes, okay? But you can have those classes if those classes are inside the package. You cannot use the classes outside the package. You can have those kind of protection. The Java package removes naming collision. That means let's say I created two classes, employee, and I want to create another one, employee again. I cannot do that right now. With Java package, it allows you to do that. So you can have employee in package 1 and employee again in package 2. And you can use either employee classes if you want. So it kind of removes the naming collision as well. So now let's try to create the packages in here. So you can see here, I've got this package called com.seleniumguru.package1, and I've got this class here, animal, and I've got this static main method here, main, and I got this get name, static method as well. So it's just going to say animal name is whatever the name, and I just call this get name here. So now if you look into this one here, I've got this animal class again, right? Same thing. Everything is same. I just put different name. And I was able to do that because I'm using package in here. So this isn't package 1, this isn't package 2. You cannot have same class name in 2 classes with same class name in 1 package. Okay, you can have it in different, but you cannot have it same. So that is kind of like the advantage of the package. Let's try to create some classes in package now. So I'm actually going to go back in here and create the same class as in the PowerPoint. I'm going to create animal. So in here, I'm actually going to create a public static main method in here, static void main string args. All right, so here I'm actually going to do public void. Just going to create a static, so I don't have to create a method now. I'm just going to show you an example of the package. And in here, I'm going to say system.out.println animal name is, and also put this parameter in here, string parameter name, and I'm going to say name. All right, so now in here I'm going to call get name, and I'm going to say max. So it says animal name is max. And now let's try to create the same class in the source folder. See what happens. If I create animal, okay, it says I cannot create file. Animal.java already exists. File already exists. So here, as you can see, we could create an animal class. So now just copy this and try to create the same name here, saying that I had duplicate class animal. Right? So you've got duplicate class. It's called collision of classes. Right? So you cannot do that here. Right? So now, if you created a package, right? So we used to create Java class, right? Let's create a package. So it's kind of like a folder, right? So you can name anything you like, but normally how in real time it works is you probably put com dot. So you just do com dot and your company name, right? Let's say I'm going to put Selenium Grew, and let's your project. I'm going to say Java or Selenium, and that's it. Okay, so you just create a package in here, and now I can create a class in here. Okay, I'm going to call animal, right? And here I'm actually going to copy this, all right, and paste it there, right? So I've got the animal here, right? So let's just delete this. I'm going to create new package, and let's say com selenium guru dot selenium 2. Let's just make it selenium 2 now, right? So in here, let's just say I'm going to copy this and paste it there, and you see here now I can have duplicate classes, right? So it says animal name is Max. Let's make it Jackie. All right, so I've got the same class animal, right? And it did not throw an error because they are in different packages, right? So now in real time, you'd have kind of like this folder, and you'd have, you know, your interfaces, which we're going to talk about in the future classes. You're going to have all these packages, and you will have folders, and you'd have different classes. So that's the importance of the package, right? You're actually packaging it. As you can see here, this is my package here, com.seleniumgrew.selenium2. So you can see this animal is inside Selenium, and you can see if you go animal, it says com.seleniumgrew. So this is kind of like a main folder, and inside the Selenium, I've got this animal, right? So that's how actually this package works. That's it for this lecture. I hope you understood what this package means. Also, like I said, it's a very important topic. So actually, if you go in real time, you're going to work and create a lot of your classes inside the package. So in real time, you would not be creating a classes just like we did before. You're going to actually have to create a classes inside the package. So that's it for this lecture. I will see you guys in our next lecture.
Hello and welcome back to StringBlue.com.
In this lecture, we're going to learn about the string methods. So in our previous lecture, we learned about different types of variables. We also learned about the different types of methods and so on, right? So in this lecture, we're going to actually try to use different types of string methods, right? Commonly used string methods. So the Java Lang.string class provides many useful methods to perform operations and sequence of char values. So what that basically means is, right, when you create a string, you're actually you're using the string class, okay, which is the Java's default class, javalang.string. So the common string method is length, right? So we use this length method here that actually returns the length of string. So let's say you created a string variable called name equal John, right? You want to count the characters of the string. So you can do that using this length. It will give you the number of characters in the string. The format, right? So we learned about this string interpolation where you use this format. We did string.format, and we, instead of using a lot of plus concatenation, we use the string.format and we use string interpolation. And also the substring method here. So let's say you wanted to get the certain characters from the string. Okay, so you could do that using the substring. And here you use the index, right? So you wanted to get the string on that index. You could do that using this substring. And substring, you can also have this different parameter. You have begin index and end index. So you can get the string starting from this index to this ending with that index. So the other one is contains, right? So if you wanted to actually find out if your string contains certain character, you can use this contains as well. So it's going to return true or false after matching the sequence of the char value. The other one is equals. So if you want to compare two strings, right, so you can do that using this equals, and I think we've done that in our previous lecture. So equals ignore case, right? So this is another important string method that is used a lot in the real-time projects. So basically what this means is you want to compare another string, and you also want to ignore the uppercase or lowercase, right? You don't care if it's uppercase or lowercase, you just want to make sure your string matches, right? In that case, you could use equals ignore case. And the other one is empty. So if your string is empty, you want to find out if your string variable is empty, you can use this as empty. So here's the one example of how you could use different string methods. Okay, so I've got this string 1 here, and it has hello students, welcome to Java world, right? String concatenation. And string 2 is welcome, string 3 is empty. So if I do string 1.length, okay, it's gonna find me the length of the string here. So it has how many characters? It's gonna give me the number of characters in the string. If I do string 1.substring 1, it's gonna start from 0, 1. Okay, like you can see here, when I do string.length, it gave me 36. So if you count it 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and it also counts this space in here, it's gonna be 36 characters in the string. So when I do string 1.substring 1, so it started from 1, 0, 1, it's gonna give you all the string here, which it did here. So now starting with substring 6 and 13, so you're gonna do 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, right? And here, starting with 6 means this S is 6, and 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. So it ends with 13 index is this T here, right? So you're gonna get student, right? Because I'm saying starting with 6 and ends with 13, I want this string, right? You see here, starting 6, 13. So now this one here, string 1 that contains hello, right? So you're actually using this contains method here. So it's gonna say returns true if string 1 contains hello, and it says true because the string 1 contains hello. Now string 2 equals welcome, right? It says equals in here. And it says here returns true false if string 2 equals hello. And it says here false because you have uppercase W in here and lowercase w in here, right? Now if you do equals ignore case, right? Equals ignore case welcome. So now string 2 has a W as an uppercase, and this one here you're actually matching with lowercase. However, it says true because you're using this equals ignore case. Ignore case means ignore uppercase and lowercase. So now string 3 is empty, so you have nothing in here, it says true. So that is the kind of like a string methods. So now let's actually try to do some method in here in our IntelliJ. So I'm going to say string methods. Actually, it's a good idea to create a package now, right? So since we learn about this package, so I'm going to say some Selenium Guru, Selenium, I'm going to say Java. Okay, so I create this Selenium Java in here, and I'm going to create this one here, string methods. So in here, I'm actually going to do public static void main string args in here. I'm going to create a string variable 1, hello. I'm going to say students, welcome to Java world. So now let's make a space in here. And string 2 is welcome. And string 3 is null. Now if I do system.out.println, and I'm going to say string1 length. So if I do that here, it's going to give me length of this string. It says 36. So now if you count it 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36. So I got 36, right? Let's just get it here. So now if I do system.out.println, I'm going to say string1.substring. I'm going to start with 1, and it's going to give me from E, right? All this string here. So now I'm going to say run. It's going to give me the string after omitting H. So I did it here, and I'm going to do it again. System.out.println. I'm going to say string1.substring. Starting with 6 and ending with 13. It should give me student, just student. So 6th index is S and 13 index is T. That's what it gives me student. So now the other one here is string2 equals, let's just say contains first, contains hello. So if I do string1 contains hello, it's going to give me true because the string1 contains hello. Okay, so now if I do string2 equals welcome, so now it's going to say false because I have this uppercase here and this is lowercase, right? So, but if I do string2 equals ignore case welcome, means you don't care about the uppercase lowercase, you're ignoring the case sensitivity here, so it's going to say true. Then let's try, got the M in here, string3 is empty. You can see here, right? I don't have anything in here. It's going to say true. So if I do string4, just put like this with spaces in here. Just going to copy this and put 4 in here. And you can see here it says false because I have this white space is also like a character in here. It's not empty. It has a white space, which is also a character. That's some common methods of string. Let's go back to our presentation here. So there are also other common method here, concat. So it's basically concatenates to specified string. So if you add another string in here, it's going to add 2 strings. Replace. So you're going to replace one character with another one. You can do that using this replace. Okay, split. So you can split using the regular expression in here. We're going to talk about it in our future lecture. To lowercase, you want to return string into lowercase, you can use 2 lowercase. Want a string do uppercase, you can do 2 uppercase. So that's you can do it. You can use remove the space white spaces on the beginning and the ending spaces. You can do it using trim. You can return integer. You can convert the integer value to string using this dot value. So here's an example here. So I've got this string1 hello student, string2 welcome, string3 test, string4 Java, string5 with a lot of white spaces on the front and at the end. In total students 50, string6 A, B, C, D, E, D, F, G, H, I. So now with this, right, I got this another string count. Okay, so actually going to split this string here, string6, by white spaces. So now I can actually concat string1 dot concat string2. I can actually append this to strings using concat. dot concat append string 2 string 1 replace. So in the string 1 I want to replace E with A. I can do that using this dot replace and use your character in here. And I want to actually convert this to lowercase. I can do that here to lowercase, and string 4 to uppercase. You can do that as well. And I have a lot of white spaces in here. I can trim using dot trim. And also I have this integer. You're going to do this a lot, right? So it's kind of very helpful to understand how you can actually convert this integer value to string. So I have this total students, so I can get the value in string using string.value. And again, I can count the length, which is going to give you the length. Okay, so now you can also do each loop in here. So I've got this string count, right? So basically what you're doing here is I'm actually since string 6 has A, B, C, D, D, F, G, H, I, so I'm actually splitting it by white spaces, okay? Then I'm actually putting in an array, right? String this here, as you can see here, string count is an array. Then for I'm going to do for each loop, and I'm actually going to, for each string, print out that word, right? Okay, for each string inside this string count array, print out each string. So when you do that, you're gonna get, for this string1.concat string 2, you're going to get hello students welcome. For replacing E with A, you're going to get, as you can see here, it's just replaced E with A, hello students. And string 3 to lowercase, it was already lowercase, it's test. To uppercase, Java becomes all uppercase Java. And you string 5.trim, so it trimmed all the white spaces in the beginning and end of the string, just string. And you got the value of students here, total students 50, and here count, as you can see, string count.length, right? So this is an array, so I'm actually counting the length of the array, I mean elements in the array. So I've got 3 elements. So here I'm actually doing for loop, and I'm getting each word. So here I've got A, B, C, D, D, E, F, G, H, I. Let's do that in our IntelliJ. I'm actually going to create a new class in here, and I'm going to call it string method 2. Actually, let's do it inside this Java package in here. I'm going to say string method 2, and I'm actually going to copy this to make it a lot faster. Copy this whole thing and just paste it there. And here I'm actually going to do hello students only, and just going to do hello students welcome. String 3, it's going to be I'm going to put all uppercase. String 4, I'm going to put all lowercase. And string 5, I'm going to have a lot of white spaces. And string, a lot of little bit of white spaces at the back. And I'm going to do total students equal 50. I'm also going to have the string star 6 equal A, B, C, D, D, E, F, G, H, I. Alright, so I just put without this comma in here. And now I'm actually going to create an array. So I'm going to create string here, string.count. So I'm actually going to use the string6.split. And I'm going to split it actually with this here. So now first I'm actually going to do string1.concat string 2. Okay, and I'm also going to do string 1 dot replace. I'm actually going to replace E with A. Okay, let's see what happens. So I've got hello students welcome. So I'm actually adding those two. So it says hello students welcome. Then I'm actually replacing string 1 E with A. So it becomes hello students. So E is replaced by A. Right? So now the other one I'm actually going to do is I'm actually going to copy this and paste it there. So in here I'm actually going to do to lowercase, and here I'm actually going to do string 3, string 4 to uppercase. Alright, so let's see what happens now. It should be, see, this is all uppercase, it's going to be all lowercase, and this is all lowercase, it's going to be all uppercase. Okay, so now the next one here is I'm actually going to use trim. So I'm actually going to trim all this white spaces. You can see here, there's no more white spaces. So the other thing here is I'm actually going to be getting value of integer is total students. Okay, so what I'm saying is, like, this is the integer value. Put it in string, right? Convert it into a string. I can do that using string.value. And you can see here it did 50. And the other one here is system.out.println. And I'm actually gonna do let's count here. Let's just do print first. And it's gonna print this thing here. Oops. ln. Oh, it just gives you a class name. Okay, that's fine. I'm actually going to do string s and answer count. And in here, I'm actually going to do system.out.println, and the word is s. And so now let's see that. All right, so here, right? So what I'm actually doing is splitting it by space, right? So now you have A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I. I have 3 elements. Then what I did here is I'm actually doing a for loop, right? So I've got 3 elements, A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, and I'm actually doing a for each loop, right? And getting the each word, right? So here word, so the first one here, string S is ABC. It's going to say word ABC. The second iteration is DEF, so it's going to say word DEF, and so on. These are the most common string method that you're going to use in real time. So that's it for this lecture. I will see you guys in our next lecture.
Hello and welcome back to StringBoo.com.
In our previous lecture, we learned about the common string method. In this lecture, we're going to learn about the common integer methods that you're going to use in real time. Okay? So before I do that, I want to explain what the difference between int and integer is. So we've used int data type, right? So int is a primitive data type which stores the actual binary value for the integer you want to represent. Whereas integer is a Java class, and variables of integer stores references to the integer objects, just as with any other references. So basically what that means is int, a data type that we use, it's a primitive data type which actually stores the binary value. However, there's also an integer Java class, and variables of that integer Java class stores references to the integer object. Just like string object, the variables of integer stores references to the integer objects. So here are the common integer methods that you're going to use in real time. Okay, one of the first one is int value. It returns integer value of the integer class object. Double value. So if you have an integer and you want to actually convert it into a double value, you can use this method here, double value. And this is float value, returns the float value, and the parse int. Let's say you have a string, right? 212, something like that. If you want to actually return the integer value, right? Convert that string 212 into integer, you can use this parse int method. It's also used a lot now in the real time. The other one is compare, right? If you want to compare two numbers, then you can actually use compare. And the other one is equals, right? So just like the string, right? If you want to actually compare the integer, you can also do that with equals. For instance, here's an example here. I have integer A, B, C, D. So you can see here, right? Instead of int, I've got this class name in here, integer. This integer basically is different from int, right? Int is a primitive data type. This integer here, A, is the object of this integer class. So it's kind of like an object, right? So here I've said integer A equal 100, B equal 34, C equal 13, D equal 100. So now if I wanted to actually convert into int value, I can just say A.int value, B.int value, and so on, right? So it's going to return the integer value of A. B.double value, right? So if you want to return a double value, which means decimal, you can do that. Same thing with float value, right? You can convert into a float value, right? And the parse int, integer.parseInt. See here, I'm actually using this class integer, right, .parseInt. This parseInt is actually a static method, right? I do not have to create any object, I'm not using a.parseInt, I'm using integer.parseInt, right? So this parseInt is a static method. In here, the parameter is string, right? So if I want to convert this number, which was in string, to an integer, I can do parseInt. So let's say I want to compare two numbers, right? I can use this compare method, okay? It's a static method, integer.compare, and I've got this 100, right? This is the first number, and the second one is 100. It's going to return 0 if equal, right? The numbers are equal, it's going to return 0. If x is greater than y, then it's going to return 1. If x is less than y, it's going to return -1. So you can do that comparison between two numbers using this .compare. And the other one is equals, right? So if I want to compare two numbers, I can do equals. And here I've got e equals d, so I got 100 and 100, it's going to return true. And a.c, there are two different numbers, going to return false. So as you can see here, a.int value is 0, 100, and b.double value, it's giving me 34.0, and c.float value, and 13.0, and parseInt, so it gave me an integer, and compare, so 100 100 gives it's equal, so it returns 0, and x100 is greater than 90, greater than y, so it returns 1, and x, which is 90, is less than y, which is 100, is returned -1, and a.equals d, 100 100 equals, so it returns true, and a.equals c, it's false. So that is kind of like an integer methods, right? So let's go back to our IntelliJ here. I'm actually going to create a new class in here. So I'm going to create a new class. And in here, I'm actually going to create integer methods. In here, I'm actually going to create a static void main string arch. Okay. And in here, I'm going to do integer a equal 100, integer b equals 20, integer c equal 20, let's say 200, 2200, something like that. Integer d equal 100 again. And I'm going to do system.out.println. I'm going to do a.int value and system.int.println b.double value. And I'm just going to copy this to make it a lot faster. This is going to be c.float value. So then I'm actually going to do integer.parseInt. So here I want to say 2, 1, 3, 4, something like that. And here I want to actually compare two numbers. So I'm going to say 100 and 100. So it should return 0. Right? So then I'm actually going to do system.out.println integer.compare. I'm going to do 100 and 90. And copy this. And let's do 90. And that one is 100. And I'm going to do system.out.println a.equals d and println a.equals c. So if I do this, I'm going to get a.int value is 100, b.double value is 20.0, float value 2200.0, and parseInt 21334. When I this was a string and I've parsed it to integer, so now this is an integer 21334. Integer.compare 100 100 are equal, so it returns 0, and x is greater than y, so it returns 1. X is less than y, it returns -1. And a.equals d, they both are equal, so it returns true, and this returns false. Now let's try, I'm going to show you what the difference between int and integer is, right? When I say as do int, it's going to come in different color, right? Gray, purple color over there. I'm going to say int e equals, let's say 500, right? So now if I try to do system.out.println, so e dot, see, I don't have anything here. E doesn't have any method, it's just a data type. I can't do anything in here. Value, right? It's value. No, there's no methods. Okay, it's just a primitive data type. It's just a primitive data type, so you cannot use all this cool stuff. So I cannot do anything like that, right? It just says that this int is a data type. It does not have any methods. So if you want, so how would you choose if you want to use integer or int, right? So if you gonna, use different methods like int, double value, float value, parseInt, or something like that, I would, it's recommended to use this integer. So, but if you're using just int as like a data type, a number you save as a data type, then you can just use it. So that's it for this lecture. I hope you guys understood what are the common different methods of integer. Okay, there are also many different methods you can find online and try to play around with it. Okay, so that's it for this lecture. I will see you guys in our next lecture.
Hello and welcome back to ScreenBlue.com.
In this lecture, we're going to learn about the regular expressions. So what is regular expression? Okay, regular expression in short form called regex, or regexp for short, is a special text string for describing a search pattern. So let's say from the string you wanted to find out John, right? You want to find out the number of occurrences of O in the John string, right? In that case, you'd be using regular string, right? You're actually trying to search for the character O. So in that case, you're going to use a search pattern, which is called regular expression. Okay, the regex pattern or regular expression are normally described inside /. Wildcard notation such as .txt, right? So if you want to find .txt in Java, you're going to be writing like this. So you would have one for skipping this code, right? So you have a double quote, right? So you have to skip that, okay? Then that you would use that. Then you have to use this as a regular expression, and you're going to use star, means any files ending with .txt. So here, if you want to use the regular expression, how it works. So if you want to find some string that begins with certain thing, then you can use this caret. Ends, okay, with this $sign. Any character means dot. Match 0 or more times means star. Okay, and plus mismatch 1 or more times. With question mark means match 0 or 1 time. Alternative, grouping, and so on. So if you want to match only the word character, you're going to do /W. If you want to match only digit, you're going to do /D. So let's take an example here. I've got this regular text string. Okay, I've got this constant here, example underscore test, and it has this is my space small example. Okay, so now I've got this main method in here. So now I'm going to print out example test matches. Okay, if it matches, and with this regular expression here. So here my regular expression is W dot star. So W means any word character, and dot means star means after this word, right? Any word character, I don't care what it is, right? It doesn't matter, it's a space or a digit or anything. So now if I do that, it's going to return true because this example test has this word character, right? This is all this like characters, right? Spaces, characters, and so on. Okay, now here in this, I've created a string array and called split string, and I'm actually splitting by with this S. Okay, so S is only have white spaces. So if you want to actually, match by white spaces, then you're going to do the /S, and I have an additional // because I have this double quote, so I have to skip the double quote. That's why I've got this additional /. So what that does is it basically it's gonna put this one in one element, this one is 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 element. Okay, every white space. Okay, this is one string, so it's gonna split by white spaces. So now if you print the length of it, now then you're going to have 14. Okay, so now I'm going to do a for loop here to print each word, right? So I've got this split string here, right? So I'm actually going to do a for loop for each loop, right? So here, for each string inside the split string, I want to print out this string. So here, if you could see here, the first one here, example test matches any word, it says true, yes. And it says split string, example split regex, and split string dot length, right? So I got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So I got 5 elements, so it print you 5, right? Then I got for loop to print each word. So it's going to say this is my small example. Okay, so this should be 5. Okay, that's a typo in here. Then what I'm doing here at the end is I'm replacing all white spaces with tabs, right? So I'm doing here example underscore test dot replace all. So this is the method of a string, and this example test is a string, and in here it requires 2 regular expression here. So what I'm actually doing is I'm actually replacing all white space, right? So white spaces is /s, and I have additional /s because this is in double quote. I have to skip double quote, so I need to do one more /s. And the S plus means more than one white spaces, right? So there's more than white spaces. And now in replacement, I'm actually doing /t. Means that I'm actually going to do or replace that with a tab here. So now when I do that, it's actually putting in different tabs, right? So this, then there's a tab space, these, they have tab space my, tab space small, tab space example. So that is the regular expression. Now let's actually try and do go to IntelliJ and write some regex code. So I'm actually going to create a new class in here, regex class. So in here, I'm actually going to do public static void main string args. So now I'm going to actually create a static variable, so it has to be outside the method. So I'm going to call this as static final string. Also, this constant are always final, and you normally put it in public. Okay, and this is also a static. Your constant would always be static and final, right? Final means it does not change. Static means this is a variable that you can use throughout the class. You do not have to create any object. And public is that you can use it anywhere. So now I've got this here. I'm going to say this is my, and I'm actually going to say small example. So now I'm actually going to do system.out.println. I'm going to say string underscore test matches. So here, as you can see here, as soon as I do matches, so it says, Java says that, okay, you got to put regex in here, string regex, okay? That's the IntelliJ help there. So here, I'm actually going to do, so if I just do this, see what happens, right? So normally you got to do this, right? So what it says is illegal is skip character in string literal. So I'm actually going to do one more. So you have to actually skip this double quote. So I have to put one more, and this right here is the syntax for any word. So now, if I run this, and it's going to say false, right? Because after word, I've got a lot of spaces in here. So I got to do like that. Okay, it means word, and after that, I don't care. Dot means any character. This means star, any character here. So if I do this, it should say true now, and I'm actually going to create a array in here. So here, what I'm actually going to do is string test dot split. Okay, and in here, I'm actually going to do. Let's try to do it again like that. And here, it's again saying that illegal skip character. So I'm going to add one more. So now I'm actually going to print out the length. Split string dot length. Oops. So now run this, and it says 5. So you have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So now I'm actually going to do for each loop in here. I do for string s inside this split string array. Then in here I'm actually going to print. So let's try that. And you can see here it says this is my small example. So here I've got this s plus because I have more than white spaces. Let's just do this, see what happens. Without plus, and it still works. So now if I do system.out.println, I'm going to do string test.replace all. Okay, here I got to put a regex in here. I need 2 regex, right? So in here, I'm actually going to do like that. So now here, I'm actually replacing this space with tab. So right now you don't have much space, right? So with tab, you should have a little bit more space. So let's run this. Right, you see here, after this, it's a tab, 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 tab. Alright, so that's pretty much about the regular expression. You can learn by yourself, right? So basically what you need to understand is if you want to match any character, right, you're going to do dot star. Okay, so match beginning character you're gonna do this like that. So match ending character. I'm gonna do $. Right. That's it for this lecture. I hope you guys understood what a regular expression is and how you can use regular expression for your string method. We'll see you guys in our next lecture.
Hello and welcome back to StreamView.com.
In this lecture, we're going to learn about the object-oriented programming, also called as OOPS concept. And so what is OOPS, or object-oriented programming language? Object-oriented programming languages are organized around objects rather than actions and data rather than logic. And so before object-oriented programming, we used to have scripting language, right? Like such as Visual Basic and VisualBasic.net. Okay, and they focused more on actions and logic. However, with object-oriented programming, it's more focused on objects and data. So logical procedure that takes input data, processes it, and produces output data. So in object-oriented programming language, everything is an object, just like real world. Okay, so like I said before, scripting language, right, or functional programming language, they're more focused on actions, right, and they're more focused on logic. Right? That logic means that takes input data, processes it, and produces output data. However, object-oriented programming language is more focused on object, right? So with that means, let's say you create an object of like a vehicle, right, or an automobile, and you can create millions of objects from that class. So that's the advantage of object-oriented programming language. And there are a lot of different features of object-oriented programming. These are the benefits. So first one is encapsulation, okay, inheritance, polymorphism, overriding, abstraction, and interfaces. We're going to go one by one because this is one of the very important topic of the entire Java programming language. Okay, this is one of the features that made Java programming language the most popular and commonly used programming language. Now, so let's try to understand what encapsulation is then. Encapsulation is the process of packing up data and functions into a single unit. It's also an internal representation of an object hidden from outside. The variables of the class will be hidden from other classes and can be accessed only through the methods of their current classes. And it can be used in order to prevent modification of variables from object. Okay, so basically what that means is, right, remember when we created a car or automobile class, right, we had a lot of variables, right? In that variables we did not make it private, right? But the main idea of encapsulation is you make the variables private, right? And then you also create a getter and setter methods, right? And now the outside classes cannot change or directly change your variables, right? They can only do that using getters and setter methods. So if they have access to setter and getter method, they can be able to access as variables. So you're kind of encapsulating the variables here, the data. So encapsulation can be used in order to prevent modification of variable from objects. So what that means is, let's say you have this private variable, right, in your class, right? And if you do not provide a setter method, right, so now the user can only get the value from the variable. They cannot set it. They cannot change the variable, right? So that's the encapsulation. Like I said here, to achieve encapsulation in Java, you declare the variables of a class as private, then you provide public getter and setter methods to modify and view variables. So you cannot just directly change the variable, right? So let's say you have objects 100, right? Then on the object 100, you can set the variable, right? And for that variable, you can get the value of that variable. But for other object, you cannot change the variable value. Okay, so that's the benefit of encapsulation. You're actually, preventing users to change the variable value for all objects. So, for instance, here I've got this customer class here, right? Which is inside this package here, package 6, and I've got this 3 variables here, private variables, right? And these are instance variables. You should know that by now. So I've got name, ID number, and age. Okay, age is a number, so it's an int. And I'm creating a getter and setter methods here. Get age will give me the age value here. Get name will give me the name, and get ID number will give me the value of the ID number. Then I've got this setter methods here, set age, set name, and set ID. Now, so now this is the customer class that has private variables and have getter and setters. So now, and I have another method here, the static method here, and I'm actually creating an object from that customer class and say customer.1 new customer and customer1.set name here. So basically what I'm actually doing is I'm actually setting the value, setting the name of this customer1, right? So with this set method, I can only change the value for this customer1. I cannot change the value of customer2 or customer3 and so on, right? So you're kind of encapsulating your objects here. Okay, and you have also set age 25 and set ID num. And so when I do print ln, I can also get the name of the value, get age as well, and get the ID name if you would like. So when I do this, I'm actually going to get, so here I've got customer1.get name. Frank's age is, and it's going to get the age, which is 25. So that's kind of the example of encapsulation here. Basically what we did is we created the variables, right, as name, age, and ID num as private variables, right? Then we created a getter and setter method. Now, create an object, this object can only set and get the method. They cannot change the value for all the objects. They can only do that for that object. So now let's go to our RubyMine here, and I'm actually gonna create the encapsulation here. Let's say encapsulation, and here I'm actually gonna create a private variable string, private string name, private string ID num, private int age. So now I can create a getter and setter methods here. So the one way, easy way to do that, right, is you could actually right click and generate, okay? And you can also create getter and setter here. So if I do getter and setter here, it's going to ask me what getter and setters I'm going to do. So I'm actually going to select all three. So here, these are all getter and setter methods. Okay, so this is one of the benefit of using this IDE. So I could basically, you know, create this IntelliJ helped me to create getter and setter methods, so I can actually save some time. So I've got this private variable, right? Name, ID num, and age. So now I'm actually going to create here encapsulation method. So in here, I'm actually going to do public static void main string args. All right. So I'm here. I'm going to say encapsulation is going to be customer1 equal new. I'm going to say encapsulation. All right, and I'm going to say customer1 dot set name John. Customer1 set ID num like 2324 whatever. Customer1 dot set age equal it to 35. I'm going to say system1 print ln. I'm going to say customer. I'm just going to say this. This person's age with ID num. That okay is say D years old. Okay, so here I'm actually going to do string dot format because I'm doing string interpolations, right, which we learned in our previous lecture. So here I'm actually going to do customer1 dot get name, customer1 dot get ID num, customer1 dot get age. So now if I run this, see what happens. It's, oh, okay. I've missed one parenthesis. Let's run it again. And here it says John's ID number with ID num 2434 is 35 euros. Okay? Okay? Just going to say John with ID num is that. Okay, let's run it again. It's going to say John with ID number 234434 is 35 years old. Now let's give an example in here, right? So now if I do system.out.println, so if I try to get customer1.age, so if I just do this, it's going to throw an error, okay? Because I have this age variable, right? But it's private. So I cannot just get the age just like this. So let's say, for instance, I'm going to create another variable here, string address. Okay, just going to make that like that. And here, if I do system.out.println customer1.address. See, I have access to this address variable, right? So this one has an address variable, and I have access to that, right? So let's say here, I can change this address to something like 12341 California Avenue. Let's say Richmond, VA 2022. So, comment this. Right, so I'm able to actually change this address variable here, right? This address here, I've got this variable and I'm able to change it here and actually do whatever I want, right? But if I do private, right? So if I do private now, okay, I don't have access to this address now. I cannot change it. The only way I can change it is using setter and getter method. So that is the encapsulation. Means that's what encapsulation means. You cannot, once you make it private, you can't change or do anything, right? The only way you change it is you provide getter and setter methods. So that's how you could do encapsulation, right? You're preventing users to change the data. You provide them getter and setter methods and they could do whatever they want, right? If you, let's say for instance, if you don't want the ID num to, let's say this ID number, you don't want them to change it. So once it's set, it's immutable, it's not changeable, right? So now here, I can get the ID num, but I cannot change it. So in here now, so I cannot change it. You see here? It's gonna throw an error because I cannot change it, right? Right, so here, let's say that since that ID num is, I can only get it, let's also create the constructor here. And here, I'm actually gonna create string parameter and it's going to be ID, okay, and this dot ID num is going to be this ID. So now when you create encapsulation, you give an ID, right, like that, and when you do this, it's going to say John with ID number 214313 is 35 years old, right? So I cannot actually set the ID num here because I don't have that setter method. I can only get the ID num. But here, as you can see, once the ID number was set, right, with this constructor, I cannot change it. It's done. It's like your social security number if you're living in the United States, right, or your tax ID number, wherever your country you're living in. Once it's set, you cannot change it, right? That's the main idea behind encapsulation. You're actually protecting your data, right? You're not you don't want other people to just change it whenever they want it, right? You provide them setter and getter methods, and if you want them to just get it, right, not change the data, then you don't provide the setter method. So that's pretty much about encapsulation. Is, like I said, it's one of the important feature that is commonly used in Java, okay, to protect people from just changing the data on fly. So that's it for this lecture. I will see you guys in our next lecture.
Hello and welcome back to SlearnGuru.com. This lecture we're going to learn about inheritance. Okay, so you might be familiar with the word called inheritance, right? So basically, as a son or daughter, you can inherit the property from your parents, right? Simple as that. So what is inheritance in programming language? Well, inheritance programming language is basically a relation between two classes where a child class inherits all the features of its parent class. Okay, so being a child class, you can basically inherit all the features of the parent class. Okay, so methods from the parent can be overridden in the child, and the new logic can be added. Okay, let's say that your parent class have certain methods. Okay, so now you can create a child class and use the same method, but you can change the method's output. Right? So that's the benefit of the using inheritance, right? So you get all the properties from parents, but you can tweak the way you need it. Okay? So I'll give you an example of what inheritance is, right? In programming. So let's say you got the person class here, right? So person can be a student or employee or anything, right? So here I've got only, let's say I got two types of person, student and employee. Okay? So basically here, the student is a child class of person. Okay. Similarly, employee is also the child class of person. So here, person is like a super class. Okay. So now here, if you look at here, student, so you can have an IT student or you can have a science student, right? So similarly, your employee can be a teacher, it can be an HR or utility person, right? So here now your IT is child class of student, okay? Your science is child class of student. So here student is your superclass of IT. Student here is a superclass of science, okay? Similarly here, teacher is a child class of employee, and employee is the parent class or superclass of teacher. So HR is the child class of employee, employee is a parent class or superclass of HR. Utility is a child class of employee, and employee is the superclass or parent class of utility, right? And person is like the superclass of student or parent class of student. Person is also a parent or the superclass of employee. Okay, that's the diagram, like architecture of this diagram here. Okay, and as programming languages, person is an object, student is an object, employee is an object, IT is an object, science is everything is an object. Okay, so with the help of the benefit of object-oriented programming is basically you can use this inheritance feature. So now a student being the child class of person, you can inherit all the properties, all the methods of person class. Similarly, employee can also inherit all the properties and features of this person class. Similarly here, IT can get all the properties from a student. Okay, science can also inherit all the properties of a student. Teacher also inherits all the property of employee. HR also inherits all the property of employee. Utility also inherits all the properties of employee. Okay, so I'll give you an example here. Okay, so you can see here this box is a parent or a base class or a superclass. Okay, so here I've got this initialize method. Okay, I got instance variable width and height. Okay, which is equal to width and height equal age, which is height. I've got this instance method display underscore box underscore name. Okay, basically it prints out I'm box class. So you can see here this is the parent class or base class or superclass, whatever you want to name. Okay, now I'm going to create a child class here. Okay, so here I've got this small box. Okay, which is my child class, and you can see this what do you call that? Less than. Okay, syntax here. That means that you're actually inheriting this box parent class. Okay, small box with this sign here box means that you are actually small box is a child of this parent class box. Okay, so now I've got this method here print underscore area. So basically, let's say for the small box, the area is width underscore height. Simple as that. And it prints out area of the small boxes, whatever the area is. Okay. And also, let's say I've got another instance method display underscore price, and it's going to say my price is 1200. Okay, just giving you a very basic example here. And now I've got the other objects here, big box. Okay, which is also a child class of box. How do I know it's a child class? Because I've got this big box in it's less than a box. Okay, so the syntax here is means it inherits box. Okay, it's not less than. It's actually class big box inherits box class. Okay, so here this big box is also the inheriting the box parent class. So big box is a child class of this box parent class. And here I've got the constructor method with volume, width, and height. Okay, you see the difference here in the small box. I did not have it. However, in the big box, I've got volume, width, and height. Okay, so here basically you can see a box has its own constructor method, but I override that constructor method, creating my own constructor method for big box. Okay, and here I've got the volume addition. So in this print underscore area, okay, I'm actually creating an area. Let's say width, height, and volume. Okay, all right, and it says big box area is that. Okay, so I created a parent class and two child class. How do I know it's a child class? Because it has the symbol here, which means it inherits. Okay, it says this class inherits the parent class, which is box. Okay, so how do we create an object for that? Okay, so first I'm going to create an object called b1, and because when you create an object, you're going to do class.new, and here this box class requires two parameters, width and height. So 12, let's say I've got my width 12 and 15 as height. So when I do display box name here, it's going to say I'm box class, right? As simple as that. Okay, so now I'm going to create an object from this child class. I'm going to say b2 equals smallbox.new. Okay, so here I do not have initialize method, but this small box inherits big box, right? Inherits the big box. That means this small box, this is my child class, also requires two parameters, because small box is a child class of box, and this box, when you create an object, you require two parameters. That's why whenever you create an object, you're going to require 2 parameters here. So that's why it's got 12 and 15 here. So when I do b2._display_box_name, you can see here, this is the method of the parent class. I'm able to call it creating an object from this child class, right? The b2 is smallbox.new. So this is the object from this smallbox child class. However, I was able to call this method here. Okay, you see the benefit of creating a child class or using inheritance? So I can create like a basic parent class, and I could create n number of objects, and I could create a child class, and I can call that parent class method here. So here, I'm basically saying b2.displayBox_name. So here, I'm calling this method here, which is in the parent class. And it's going to say it's I'mBox class. It's going to display I'mBox class. The second one here, I'm going to say display_price. Okay, which is this one here, this method. This is also the method of this child class. It's going to say my price is 1200. And also, I'm going to b2_print_area. It's going to call this method. And it's going to say area of the small box is 180. Because your instance variable at area equal to at width, which is this instance variable, and height. So you provided that here. 12 times 15 is 180. Okay. So now I create another object here, b3, which is the object from this big box class. Okay. Bigbox.new. But you can see here, this big box object or the instance of this class requires 3 parameters. Why it requires only 2 and 3 here? So basically what this one is, you're overriding the constructor method here. Okay, when you create initialize in your child class, this one overrides the parent class. Okay, so here you're going to need 3 parameters. So here I've got 40, 24, and 30. So it's going to say I can, although I've got this big box and it requires 3 parameters, I can still call this method here, display_box_name. I do that, it's going to say I'mBox class. And I do b3.print_area. Okay, here it's going to say big box area is 28800. So 40 times 24 times 30 is this one. Okay, so basically I was able to create child class, 2 child class, create parent class, create an object for a parent class, create an object for each child class. However, with the object from the child class, I was able to call this method here, and I was able to use the instance variable as well, right? So with inheritance, you create a parent class or base class or superclass, then you create n number of child classes, and you can use the property or the instance variable from the parent class, okay? And you can also call the methods from the parent class, okay? So basically, you're inheriting all the properties, variables, methods, okay? So if you're a child, you have access to all your properties and the methods from the base class or the parent class, okay? So we're going to go through some examples and be more clear.
Hello and welcome back to StudentView.com.
So now we're going on with a couple of examples that I've showed you here, and it's going to be more clear. So let's go back to our IntelliJ here, and here I'm actually going to create a new package. We're going to call it inheritance. Okay, and in inheritance, I'm going to create all those classes. All right, so first I'm actually going to create the person class in here. All right, so since we learned about encapsulation, let's do encapsulate our variables in here. Okay, private string name, private int age. Okay, and let's generate getter and setters using IntelliJ to save some time. So I've got this person class here, which has all this getter and setter methods, and these 2 variables which I've encapsulated, calling them private. Okay, with getter and setters and private, now you have encapsulated that this class in here and the variables. Right. So now I'm actually going to create a new class in here. I'm actually going to do, let's say, employee now. And in here, I'm actually going to do public string. And I'm actually going to get SSN. Actually going to create here private string SSN. Let's also create getters and setters in here. Generate getter and setters. So now I'm actually going to create another class in here. So I'm going to say public class inheritance example. And here I'm actually going to create static void main string args. So here now I'm actually going to create this employee. Let's just actually create person first. Create person object. So here I'm actually going to do person1 equal new person. Okay, person1 dot, okay, get name. Alright, actually we're going to set name first. So we're going to actually make it Pam. Okay, person1 dot set age equal, let's say 32, and person1 dot set, I think that's pretty much it. So let's say system.out println. I'm actually going to do age using string interpolations, which you learned. Here I'm going to do person.1.getName and person1.getAge that. Okay, so now let's run this. So I'm going to say Pam's age is 32, right? So now I got this employee class here, which actually inherits this person, right? So basically, this employee is a child class of persons since it extends this parent class person. So now let's create the employee object. Okay, I'm going to call employee1 equal new employee. All right, employee1 dot. Okay, I'm actually going to do set name here, Stacy, and employee1 set age equal 28. I'm actually also going to do set SSN equals 423312. So actually I'm going to print the value. So here Stacy, but which SSN is with SSN, I'm going to say with SSN age is like that. So in here I'm actually going to do employee1 dot get SSN. So change this to employee1. Okay, and same thing in here. And here it says Stacy's with SSN 842321314 is age 28, right? So here, what I'm trying to actually explain here is this employee only has get SSN and set SSN, right? However, when I create an object from this employee class, I was able to use this name and age, right? That's the power of inheritance. This employee does not have those methods. However, I'm able to use it because I'm the child class. And how do you make it child class? You extend to the parent class. Okay, which my parent class is person, okay, which has this the set name, get name properties, right? So I was able to do get name, get SSN, set name, set age, and so on because this employee is a child class of this parent class person. That's the power of inheritance. Okay, now let's do another example here so it'll make it more easier. So we're going to create a box class in here. So in here I'm actually going to follow the encapsulation. I'm going to do private int length private int width. Okay, let's create a constructor in here. Click box. I'm actually going to create a constructor in here, public box. So in here I'm actually want int length, just going to do int L, int W. Alright, so I'm going to say this dot length equal L, this dot width equal W. Okay, so that's a constructor in here. So I'm basically saying this variable here, private variable equals to this parameter. This private variable equals to this parameter in here. So now I'm actually gonna display box name. It's basically gonna say box name. It's just gonna say I am parent box class. We get this box name here, right? So now we're gonna create the small box. I'm actually gonna create a new class and I'm gonna do small box. And in here, what I'm actually gonna do is extends the box, right? Because the small box is the child of this parent class box, right? So I'm actually extending. As soon as it says that, it's saying, since the box has the constructor, it's saying that the small box does not have a constructor, right? So here, see that I've got this box constructor here, and now it's saying that you need to have a constructor as well. Okay, now let's do that. I'm going to say public small box, and in here, that, and I'm also going to say int L and W. All right, and I'm actually going to create this variable here as well, private L and private int width, sorry, int length, and here I'm actually going to do this dot length equal L, this dot width equal W. All right. So now, but here, however, let's see here, it's still saying there's no default constructor, right? Since I'm actually extending the box, I also need to say, okay, this small box also default constructor goes to that box. So I'm actually going to do LW. Okay, so what I'm basically saying here is, since the small box extend this box, right, it has this constructor, right? So I'm saying that, okay, this, whatever the constructor was in this box, it also applies here with this one here. Okay, also now here I'm saying this dot length equals to L, this dot width equal W. So I'm basically saying that since this box needs the constructor to create an object, use that constructor of the box as well. That's what it's doing here. Otherwise, you have to create a constructor for box here. Instead of creating a constructor of box, you're just saying whatever the constructor of box is, use the same thing. Okay, so now you do that using super, and your parameter here at L is length and width. So now I'm actually going to copy this box name here, and it's going to say I am small box. Okay, and also let's print the area. And here I'm actually going to say public void print area. Here, and I'm going to say system.out.print ln. I'm actually going to say area is, and I'm going to say here double area, okay, equals length times width. So this will give me an area as well, right? This will give me the box, a small box. This is going to give me the area. So now I'm actually going to create a big box in here, big box, and I'm actually going to extend that box in here. So now, as you can see, I'm actually going to copy most of the items from here. So in here, I'm actually going to do private int height. And in here, I'm actually going to do int h. And in here, I'm actually going to do int height equal h. Okay, and here, I'm actually going to change to big blocks. All right, so here, I got to call this constructor, right? Super LW, which means like, okay, use the constructor, same constructor for this box. Okay, and here, I got this dot length variable, it's just variable equal to L, this dot width equal weight, and this dot height equal h. And I got the print area, which is actually going to print length, width, and height, and it's going to say I'm a small box name. So now if I just undo this, right, let's actually comment this code here, see what happens, and I'm actually going to create. Now I got the big box child class which extends this parent class box. I got the small box child class that extend this parent class box, right? I got this print area, okay, method which actually going to give me length and width. It says display box name. It's going to say I'm small box class. I got this box parent class here which has this default constructor, and it's going to say display box name, and it says I'm parent box class. And on the big box I have only print area, right? I commented this code here for now. So I'm actually going to create a new class in here. I'm actually going to say inheritance example 2. Alright, so in here I'm actually going to do public static void main string args. And in here I'm actually going to do first call box. Let's say box 1 new box, and box 1 dot display box name. And you can see here this box requires 2 parameters. I'm also going to do 12 12. If I run this, you can see here it says I'm parent box class. Okay, I'm going to copy this, and I'm going to say small box. Here I'm actually going to do small box. This is going to make it box 2, and in here let's make it small box. Alright, let's make it 12 and 13, and in here it's going to make it box 2 and box 2 dot print area. Okay, now if I run this, it's going to say I'm a small box class and area is 156. Now actually let's call the big box. I'm actually copying that, and in here small I'm actually going to make it big. And in here I'm actually also going to make it big, and this is going to be box 3. It says throwing an error because big box needs 3 parameters. I'm actually going to do a 12 13 14 and say big box 3 3, right? You can see here, right, this big box does not have this display box name. I actually commented that code, right? However, if you look into this method here, I'm able to call display box name because big box actually is the child of the parent class box. Okay, now let's run this. And see, it says here still I'm parent box class. It says display box name. It goes to this box and calls this method here, right? And it's also printed with the area. Alright. So now, but if I just uncommented this code, I forgot to actually make it here. It's saying I'm small box. I'm actually going to say I'm big box class. So now if I run this, it should say I'm big box class. You see here, right? So display box name parent class has this display box name method. I used the same method, but I overrid it, saying I'm small box class, right? And I got this print area in here. And now with this box 3 here, I've got this display box name, which is the same as the parent class, but I overrid it saying I'm big box class, and it does that here. And I also print the area. So that's pretty much about the inheritance. I know it's a little confusing, but once you play around with a couple of examples, it's really a piece of cake. Okay, and it has so many advantages, right? So let's say you can have a parent class with certain methods, and you don't, for your child classes, you don't have to create those methods. You just extend. Just inherit the parent class. Alright, so that's it for this lecture. I will see you guys in our next lecture.
Hello and welcome back to StudentBlue.com.
In this lecture, we're going to learn about polymorphism. So what is polymorphism then? Polymorphism derives from the Greek word poly, meaning much or many forms of set. Poly means you got many forms of set, right? So it's derived from the Greek word. Polymorphism in programming refers to the ability to use same methods in different types, or different ways for different objects or different types. However, in polymorphism in programming, it kind of takes the concept of poly, means you can use same methods in different ways. For instance, I've got this vehicle parent class here. Okay, that's kind of also a view of inheritance. You can see here, I've got this vehicle class. It has start and stop. Now, SUV, semi, and motorbike are the child class of vehicle, right? They also have the start and stop, right? All these classes have start and stop. However, they operate differently than vehicle, right? So you've got the same method name, right? Stop, start, start, stop, but they operate differently, right? They come in different forms, right? And it's kind of like polymorphism in programming language. So now let's see how we can do it. So let's say here I've got this vehicle class and I've got these three variables, right? We're using encapsulation. Okay, we're doing good here. Trying to use the features of object-oriented programming language. I've got this constructor here, which requires make, model, and year, and I'm initiating, assigning this private variables to this parameters here. And I got this getter methods, and you already learned about the getter and setter methods. And I got the start and stop here. So it says starting and stop, right? That's the vehicle class. So now I've got this child class SUV, right? Which inherits the parent class vehicle, right? And now here, as you can see, I've got this constructor here. And since it's the same parameter, I can also say, okay, this make, model, and year, just like, the parent class vehicle. And now I've got this start and stop here. Now you can see here, I've got this start method here, and it's kind of printing starting SUV vehicle. As you can see here, right? In my vehicle class, it would just say starting. However, in the start method here, it says that starting SUV vehicle, right? With make, model, and year. It's going to give me make, model, and year. Same thing stopping. It's going to give me make, model, and year, right? So you're kind of doing the polymorphism here, right? You use the same method, but your output is different, right? It's coming in different forms, right? The output is different from the parent method, okay? Same thing with the semi, okay? The semi extends vehicle here, and it's got the constructor, just like the parent class here. So you do super, and you provide all these parameters, make, model, and year. And I've got the start and stop, and as you can see here, it's saying starting semi vehicle, right? Before it was SUV, and right now it's a semi, right? So based on your class, you can actually use the same method but have different outputs. So now I create another class here, motorbike, right? It's a motorbike is also a vehicle, and it's also a child class of vehicle, parent class, and same thing as start, stop, right? So I got this starting motorbike, right? So the output here, again, it's different. Now if you create the main class here, static void main method inside this polymorphism class here, so first I create an SUV object. Like I said, SUV Toyota equal new SUV, and since this SUV requires 3 parameters, I put a Toyota RAV4 2015. Then I'm actually printing the break line here, and it's going to say I'm actually calling start and stop. Then I create a semi object here, and I said semi Volvo new semi, and I put the 3 parameters in here, and I said start and stop. And same thing with motorbike, right? Harley equal new motorbike, and I provide the make, model, and year of the motorbike, and said start and stop. So now you can see here, right? This is this break line here, and it says starting SUV vehicle, make Toyota, model RAV4 year 2015. Stopping SUV vehicle, make Toyota, model RAV4 2015. And now create semi object here, starting semi vehicle, make Volvo, DML, year 2015. Stopping semi vehicle, same thing with motorbike. So you can see here, I'm using the same method, right? So I do not have the start, I have the same start and stop method, just like the parent class, right? However, the output or implementation is different, right? So you're using the same start and stop, right? You're using the same start and stop, you're using the same start and stop, but it has different implementations, right? That is, in a nutshell, called polymorphism. All right. So now you understood what polymorphism is. Let's try to go to our IntelliJ here and create some classes that actually uses the polymorphism. So I'm actually going to create a package here. I'm going to call it polymorphism. So here, first I'm actually going to create the vehicle class in here. So here I'm actually going to create private variables. Okay, we're going to use the encapsulation feature here. Let's say private string make and private string model and private int year. Right? So then I'm actually gonna use this IntelliJ shortcut and do getters and setters. So I get 3. So I got all the getter and setter methods here. And this is actually what you do in real time as well. And that's just like you do in real-time projects. So you create getter and setter methods. And if you have any other method in this class, then you create them here. So here I'm actually going to create an instance method here. I'm going to say start. And basically it's just going to say system.out.ln starting. Okay, I'm going to say public void stop. Say system.out.println stopping. Right, so I got the start and stop method. Okay, I'm going to call them instance method in comment here. Right, and that's what you do in real-time project as well, right? You create a class, you create a variables, private variables, then you create getters and setter methods. So now I've got this vehicle class. Right now, let's create the SUV class in here. And I'm actually going to do here extends the vehicle, right? So in here, I'm actually going to do public SUV, and here I'm actually going to do the same thing. String make model int year. Oops, and I also forgot to create a constructor in here as well. Bad. So normally you would create a constructor after creating a variable. So I'm going to call vehicle, let's say string make model int year, and in here I'm actually going to do this dot make equal make, this dot model equal model, this dot year equal year. Okay, so basically what you're doing is you're actually assigning this private variables to this parameter here, right? So whenever you create a new object, whatever the make is going to be assigned to this variable, right? So now it's going to throw an error saying that okay, there's no default constructor in this vehicle blah blah class. So I'm actually going to do super, and in here I'm actually going to do make model and year. That should be it. In here I'm actually going to create a start method, and here I'm actually going to call void start, and in here I'm going to say now end string.format. In here I'm going to say, so that's for the make, okay, and I'm just going to do model, also integer is year, okay, let's say like that, and in here I'm going to say make model and year. Alright, and now as you can see here, it's kind of throwing an error, right? Because I don't have make model and year. So the way you could actually do is use the get method here. Okay, so I'm actually going to do get make, okay, get model and get year. There we go. Bingo. Since I actually inheriting this parent class, I can also call this get make model and get year, which is inside the vehicle class. That's how that's what I have in the start method. And now let's call this stop method here. Just gonna call stop, and here I do stop, and here I do stopping. All right, so I got this SUV now, right? So I'm actually going to copy this. It's a lot faster for me. So I'm going to do semi. And in here, as you can see, as soon as I copy this and I renamed it, so what I did basically was, okay, I'm going to show you again when I do the motorbike. So basically, what I did here, I just copied and copied and pasted here, and I refactored the name, and now it automatically changes the constructor name to semi as well. So now this is good. So here I'm actually going to do, yep, that should be good as well, right? So in here, I'm going to have make model and year starting, make model and stopping. So I can actually use this one. So in here, I'm actually going to see what I did here is like I'm going to actually copy this. So you can do right click and copy. Then you go to this package and paste. And in here, I'm actually going to make it motorbike. Alright, so you can see here, it automatically changed that name of the constructor with this class name here. And it's also extending the vehicle, and it has start and stopping. Alright, so now I'm actually going to create a new class in here. I'm going to call it polymorphism method. Okay, which has all this object in here. Public static void main string args. Alright, so first I'm actually going to create a vehicle. Create object from parent class. Okay, so I'm going to say vehicle v1 equal new vehicle. And you can see here it has parameters. I'm actually going to say, let's say for F150, it's 2012. Let's say V1 start. So now I'm going to say create SUV object here. So I'm just going to say SUV V2 new SUV. So here I'm actually going to say Toyota RAV4 2016 V2 start V2 stop. Copy this, and here I'm actually going to create a semi, and here change to semi, and here I'm actually going to change semi and make it V3 V3 V3. Alright, so here I'm actually going to change the semi name to actually Volvo. Okay, then I'm going to actually make it VML. Let's say 2010. Alright, so that should be the semi. Let's create now a motorbike object here. Motorbike. So let's make it V4. And let's say motorbike. And here, call motorbike. And here I'm going to say Harley. And here I'm going to say Samsung. And here let's say 13. So now I'm going to say V4 stop. And I want to separate this output here. So what I'm actually going to do is actually going to string with this dash hyphen in there. So it's going to separate the output. So that's that, and that's that. Alright, so now we created an object from this parent class. We created an object for this SUV, created an object from this semi, and created a motorbike object from this, V4 from this motorbike object. And they have the same method here, V1 start and V1 stop. Right? From the parent class all the way to 3 child classes. Right? So now let's run this guy here. Let's see here. First one, right? V1.start. It says starting. And second says stopping. So now create an SUV object here. V2 it says Toyota RAV4 2016 starting. Toyota RAV4 2016 stopping. Semi. Volvo VML 2010 starting. S1 stopping. V4 Harley Samsung starting, stopping. You see here, it got the same stop method, but it has a different implementation. You see? That is called polymorphism. It got the same method name, but it has different implementation. It has many forms, right? That is called polymorphism in programming language, or Java programming language. Alright, so that's it for this lecture. I will see you guys in our next lecture.
Hello and welcome back to ScreenBlue.com.
In this lecture, we're going to learn about overriding. So what is an overriding? So overriding is the ability to define a behavior that is specific to the subclass type, which means subclass can implement a parent class method based on its requirement. Overriding means to override the functionality of an existing method. Overriding is normally done during inheritance, where the parent class and subclass may have the same method name and needs to be overridden based on the requirement. Now, if you read all these points, right, it's kind of similar like to polymorphism, right? So there's a lot of debate going on in Java right now. Some people say that overriding and overloading, which we're going to talk about next lecture, are the forms of polymorphism, which, some people argue about it. They're saying that overriding and overloading are different from polymorphism. In my opinion, I think they are a little bit different, because the polymorphism is actually you are overriding the methods at runtime, right? So your Java does not know if you're actually overriding the method until and unless you actually call the method, right? Then what happens is Java looks into the method, either class name, either child or the parent method. Based on the requirement, it picks up which method to run at the runtime. Okay, that's polymorphism. Overriding means you basically know that, okay, I wanted to override this method. That's my opinion, right? Like I said, some people argue that overriding and overloading are the forms of polymorphism, and it kind of makes sense as well. Anyway, I'll give you an example of overriding here. Okay, so as you can see here, I've got the animal class in here, It's a very simple, very simple example of overriding. So I've got this talk method here, right? Basically, it just prints out animal can talk, right? And I've got the same another class in here, okay? The child class dog, which extends animal, right? So this is a child class, which means that you have to use this extends keyword, and the parent class here is animal. And I've got this talk method here as well, right? So now, if you create another method here and you create an object, right? So I got here animal1 equal new animal, which is my parent class, and animal2 equal new dog. So it's actually you're referencing to the dog in here. So if I do animal1.talk, right? So it's going to run method from the animal class. And if you do animal2.talk, it's actually running method from the dog class. Now, as you can see here, I did not do dog here and I created dog2 object here, right? What I did here on the parent class here, I said animal, and animal2 equal new dog. You see here, animal references but with dog object. This animal references with the animal new animal object. Here, animal2 is actually referencing with the dog object. So when I do .talk, it actually runs the method from the animal class. When I said animal2.talk, it actually runs method from the dog class. So basically, you're overriding this talk method here, right? So you have a talk in your parent class and child class, and you're actually overriding that. So when I run that code here, it's going to say animal can talk, and the second one says dog can talk. So basically, you have the same method, right? But based on the requirement, you're actually running the method that you like, right? Based on the requirement. That is called overriding. So now let's go into our IntelliJ in here. And since we know what package is, and let's try to be more professional here. And let's create overriding package. And in here, I'm actually going to create an animal class. And in here, I'm actually going to create the class, public void talk. So let's say here, animal can talk. So now let's create another child class in here. I'm going to say dog, and then click OK. So in here, I'm actually going to do extends and animal. All right. So in here, I'm actually going to do create a method public void talk. Okay, and here I'm actually going to do system.println dog can talk. Okay, so as you can see here, right? As soon as I do that, it's saying that here overrides method, right? So basically, IntelliJ is very smart enough to know that okay, you've got this talk method in your animal parent class, and you're trying to do the talk method again. That method is override. It says overrides method in the animal class, right? So it already knows that. Okay, overrides method here. Okay, so now let's create another simple class in here that actually creates the object. Okay. So now let's actually create another class in here that actually creates an object from this dog and animal class. So I'm actually going to say here overriding method. So I'm going to create a public static void main string args. And in here, I'm actually going to do animal1 equal new animal. All right. So basically this animal1 references to animal class. I'm going to actually do animal1, right? Since the dog is also the child class of animal, I can actually use this animal in here and reference to the dog object here. Okay, references to dog class. All right. So if I do animal1 dot talk, animal2 dot talk. Okay, let's also do dog animal3 equal new dog here. So now I'm going to say animal3 dot talk. So if I run this, it's going to say animal can talk, dog can talk, dog can talk, right? So and this animal3 here, right? So basically what you're doing is you're actually using polymorphism, right? Basically you're calling this talk method here, which is kind of like overriding, but it's a little different, right? Because you know that you're going to use this talk method from this dog class, right? So I'm actually saying, okay, dog class, create an object from this dog class, but reference, right? So I'm here actually saying, okay, create an object from this dog class. So now here, I already know that I'm actually going to use this talk method from dog class. However, if you go into here, right, animal2 equal new dog, so I'm actually creating an animal class, and I said new dog. When I do talk, actually what happens in real time is actually it overrides this talk method, right? So that is called overriding. Also is one of the very, very important feature that you'll be using all the time in your professional Java programming life. So that's it for this lecture. I'll see you guys in our next lecture.
Hello and welcome back to StreamView.com.
In our previous lecture, we learned about overriding. Okay, so in this lecture, we're going to learn about overloading. So overloading is also one of the important features of Java programming language. So what is overloading? So overloading is the ability to define a behavior that is specific to a subclass type, which means a subclass can implement a parent class method based on its requirement. So just like the overriding, right? Overloading would have the same method name, and you can have parent class with the method name and the child class with the same method name. Overloading allows different methods to have the same name but different signatures, where signature can differ by number of input parameters or type of input parameters or both. Basically, it's similar to overriding, but with overloading, you can have different parameters, right? In overriding, you can have the same method name, but your parameters should be the same. Overloading allows you to have different parameters, right? It even allows you to have different type of input parameters. Overloading is normally done during inheritance, where the parent class and subclass may have the same method name, but with different parameters or input type, and needs to be overloaded based on the requirement. So your parent class could have method A, right? And your child class could have method A with different parameters. Let's say it requires two int parameters, integer A, integer B. Now your child class C could have three parameters, integer A, integer B, integer C, right? So now when you create an object, when you call integer C, you can actually call a method with three parameters, right? So based on the requirement, you can actually call any method, right? Since the method is the name is same, and you have different parameters, you can call whatever the method name with different parameters you want. The main advantage of overloading is that you don't have to create multiple methods for the same functionality if the functionality requires different parameters or input types. What that basically means is, let's say you have add method, right? An add method, you can actually add two integers, you can add two double values, you can add two floating values, and so on, right? So in that case, right, if you start creating methods for each different data type, you're going to have like 100 methods, right? And that's very confusing for other people, right? For the other programmers, because they don't know which methods to use, right? So let's say you create a method name for each integer. Let's say, okay, this is an int add, this is a double add, this is a floating add, and so on, right? So if you have n number of names, your code is going to be very, very long, and also your the other people would be confused which method to use for their functionality. In that case, overloading helps a lot because you can use the same method name but have different parameters or different input types. I'll give you an example in here. So I've got this addition class in here, and I've got this add return type int, right? This add method here, instance method, has a return type int. Okay, it returns integer. So here it requires two parameters, x and y, okay, which is both integers, and it returns the addition x plus y. Now I have another method here, an instance method with the same method name, add. However, you can see here I've got x, y, g. Okay, it requires three parameters, and this actually it's also integer return type method, instance method. So it's going to return whatever the sum of x plus y and g. So now I've got another method here with different return type, double, right? And it basically adds to double numbers. So I've got double x and double y. So it returns the addition of two double data type numbers. So now if I have this main method here, and if I create addition, a equals new addition, I create an object from this class in here. If I print a.add, I just put integer in here. So if I do that, it's actually going to call this one here. It knows that, okay, you've got this integer here, so I'm actually going to call this one, right? And now if I call a.add with three parameters, it's actually going to call, okay, this one here we only have two parameters, so I'm going to use this one with three parameters. it's going to use this a.add with this. It's going to overload this method here. You're going to call this one here, and let's say you have decimal values, right, or double values. Then it's going to actually call this one. So here, basically, you are overloading this add method, right? So if you have this first add method, you overload with this one here, and you overload with this one here. So when I run this, you're going to get 24 plus 24, 48. And you add 324, you're going to get 72, and you're going to add 12.24, 12.24, you're going to get 24.48. So with the overloading, I was able to call different add method based on my requirement or based on my scenario. So that is basically overloading, right? Don't get confused with overriding and overloading, right? Overriding would have the same method name, but it has to have the same parameter. If you don't have any parameter, you're going to override the same method in child class with the same parameter. However, with overloading, you can have different parameters and also different return type, as you can see here, right? So you have a lot of flexibility with the overloading. So now let's go back into our IntelliJ here, and I'm actually going to create another package, and I'm going to call it overloading. Alright, and here I'm actually going to create a class. I'm going to call it addition. And in here, I'm actually going to call first addition of two integers. So I'm going to say public void. I'm actually, this returns the integer. I'm going to do int add, int, let's say a, int b. So basically, it's returning a plus b. So now let's say addition of three integers. I'm actually going to copy this to save some time here. And in here, let's say int c. So I'm going to say c. Right. So now I'm going to create another addition of double values. Paste that here again. So in here, I'm actually going to do double and double here. Also, I'm going to return double. So here I got this add method. Method name is same, but the parameters are different. So basically you create this method, you overload with this one, and you overload with that one, right? So now if I create a main method here, I create a object, okay, a dot, I'm going to do system.out.println because you're returning it, right? You're saving it. You're returning means you're actually returning the value, but you're not printing it out, right? So I need to print it out. So I'm actually going to system.out.println, and I'm going to do add, and I'm going to say 24, 24, and system.out.println again. A.add 24, 24, 24. I mean, you can use other numbers here as well. And I'm just going to copy this to save some time here. And here I'm actually going to do 44, let's say 22.22, and alright. So now if I run this, first it's going to say 48, then it's going to say 72, and it says 46.66, right? So here I'm calling the same method name add, and here I'm calling this method name here. Actually, you're overloading this add method. That is pretty much what overloading means, right? So normally when you actually call some method, right, you're actually overloading the method here. So let's say that if I do here, I'm going to give you an example, right? So for instance, I'm going to do string dot. So you can see here, right, the dot value. As you can see here, this value of method of the string class has different parameters, right? So all this like value of methods are being overloaded, right? There's like so many values in here with different parameters. As char, this is object, boolean, double, split, so on. So that is pretty much what overloading in Java is. Okay, overriding and overloading are very, very commonly used in Java. It's a very important concept you need to understand. All right, so that's it for this lecture. I will see you guys in our next lecture.
Hello and welcome back to StudentBlue.com.
In this lecture, we're going to learn about the very important topic called abstraction. So what is abstraction? Abstraction in Java is a process of hiding implementation details for the user. Only the functionality will be provided to the user. Example of abstraction is pushing the button in your elevator. So what that basically means is abstraction is you're kind of abstracting the implementation details from the user. So only the functionality will be provided to the user. For instance, Let's say you go to the elevator, right? So let's say you want to go to the 7th floor, and you just press the button 7. You don't need to know how the 7 button, when you press the 7 button, how it works, right? How, like, what happens inside the elevator. You do not need to know that, right? You just need to press the 7 button. So that's the easiest example of abstraction, right? So an abstraction in Java is basically kind of similar thing. You're kind of hiding the implementation details from the user, and you only provide the functionality. So abstraction in Java can be achieved using abstract classes and interfaces. Okay, so what is abstract class? Abstract class is a class that is declared abstract. So just like we in our previous lecture, right, we were able to create a lot of different classes, right? We created parent class, child class, and so on. So in order to create an abstract class, you have to actually say abstract. You have to declare it abstract. The key features of abstract methods are the abstract method may or may not contain abstract methods, right? So when you create an abstract class, it may or may not contain abstract methods. It means by abstract methods is you have a method name, but you do not have anything inside the method. Okay, it's empty. And any abstract method in the class would require the class to be declared abstract. So basically what that means is if you create an abstract method, right, then you have to also declare the class to be abstract. When you have an abstract method inside the class, that means your class is also an abstract. It means that you have to declare the class to be abstract. If you inherit an abstract class, you have to provide implementation to all the abstract methods in it. Okay, so what that means is with abstract class, you cannot create an object. That is another important feature of abstract class. You cannot create an object. However, you can extend, you can inherit. The child class can inherit abstract class, and in the child class, you can also call the abstract methods and provide the implementation. You have to inherit from another class if you want to use an abstract class and provide implementation. So basically what that means is, like I said, you cannot create an object from the abstract class. What you can do is the child class can actually inherit the abstract class, and your child class can have the details, like implementation details for the abstract method. For instance, let's take an example here. As you can see here, I have declared this class to be abstract. How do I know? Because I have this abstract keyword in here. And I've got this two private variables, name and address. I've got this getter and setter methods for get name, set name, get address, set address. And now here, as you can see, I've got this abstract method. How do I know it's an abstract method? Because I said first it's an abstract. And inside here, get customer information, I do not have anything. Like in other methods, you would see a curly brace like this. Right? This does not have it. It just has the name, and you just end with this semicolon. Abstract method does not have implementation. The other thing that we learned here is if you have an abstract method in here, you have to declare the class to be abstract. So now if I try to actually inherit the method in here, right, the customer method, right, and I try to create an object, right, so I had an abstract class called customer, and I try to actually create an object, right, so when I do that, it's saying that customer is abstract, cannot be instantiated. I cannot actually instantiate this main abstract class in here. See, customer one, new customer. So customer is an abstract class, so I cannot instantiate. That means I cannot create an object. As soon as I say new customer, it's like when I run it, it's going to throw an error. So it's saying customer is abstract, cannot be instantiated. And I have this get name method in there, right? Abstract method in there, right? So you cannot do that. So what you can do is actually create another class. So I've got employee class in here, extends customer. So this employee is a child class of this parent class customer. And I've got the string variable employee ID. And I have this getters and setters, set get employee ID, set employee ID. And I've got this get customer info, right? So I got the same method name here, right? Now, I'm also doing overriding. You see here it says override. Right? So I'm basically overriding that get customer info method in here. Right? So I had get customer info method in the customer abstract class. So basically I'm overriding that. Here I said public string get customer info, and here I've got this implementation inside this method here. And the abstract class did not have that. Right? Basically it's saying string equal new string. The other thing I hear it's very cool about it is, see, this string is also a Java class, right? So basically I'm creating the object from this string class, right? You do not have to do that. You can just do string.format, but I was just trying to show you here. You could also create an object from this Java class. So I have string, new string, string.format, and do string interpolation here. So customer with this employee ID and address, so get name, get employee ID and get address, right? So in get employee ID is actually from the employee, get address and get name is actually from the customer, right? So now if I have another method, other class in here, and I got the main method, so now I can say employee1 equal new employee, right? So this is the child class here. I can instantiate. That means I can create an object. This employee class extends or inherits the abstract class, right? So now employee1 equal new employee, set name. So I'm setting the name as Shara, I'm setting the address, employee ID. So when I do employee1 get customer information, I get this value in here. So that's basically what the abstract method does, right? So basically the abstract method, you normally use it, right, to have, let's say, in your program, you're going to have this class, abstract class, okay? So you're going to have this common class, and it will have common methods that you want all the programmers to use, right? So you created the abstract class and you create a method in here without any implementation details. Now the other programmers can extend to that abstract class and use those methods. So with that, right, you're basically telling the user, hey, these are the methods, okay, and these are the variables, okay, I want you guys to use those methods and those variables. Since that method is an abstract class, you cannot create an object. However, for your classes, right, you can definitely inherit from the abstract class. So that is about the abstract class. So let's actually go our IntelliJ here. I'm actually going to create a package in here. So I'm going to actually say abstraction. So here I'm going to new Java class. All right. So first thing I'm actually going to do is create a customer. So if you go in here, right, so I got this class in here. I'm just going to say class, and I'm going to say abstract class. All right. So, oops, I was trying to call it customer, so I'll actually rename it. So if you want to rename the file name, what you can do is you can actually click here, right click, refactor, and rename. So in here, I'm actually going to name it customer. All right, and do refactor. So now it's changed to customer. So now here, I'm actually going to create a new variable string name, private string address. And I'm going to create a getter and setter methods in here. So I'm going to use the IntelliJ shortcut. Go right click and generate. And I'm going to create getter and setters for both. Alright, so I've got this getter and setters. So I'm actually going to create an abstract method here. So I'm actually going to say public abstract. Let's say string. It's going to return, this abstract method is going to return a string. I'm going to say get customer info. Okay, so here it's just an abstract method. So as soon as I have an abstract method here, say it's throwing an error here, class customer must either be declared abstract or implement abstract method get customer in customer. All right, so I'm actually going to do abstract class in here. So now I'm actually going to create employee class. Okay, so it's basically extends, inherits the customer. In here, what I'm going to do is I'm going to do private string employee ID. So I'm going to actually create a getter and setters. So I got this getter and setters. So I'm actually going to use method, right? Which is string get customer info. Alright, so you can see here, right? As soon as I do that, as soon as I do that here, it's saying is implemented in employee, right? So here I can say that. So let's see here, abstract class customer, right? So go back in here, and in here I'm actually going to say return string dot format, and in here I'm actually going to say customer. I'm going to say S and employee ID. Also it's a string and address like that, and I'm going to say here get name, get employee ID, get address. Alright, so now as you can see here, right, it's saying that okay, I got this customer info, right? And some places what you can actually do is you can use this override, right? So what basically that means is you're actually overriding this get customer info, but since IntelliJ is smart enough, you don't have to do that, but some other IDE, you might have to do this. So right now, let me do that just saying I'm overriding this get customer information method, abstract method here. So now let's actually create another class in here. I'm actually going to say abstraction example. Okay, so in here, I'm actually going to do public static void main string args. In here, I'm actually going to say employee1 equal new employee. So here, first, right, I'm actually going to need to set it. I'm going to do employee1 set employee ID like that. Oops, I forgot here. Employee ID and employee1 dot set name equal, let's say Johnny. Alright, employee1 dot set address equal, let's say 476 Houston Avenue, Los Angeles, VA 98210, something like that. So you got the set address now. Let's do system.out.println. I'm going to say employee1 get customer info, and here run this, and here it says customer equal Johnny, employee ID 1233, address 4176 Houston Avenue, Los Angeles, CA 98210. So here, basically what I did is I actually created the object from this child class, and I was able to use the method set name, set address, which was in the parent class, set employee ID, which was in the child class, and also set the address. Right? So you're actually using this get customer information, which is the abstract method, right? So this customer had this get customer information, but it did not have any implementation. It only had the method name. Right? It had the signature. It did not have the details, right? So you can have n number of abstract methods. Then you can also, so once you have that, you can actually overwrite those abstract methods for your method. So let's give you another example in here. I'm actually going to try to create customer1 equal new customer. So as soon as this do that, right, giving you in red scribbly line here. So if I run this, it's actually saying that this customer is abstract. You cannot instantiate, right? You cannot create an object from the abstract class. However, you can create a child class that can actually inherit this customer class, right? Then you can create the object from this child class. So that's pretty much about the abstract class. So I hope you guys understood what abstract class is. I'll see you guys in our next lecture.
Hello and welcome back to StreamGlue.com.
In this lecture, we're going to learn about interface. So what is an interface? Interface in Java is a reference type similar to a class, but contain only signatures, default methods, static methods, and nested types without containing any implementation inside the body. Okay, so what that basically means is interface is kind of like a class, right? However, it only has abstract method. Okay, you can only have abstract methods and the variables that are static and final. So you can only have those abstract methods. So what are the key features of interfaces? All the method inside the interface is empty or does not have any implementation, which means they are all abstract methods. Interface cannot be instantiated just like abstract class. So you cannot also instantiate just like abstract class. Interface does not contain any constructors. All methods inside the interface are abstract. Okay? All methods inside the interface are abstract methods. All instance fields must be declared both static and final. Just like I said before, interface cannot be extended by another class, but rather be implemented by other classes. So that's the difference between interface and abstract class, right? The child class can actually inherit the abstract class. However, in interface, you cannot extend it. You can only implement it. So all the method inside the interface has to be used if implemented by other classes. Okay, that's the major difference between interface and also abstract class. Okay, the difference is that if you're actually implementing interface, and if you have 20 methods inside the interface, you have to actually call all the 20 methods. The class B implements class A, the class B implements interface A. If the interface A has 20 methods, right, abstract methods, class B actually have to call all those 20 methods. So interface is also implicitly abstract, so no need to use the abstract keyword, right? Since interface has all abstract methods, so you don't have to say it's abstract. implicitly abstract. So interface has only abstract methods, so no need to use abstract keyword for methods as well. Just like class, you don't have to say abstract methods because interface has only abstract method. So for instance, I've got this interface called vehicle. I got start, stop, and cruise. So here you can use public or not, it's up to you. So here I've got this start, stop, and cruise. So just like the abstract class, right? So I had an abstract method in my abstract class. Similarly, right, that this method here is also abstract because it does not have any implementation inside the body. It's just the method name, and you just parenthesis in here. Another method name stop, parenthesis, another method name cruise, parenthesis. It does not have implementation details. So you can also have variables in here, but it has to be static and final. Okay, so now if I have a class that actually implements that interface, right? So like I said, an interface, you can implement the interface. You cannot extend. You cannot inherit the interface. You can implement. So you have to use implements keyword instead of extends. So when I do the implements vehicle, I actually have to call all those three methods, right? So start, stop, and cruise. So here I said system.println starting, system.println stopping, system.println cruising, right? So I've got the static void main method here. So for the F150 equal new forward, start, stop, cruise. So when I do that, it says starting, stopping, cruising. Basically, I created an object from this for class, right, which actually implements interface, and it says start, stop, and cruise, right? It says starting, stopping, and cruising. So now we understood what the interface is, right? So your question would be, okay, why would you use interface, right? What are the situations you use interface, right? So in real project, right, in real-time Java programming language, right, you would be seeing a lot of interfaces, right? So interfaces is kind of like your, what do you call that, contents, right? So if you actually, you know, buy a book and wanted to read a book, right? So you have all this table of contents, and you'd have like the heading here, like, and what the topic's going to be, like the topics. So you would have like a, let's say, chapter 1, and you're going to say, let's say, for instance, Java, right? Chapter 1, string, then you'd have string methods and so on, right? So just like that, right? This interface is kind of like a table of contents, right? So class would actually implement, so you're actually going through the table of contents, right? So you're going to actually implement the interface. So let's say, you know, like, let's say, for instance, you have an interface vehicle, right? So interface vehicle is like very common interfaces. So all the vehicle would have start, stop, and cruise, right? So every time, you know, all the other vehicles, right? Let's say, for instance, Ford, Toyota, right? They have all this start, stop, and cruise feature, right? So you wanted to implement that vehicle interface because this vehicle has start, stop, and cruise. It means your class would actually have to also need that, right? So if you create an interface and you want, like the other programmer, okay, you wanted to actually use this interface, you have to use all those methods in here. Okay, that is the advantage as well as the disadvantage as well for some programmers. So that is pretty much about interface. I know it's a little confusing, but if you play around with some other examples, it's going to be very clear. Okay, like I said again, interface contains the abstract method only, right? What is the difference between interface and abstract class? That is common interview questions for Java. If you're going to apply as a Java programmer, right? That's probably one of the common interview questions because they're kind of similar, right? The interface all have abstract method. However, abstract class can have abstract method and the non-abstract method, means you're like your regular instance method. And also, if you can only inherit means you can have a child class that actually inherit the parent abstract class. And also you can, let's say your abstract class has the start, stop, and cruise, right? Let's say your vehicle is an abstract class. So you actually don't have to do stop and cruise. You can only do start, right? However, in interfaces, you have to actually call all those three. All right, so let's go back to our IntelliJ here. And I'm actually going to create a new package. I'm going to call it interface example. So now in here, I'm actually going to create a class. So in here, interface, right? We're going to create an interface. So if you look into this dropdown, right? So the one thing here is, if you look into this dropdown, you have a class and interface, right? So I'm actually going to use interface in here. And we're going to call this one name here as vehicle. Oops, vehicle. Click OK in here. And here, I'm actually going to do public void start, public void stop, public void cruise. Okay, so I've got start, stop, and cruise, right? These three features are available in all vehicles, right? So what you're actually saying is that, okay, you wanted to actually use this vehicle interface. That means you have to use all this method. So this is kind of like a signed order, right? So you tell other programmers like, okay, this is the interface here. So you're gonna have to use all this methods, abstract methods, and put your own implementation. So now I've got this interface in here. I'm going to create a class in here. I'm going to call it Ford, and this is going to be class, right? So like I said here, I wanted to use all those methods from this interface, right? So as you can see, there's an example here, like for this class, you have this C in here, and for the interface, you have I, right? So that's how IntelliJ differentiates between class and interface. So I'm actually going to implement the vehicle, right? So as soon as I do that, right, it's throwing an error, like a squiggly error in here. So what it's saying is class Ford must be either declared abstract or implement abstract methods stop in vehicle. So what that basically means is like, okay, so I've got this interface, I'm trying to implement this vehicle, which means I also need to call all this method here. I'm actually going to copy this, and in here I'm actually going to paste there, and I need to provide implementation details. So which means I need to put a curly braces and put some code in there. So in here I'm actually going to do system. Oops, so this curly braces should actually close this class in here. So I'm going to say system.println. I'm going to say starting. Okay. Stopping. And cruising. Alright, so I got this extra P in here. So as you can see, IntelliJ is pretty smart that, okay, it identifies, okay, you're actually implementing the vehicle abstract class in here. You see here, right? So, but some other IDE might not be smart enough to do that. So normally if I actually call this end method, right, whether it's interface or abstract class, I put this override in here. So we're actually overriding the starts, stop, and cruise, right? So I got this override in here. So let's create a public static void main here, and args. And in here, I'm actually going to do Ford F-150 equal new Ford F-150 dot start. Then you're going to, let's say, cruise. Then you're going to say stop. Alright, so if I run this, you're going to see starting, cruising, and stopping. So here we created an vehicle interface. I got the start, stop, and cruise. Those are abstract method because they have no implementation details. And on the Ford, this Ford class here, which actually implements this interface, right? So in here, I need to call like for all the vehicles start, stop, and cruise, right? So I'm actually saying, okay, I want to implement the vehicle. That means I need to create all these three methods here. And here I actually implemented the string in here in the start and the stop and the cruise. And now I can create an object from this Ford, and I can do start, cruise, and stop. If I do a vehicle, v1 equal new vehicle, if I try to do this, it's gonna throw an it's gonna throw an error, right? It's saying that you see here, if I run this, it's gonna say that vehicle is abstract, cannot be instantiated, right? So the vehicle is interface, but you know, like it thinks that since this interface only have abstract method, is also an abstract, but you don't have to call it abstract. So it's saying like IntelliJ says, okay, vehicle is abstract, so it cannot be instantiated, right? All right, so that is pretty much about interface. Okay, so again, it's still confusing, but once you play around with it, it's going to be very, very clear. So I want you guys to practice with some more examples. Okay, you can find it online and just play around with some other interfaces and examples, and you'd better understand it. All right, so that's it for this lecture. I'll see you guys in our next lecture.
Hello and welcome back to ScreenBlue.com.
In this lecture, we're going to learn about collections. So what is collections then? Collection is a group of individual objects represented as a single unit. So what's collections in Java then? Java provides collection framework which defines several classes and interfaces to represent a group of objects as a single unit, right? So basically what that means is Java also has a collection framework, right? It provides the collection framework which has several classes and interfaces from which you could create a group of objects such as list, set, map, and so on, right? So collection interface JavaUtil.collection and map interface JavaUtil.map are two main root interfaces of Java collection classes. The Java collection classes have two main root interfaces, right? We learned about what interfaces is, right? JavaUtil.map, JavaUtil.collection. Collection provides consistent API, as API has a set of interfaces like collection, set, list, or API. The other advantage of using collection is it has an API, which means application program interface, from where you could use a lot of interfaces like collection, set, list, or map, right? Collections reduces programming effort as it eliminates headache of design of collection, and also increases speed and quality, providing high performance. So let's say, for instance, the reason why we use collections is because with array, right? So we know what array is, right? And we also created some array in our previous lectures. But with array, once in the runtime, you will not be able to add elements in an array or remove the elements from an array. So that is the kind of constraint from using an array. Also, it's very super slow. If there's millions of data and you're using an array, it's going to be really, really slow. However, if you use collections, the increases speed and the quality is a lot faster and more high quality than the array. So now let's talk about the list, right? So what is a list? A list is an ordered collection of objects which duplicate values can be stored. It means that a list is basically a collection, right, where you can store n number of elements and they can be duplicate values as well. A list allows positional access and insertion of elements. Okay, so you can add elements inside the list. So list is a tile interface of collections. So list interface is implemented by array list, linked list, vector, and stack classes. So basically, array list, linked list, and vector and stack is using this list interface, implements this list interface, right? And let's say how we could create an array list. You do list A1 equal new array list, right? List A2 equal new linked list, because this list interface is implemented by this one, so you can actually use that, right? So list A3 equal new vector. That's how you can create a vector. Okay, so now as you know that array list implements the list, so let's learn about what array list is. Array list uses a dynamic array for storing the elements, right? That's why we use array list instead of an array, because array list is very dynamic, right? It inherits the abstract list class and implements the list interface. Array list can contain duplicate elements. Array list maintains insertion order. What that means is with arrays you can have a duplicate elements. Non-generic array list can contain any type of object. So you have two types of array list. You have a non-generic, which means it can contain any object, string, integer, double, boolean, and so on, right? With generic array list, you can actually constrain, right? You can actually force the user to only have the objects with certain data types. So let's say you create a generic array list of string, right? That means you would only can have string values inside that array list. List elements can be traversed using iterator interface or by for each loop. So you can actually go through the array list using an iterator interface or by using for each loop. Let's say how you can actually create a new array list, right? So like we saw before, we could do list1 equal new array list. And if you want to create a new non-generic, you can also do array list, list1 new array list. With the generic one, right? So look at the syntax difference here. You have array list, and in here you have this string in here. And I've named it list2, and you have new array list and string here. So what basically you're doing is like you're saying, hey, this list2 only contains string variables or string values. Okay, you cannot put anything other than the string. So you're actually forcing the users to only have the string values in this array list list2. Let's say, for instance, I'll give you an example in here. So I've got this list array list. So here I'm creating a non-generic array list that contain any object. So I can create a list array list1 equal new array list. So I can add element string here. Element 1 add 1, and I added and the index 2 I added 5.24. So if I do print, I can print out array list 1. I can remove the 0th index, right? Add element at 0. I'm actually removing the element in 0 here, and actually printing out the array list. So let's see what happens. So if I do that, I get element 1, then 1, then you do have 5.24, right? So now I remove at index 0. So my index 0 was element 1, so now you only have 1 and 5.24. So now, generic array list that can contain only one object, right? So I got list, array list 2, and equal new array list, right? So here I'm actually saying that string, explicitly say that, okay, I need a string in here. So here I'm saying element 1, and I do add element 2 in here. So I can do element 1 and element 2. If I print out, I get element 1, element 2. I remove index at 0, so now I get element 2. Same thing, you can also create a generic array list with using array lists, and you just implicitly provide here string, explicitly provide string in here, array list 3, new array list. It's just like in this 2, you can add string 1, string 2, array list 3, you remove element at 0, and you print out the end. You're going to get string 1, string 2, string 2. Now we've got this collections folder. I'm actually going to create a class in here. I'm going to call it array list example. So here we're going to create our static class here, static void main string args. Alright, so in here I'm actually going to create array list 1 equal new array list array list that. So now when what it's saying is that, okay, I don't recognize the list and array list. But whatever our Java 9 that we installed, it's not recognizing list and array list, right? So in that case, you actually have to import the package for list and array list. So how do you do that? Well, you can actually do that using import, right? And you do java.util.arraylist. That, so now it's now more red. So I also need to import java.util.list. So now you can see here it's all green now. So I'm going to add ArrayList1.add. I'm going to add string 1, and I'm going to do ArrayList1.add. I'm going to add 2 here. ArrayList1.add here. I'm going to say false. Print out this array list in here. Now if I run this, it's going to say string 1, 2, and false, right? This is non-generic array list. Because here, what I'm saying is that I'm not implicitly saying that, okay, I just need a string, or I need an integer, I need a boolean, right? I'm actually saying, okay, I'm creating a list with new array list, and I'm adding this string 2, add this 2, and false. Now I can also remove on index. So if I do remove, so I've got all this method here, right? So this is over, you know this too, remove object O and index. So this is overloaded method, right? Because I can use any data type here. So here I'm actually going to say 0, and so with the remove, so I'm just going to do remove, and in here, so if I do remove, right, you can see 2 methods in here. So object O or index. So I'm actually going to do with index. So I'm actually going to do the first one, and let's run this, and also print the array list back. So if I run this, I'm actually going to get first, right? So first thing I did, I created an array list, right? Then I added string 1, added 2, integer 2, and I added boolean value false. When I print it out, I got string 1, 2, and false. Then I'm actually removing the first element. How do I do that? With the index, right? So dot remove, and this is a 0. Removed it. Now I only have 2 and false, right? So that's how you can actually create a non-generic array list. So there's another way to also create a non-generic. Instead of list, you can do this one as well. So you can just do array list, which is kind of the same thing, because the array list implements the list interfaces, so you can do this way as well. Alright, so I'm going to do string 2, say 3, and let's make this true, and run it. And you can see here I got string 2, 3, true, and I'm actually, oops, I need to put 2 here, and let's run it again. And you can see here string 2, 3, true, and the first one was index 0 is string 2, Since it's removed and I print it out, I got only 3 and true. That's how you can actually create a non-generic array list. Let's say create a generic array list. Alright, so how do you do that, right? So I'm actually going to copy this one here to make it a lot easier. Then paste it here, and in here, what I'm basically going to do is I'm just going to say string 3 new array list. I'm going to put string in here. I'm going to do 3 add 3 3. So as soon as I do add 2, right, it's saying here, now if you look into this error, it's saying change variable type to Java to that list or string.wrap using, because what it's saying is this, I explicitly say I only this list, okay, this is generating an array list with string data type. So it's saying, okay, I'm creating a list, array list 3, and I only need a string. This array list 3 can only have string. So how do I do that? I do list, and in here with the smaller than and greater than, you can provide string in here, and new array list, and same thing here. Then you do close parenthesis in here. Now I can only add string here. I'm going to do string 2 and string 3. So I'm going to do 3, 3, 3. Now run it. Now I got string 1, 2, and 3. Remove that 0, I got a string 2 and 3. So that's how you can actually create a generic array list. So the other way you would see is to do array list in here instead of list. So in real time, you would see to create some people creating the generic array list using list, string, and array list with new array list. You can also see array list with this array list, new array list. So you can do both ways because array list implements the list. Okay, so you can do both ways. So now I have string 1, 2, and 3 again here, and string 2 and 3. Okay, actually make it that's 4, 5, and 6, so you'd see more clear. Let's run it again. And now here, right? So string 1, 2 false was the array list, non-generic. I removed 1, 0 index. I got 2 false. String 2, 3 again with the using array list class. I got 3 and true. Then I created a generic array list, okay, with string, and I got string 1, 2, and 3, string 2, 3. Then I created a generic array list 4, and I added 4, 5, 6, string 5, and 6. Okay, let's create another generic array list with a data type. I would say double. Okay, and in here let's just do double. Alright, so in here I'm actually going to do 5 and 5, 5, 5. As you can see here, right, this is only a double, so it does not accept string. I'm going to do 2.22, 1, and 4.51, 9.876, blah blah blah. So 5, just make it 5, 5. Okay, so now I can have 2.21, 4.51, 86, and I remove 0 index, 4.51, and 9.876. Alright, so that is the array list, right? That's pretty much about what array list is, right? Compared to array, it has a lot of different methods that you can use from the array list class, right? So, and also you can also explicitly say, okay, this array list only contains this data type, as you could show an example in here. Right? That is why we use a lot of the array list instead of an array. Right? We make use of a collection framework. Okay? So that's it for this lecture. I will see you guys in our next lecture.
Hello and welcome back to StudentBlue.com.
This lecture we're going to learn about linked list. In our previous lecture we learned about array list. We also created some array list, generic and non-generic array list. Right? So in this lecture we're going to learn about how you can create a linked list. So linked list also inherit abstract list classes and implements a DIC interface. Okay? A linked list can contain duplicate elements, just like an array list. Linked list also maintains insertion order. Linked list is slow compared to array list since it takes time to traverse through the list. Okay? Linked list and array list are kind of similar. right? However, when you create a linked list, Java, what happens in Java program is actually it traverses throughout the list. Array list doesn't do that. That's why it's fast. However, linked list, it actually goes through each element from the list. That's why it's kind of slow, right? So how do you create linked list then? Well, this is one example where the non-generic linked list here. You do linked list and you provide the whatever data type you want, and you do linked list. Right? That's the linked list one is the object name equal new linked list, and you provide the data type in here, and with this parenthesis you close the semicolon. That's how you can actually create a linked list. Let's say here I've got this class linked list example, and I create void main method here, and I got create non-generic linked list here. So I did list equal linked list one equal new linked list. Here, as you can see, I created a new linked list. Okay, this is a non-generic linked list. So I had element 1, string 1, 2, and the index 2, I added 5.24, right? So I can print out the linked list, and I remove the 0 index, which is element 1, and I should get 1 and 5.24, just like in here. Then I created a generic linked list, right? So I do system.println list linked list 2 equal new linked list, and here I'm actually putting string, right? And I do add element 1 and at index 1 I added element 2. Then I print out linked list 2 and I remove 0 index, which is element 1, and I get element 2. Alright, this is a generic linked list again, just like we did in array list. Instead of list, you can also do linked list and string, and linked list 3 equal new linked list. And you add string 1, string 2, removes the 0 index, then you get linked list string 1 and string 2 and string 2. That's how you can actually create a linked list. Again, like linked list and array list are almost similar, right? The only difference is when you create a linked list, the Java has to actually and they do the operations, right? You add, remove. They actually have to traverse throughout the list. That's why linked list is a little slower compared to array list. Let's go to IntelliJ in here. And I'm actually going to expand this one now and actually create a linked list in here. I'm going to do linked list example. So in here, I'm actually going to do public static void main string. Okay, args. Alright, so in here, we're going to create a non-generic linked list. Alright, so first, I'm going to do linked list 1 equal new linked list. As soon as I do that, right, it's saying that, okay, it's coming in red, and as soon as you click in here, it's saying that you need to port this package here, java util.linked list. Okay, so let's import that package. So you can do that, and you're going to do import java.util.linked list. Okay, also port java.util.list. Right, so you're importing this package here. Now you have access to all this linked list and list methods. So I can do linked list dot add. So here I'm actually going to do string 1 and linked list 1 dot add. So add 2 linked list 1 dot add. Let's say false. System.out.println. Just print out the linked list. And also I can remove, right, I can remove, let's say, index 1. Now if I run this, oops, let's also print out the linked list. And I should see string, so first one I added string 1, right, then I added 2, then I added boolean value false, printed out, I get string 1, 2, and false. Then I remove 0 index 1, so 0, 1, so I only got string 1 and false. Alright, so there's also another method in here. I said linked list 1 dot remove all, right? So as soon as I say remove all, it's asking for the collections, right? So it says collections. So let's put the collections. So since this list is also a collection, I'm actually going to put linked list 1, right? So this list is also a collection, right? So I created a linked list 1 here, which is the list. So if I do remove all and I put the linked list 1 in here, right? So now let's actually print that linked list, and it says now your linked list is going to be empty. See here? It's empty, right? That does not have any elements because I used remove all. It removed all the elements from the linked list 1. All right. So now let's create a generic linked list. So I'm actually going to copy this to make it faster. So just going to copy that. And in here, I'm actually going to do string. Make it string linked list 2. Do string. All right. So you explicitly said that this one only requires, it only accepts string, right? So when I do this, it's not working. So I'm going to do string true. I'm going to add a string 3. So I'm going to do remove, add 0 index 1. I do that. Let's do this. So if I run this, I should see string 1 and string 3 at the end. So first I added string 1, string 2, and string 3. Then I removed the element at index 1, so it's a 0, 1. So 0, 1, so it removed string 2, and I print it, so I get string 1 and string 3. Okay. The other way also, like we did before, so I can do linked list, and let's make it 3. So normally people you do this, like just like normally do linked list, string, linked list, and new linked list with whatever the generic data type they want. Okay, and same thing with array list. But sometimes you see this was as well. So they are both the same. So I'm just gonna make it we can make it 3. Right? Yeah, just make it 3, and I get this one 3, 3, 3. Okay, and it's giving the same thing. All right, so that's how you can actually create a linked list, right? Again, right now it does not seem like it's taking a lot of time, right? But if you have a big program that have a lot of elements in your list, right, it's a lot faster for your computer to actually do the array list than linked list. That's it for this lecture, guys. I will see you guys in our next lecture.
Hello and welcome back to StreamView.com.
This lecture we're going to learn about vectors. Okay, so what is a vector? Vector are dynamic arrays. Arrays once created, you cannot add or remove elements, but vector allows you to add or remove elements at runtime. You can create vectors by importing java.util.vector class and create an object from vector class. You can create a vector object with n number of elements, then add or remove elements onward, right? So just like array list and linked list, vector is also a dynamic array. You can add or remove elements at runtime. So compared to the array list, right, you do java.util.arraylist, java.util linked list, you actually import java.util.vector. Second example in here. So here I created vector equal vector1 equal new vector, right? So in here I'm adding 10, 20, 35. Then I'm actually getting the vector in here. Okay, so when I do this, I get vector1 equal 10, 30, and 25. And I do vector size equals string.value of vector1.size. It gives me 3. Then I do vector1 after I remove at index 1, I get 10, 25, and the size is 2. Okay, same thing with the vector2, new vector. So I can actually also create a vector with saying, okay, I want the vector with this size too. Then you can add, let's say I had 30 and 40, but I added another one, 25, right? Now vector 2 is size 3, right? And vector 2 size is 3. As you can see here, vector is 30, 40, 25, and I remove at index 0, so now I only have 40 and 25. Vector size is 2. So your question might be, okay, it looks similar to array list and linked list, so when should I use vector? Right? Like, why would I use array list and linked list? Normally you use array list and linked list like when you wanted to tell the other users or programmers to say, okay, I'm going to create a list, I only want a string in this list, or I want only the integer in this list. Right? You explicitly tell the other programmers or the users to add only the definite data type, right? So in that case, you would need to use the array list or linked list. Otherwise, you could also use vector as well, right? So vector, if you do not explicitly say, okay, I want this, you can add vectors as well. So now let's go to our IntelliJ in here, and I'm actually going to vector example. So in here, I'm actually going to do public static void main string args. So now in here, I'm going to create a vector one. So I'm going to do vector class, right? So I'm going to do vector one equal new vector, just like that, right? Then it's saying that okay, Java doesn't recognize vectors, so I need to import the package. So I'm going to do java.util.vector. Oops, v should be caps. So I'm going to do vector one dot add. Let's add here 20. Vector one dot add. All right, vector one dot add false. Okay, so I'm going to print out the vector one here. All right, so if I do this, I should be getting 20 string 2 and false, which I did there. And I can also print out the length. All right, so with that, and also let's remove the item 0 and do this, and let's run it. I should be getting, so I got first 20 string 2 and false, right? So here 20 string 2 and false, so I get the size, which is 3, then I removed index 0, so now 20 is gone. So now when I print it out, I get string 2 and false, and the vector size is 2. You can also create a vector with the size initialized. So here I'm going to say 2, right? So here I'm saying initial capacity is 2, right? But I can add more elements in here, right? So let's say string 3, let's make it 30 and true. Okay, so I'm actually going to do 2, 2, 2, and 2, 2, 2, 2. And also let's make this 2 and run this. So now with this vector 2 in here, right? So I got 30 string 3 and true. It's printed here. Then I printed the size, it's 3. Then I remove index 0, it's 30 is gone, so I got string 3 and true. Then I only have 2. That's how you can actually create a vector in Java. Like I said again, you can use vector, array list, or linked list, right? Because they all actually implement the list interface, right? It's up to you to use whatever you want. But if you want to actually implicitly or explicitly say, okay, I want this list to contain only a string or integer, you can actually use the generic array list or generic linked list. Array list is a lot faster than linked list, so the most suitable option for generic is the array list. So that's it for this lecture, guys. I will see you guys in our next lecture.
Hello and welcome back to StudentBlue.com.
In this lecture, we're going to learn about access modifier. So what is access modifier? Access modifier in Java specifies accessibility of data member, method, constructor, or a class. There are 4 types of Java access modifiers: default, private, protected, and public. So basically what that means is access modifiers allows or restricts access, right, of your variables, right, or your method to your other classes, right? So if you have a private method, right, in your class, right, and now your other class would not be able to use your method because you've said that your method is private. Similarly, if your method is public, now any class can use your method. So now let's see the rules of this access modifiers, right? So let's say if you do private, let's go from private first, right? So if you have a private, you'll be able to use that variable. You have access to that method or the member or a class within the same class. Okay, so you have access to that variable or a method within the same class. However, even if it's the same package but different class, they don't have access. Same package, non-subclass, no access. Different package, subclass, no access. Different package, non-subclass, no access. Right? Protected. Now, if you look at, before we go protected, let's go default. Default means you haven't defined that variable. You just said integer or you don't say public, or you don't say private or anything, right? So if you haven't declared anything, then it becomes default. Now, if you look in here with the default, same class, yes. Same package, yes. So let's say you have class 1 and you have the variables, right? Without declared anything. You haven't declared anything on that variable. It's the private or public. You haven't declared anything. If the class is in the same package, you have access to that method or a variable, right? Same package, non-subclass, yes. Okay, so you have access to that as well. Okay, even though it's not a subclass. So now, different package subclass? No. So as long as you are in the same package, right, you have access to that variable or method. Okay, so now protected. So protected, basically, if you're in the same class, yes. Same package, yes. Same package, non-subclass, yes. Different package, subclass, yes. Different package, non-subclass, no. So what that basically means is, in order to, let's say you have create a class that has a protected method or a variable, right? So in order to use that, right, if your class is outside that package, you actually have to inherit that class. Okay, once you inherit, then you have access to that variable. Okay, so if your class is in different packages, if you want access to that variable, you need to inherit that class. Okay, so now with public, we've been using all the time, you can have access to all this methods. Okay, if your method is public or variable is public, your same class, same package, or different class, different package, it doesn't matter. You have access to that method or a variable. Okay, so now let's go and try to understand how the private access modifier works. So like I said, private means only accessible within class. So now if you look into this private class in here, I got this class customer, right? And I created this variable age, okay, and I declared this private. So it's a private variable. And I got this private method here, messes, okay, void messes, so it doesn't return anything. It has a parameter named string name, and it's gonna say, okay, hello, whatever the name, right? So now if I go and create, like if I have another class in here, right, and I have this main method in here, okay, it's in the same package, right? Same package. And I got this new class private, and I've got this main method here. And I try to create this customer, customer one, new customer, and I do system.println. Right, I'm able to create an object, but I'm not able to access the age variable. I'm not able to access the message method. Right, it's going to throw an error. So as you can see here, it says age has private access in this customer class. Java.message has private access. So basically with private, although you're in the same package, you're kind of stuck, right? You cannot use this age, or you cannot use this message, right? The only way you could actually do that is using inheritance. So let's go into IntelliJ in here. So I'm actually going to create a package in here. I'm going to do access modifiers. Okay, let's ignore this one. So in here, I'm actually going to create a class, and I'm going to name it customer. And in here, I'm going to create a private variable. So I'm going to say age 40. And also, I'm going to create a private method in here. So I'm going to say string name. Okay, system.out.println. So I'm going to say string.format. Oops. String.format. And I'm going to say here hello. And in here, I'm going to put name. So I got this private variable, okay, variable, age, private, age variable, and private message method. So now if I create a private example in here, public static void main string args. So in here, right, so I can create customer equal customer one equal new customer. So customer one dot age, right? So when I do that, right, so let's print out the customer age in here. I'm actually going to do customer one, oops, customer one dot masses and John. Okay, and I run it. then you can see here Java age has private access, right? Age has private. Java message has private access. So since you've got this private, right, you don't have that access. Okay, so how do you actually solve this problem then, right? How do you, I want to make this age variable as private, but I also wanted to get that age. How do I do that? Well, we already learned about encapsulation, right? So we're going to actually do encapsulation. So basically what happens is we're going to actually create a getter and setter method here. So I'm going to do getter and I'm going to do age. So now I can do get age. All right, as you can see here, right? So I was able to do get age getter method. So I was able to get the age, right? But the method here, I'm still getting an error. And you can see here, you know, from this access modifier, you're not supposed to call the private method in another class. That's why it's private. The only workaround to get to call this private method is to use the reflect class, right? java.lang.reflect class, but that is outside our scope, so we'll not be able to learn how to do that, right? But normally, as for Java standards, right? So once you're a private, the other class should not be able to call your method. The one way, the variables, you have a getter and setter method, so you'll be able to access those variables, right? However, method, if you have a private, the other method would not be able to call that. So that's it for this lecture. I will see you guys in our next lecture.
Hello and welcome back to StudentBlue.com.
In our previous lecture, we learned about the private access modifier. We also learned how you can create private variables, and we try to access those variables outside the class, right? And when we did that, we had an error, right? Because private access modifier means that variables or method is only accessible inside the same class. So what is default access modifier then? Well, default access modifier is only accessible within class and package. So if you have another class within the same package, then you can access to this variables. Otherwise, you will not be able to access the variable. For instance, I've got this person here, class, and I got this default method greet here. This is a default greet method because it does not have public or private or protected, right? Same thing with this variable age. It doesn't have anything private, public, or any other access modifier. So now, if I try to actually create another class, right, in another package, okay, so this is in the com.seleniumgrid.access modifiers, right, and this is in com.seleniumgrid.package 101, right, so this person is in a different class. Now, I have this main method here, so I was able to create an object, right, person equal person1 new person. So I was able to do that after importing this package, right, you see here com.seleniumgrid.access modifier, so I'm actually importing access modifiers and that class.person. Right? However, when I call this greet method, right, it's having the scribbly line because it's going to throw an error because this greet, right, is a default. It has a default access modifier. It means this greet method you can only access within another class if it's in the same package. Since this default access modifier example is in separate package, which is in package 101, it's throwing an error. So when I run this, I'm going to say greet java.lang is not public in .com.selenium access modifiers. That person cannot be accessed from outside package. So this is in different package. That's why you are not able to actually call this greet method. So now let's go into our IntelliJ in here. I'm going to create a person here. So person class. And in here, I'm actually going to create a variable 40. And here, I'm also going to create a default method here. I'm going to say greet string name. And here, I'm going to say system.out.println. I'm going to say hello. And just say name. All right, so this is a default method because it does not have private, public, or protected access modifiers, right? It doesn't have a public, private, or anything, just void. That means it's a default. All right, so now let's create a new package. I'm going to call it package 101. So if I create a new class in here, I'm going to say default access modifier example. So in here, let's create a main method. I'm going to do person1 equal new person. Again, it's going to throw an error because this is in separate package. So one way I can actually have access to that person class is importing our person package here. So the person is in this package, so I'm going to do dot access modifiers and dot person. Okay, so once I have that, I'm able to create an object. So now if I try to call greet, and I'm going to say Johnny. Alright, so as you can see here, this one has a greet method, right? This is a default method, and I try to call that method on this class default access modifier example, which is in another package. So if I try to run this, then I'm gonna get this greet is not public, cannot be accessed from outside package. So I cannot access that outside the package because the default access modifier only allows you to actually use the method if it's inside the same package. So now what I can actually do is copy this, right, and actually paste it there. And here I'm going to say example 2. As you can see, I got person1, same thing, just like before, and I did person1.greet, right? So now if I run this, okay, I need to also comment this because it's throwing error on that one. So if I run this, right, it's saying hello Johnny. It did not throw any error because this greet method is a default access modifier, which means as long as your another class is in the same package, you'll be able to call this method here. Okay, default method. So that's it for this lecture. I will see you guys in our next lecture.
Hello and welcome back to ScreenBlue.com.
In this lecture, we're going to learn about the protected access modifier. So what is protected access modifier? Protected access modifier is accessible within the package and outside the package, but through inheritance only. The protected access modifier can be applied on the data member, method, and constructor. It cannot be applied on the class. So basically what that basically means is, like, let's say you have a class in package 1, right? So you have a class in another package 2. If you have a method in package 1, class of package 1, right, that says protected. Now, the class 2 can have access to that method, protected method, as long as it has inheritance. So let's say, for instance, I've got this person class in here, and I got this method here, which is protected, because it has this keyword protected. It's the same method, greet. It's just the same primary name, and it just greets the person. Okay, and it's this person is in package 16. So now I created another method here, protected method, which is in package 17. So now I was able to call this greet method here, right? Only because I was able to use inheritance. So I did use inheritance. So I'm actually using extends person. So I'm actually inheriting this person, the parent class. So once I do that, right, and I create an object of this class, I'm able to actually call this method here because it has protected. And if you have a protected and you're actually inheriting that class, you'll be able to call that protected method. So when I do person1.greet, it gives me Sam. So hello, it says hello Sam. So now let's go to our IntelliJ in here, and I'm actually going to create the person class inside. Let's create another package in here. So I'm going to call it package 201. So in here, 201, I'm actually going to create a class in here. I'm going to do person. And here, I'm actually going to do protected void greet, and parameter here is string name, and it's going to say system.out.println hello and name, right? Oops, and I also need to do string.format and close the parenthesis. So I got this protected method here. Alright, so now if I create a new class in here, protected method example. Alright, so now I'm actually going to create public static void main string args. So now I can have access to this protected method only if this class actually inherits the parent class, which is person, Okay, so I'm actually going to import com.seleniumgrew.dapt package 101. Okay, and I'm going to do person. Oops, package 201, sorry. 201.person. So once I have that, so now if I created the object of this class here, I'm going to say p1 equals new protected and p1 dot greet. I'm going to say Sam, and if I run this, it's going to say hello Sam, right? So this person here is another package 201, and it has this access modifier protected. I was able to call that greet method, right, by using inheritance. So how do I do that? I actually inherit this main class person using extends person. So when I do that, I have access to this greet method, right? So now I can run that method and it gives me hello Sam, right? So if you have protected, it doesn't matter, it's in the same, it's in the different package, you'd be able to access that protected method. Okay, so that's it for this protected access modifier. I'll see you guys in our next lecture.
Hello and welcome back to StudentBlue.com.
In this lecture, we're going to learn about public access modifier. So what is public access modifier? Public access modifier is accessible everywhere. It has the widest scope among all modifiers. So before learning this access modifier, we were using public access modifier. So for instance, I've got this public class person and we were creating public methods all the time, right? So we were using public access modifier without knowing it. So I've got this public void greet method in here, and I know this is a public access modifier because it has a public in here. And I have another package in here, package 19. I've got public class method, and I try to use create an object from this class, and I was able to use it. When I do that, it's gonna give hello Blake. And now, also, I want to actually explain you this public static void main now as well. This is the time where I actually explain you how this keyword means. So public means it's a public access modifier. So the reason I waited until this time is I wanted to actually complete this access modifier class, right? So this public means that it is accessible everywhere, outside the package or anywhere. So here I have static, right? That's constant method here. Well, you did not actually need to create an object, okay? Void means it does not return anything. It just performs operation. And this main method means this is the main method. So when you run your program, right? So basically on your Java program, it actually looks for this main method. And you have this string parameter here, which is the arguments and this array in here. Okay, arguments within array. So that's the public static void main, right? So when we learned our Java class, we have to use this because we wanted to learn about string and all that fun stuff. So we had to actually write this method in order to for the computer to actually display us something, print us something, right? So in order to do something, we actually had to do this public static void main. I asked you before in the first beginning of the class to just type this word for now, and we would understand it later. So now this is the time where you actually understood what this means. So public means it is accessible everywhere, okay? Outside class, outside package, everywhere. And static means that it is a class method and you do not need to create an object in order to call this method. Void means it does not have a return type, and main method is the name of the main method here. The reason why it's main is because we want it to run and display here, right? Run this program and display the output. And we had to create a main because the computer, this Java program, when you run it, it's actually looking for this main method here. So now let's try to create some public classes in here. So I'm actually going to create a package, new class in this package 201. So I'm actually going to, actually it already has a person, so let's just make it customer. Okay, and I'm also going to do the same thing here. Public void greet. I'm going to do a string name. I'm going to do system println. I'm going to say hello, and I'm going to say name. All right, so I got this public method, right? So I know this is a public method because it has public. So now let's create in package 101. I'm going to actually create a new class in here. And I'm going to say public method example. All right, so in here, I'm actually going to public static void main. Again, right? I explained to you this public means it has access everywhere. And since we're trying to run the program, computer has to actually have this this main method has to be public, right? Otherwise, your computer will not be able to run this method. So now here I'm actually going to do customer equal customer1 equal new customer. And I've already created so many customer classes, so I'm actually going to import the package here. So which is com.seleniumgrew.package201. And I'm going to do customer, right? Once I do that, I'm good. And I'm going to do customer1.greet. Okay, Danny. So when I run this now, it's going to say hello, Danny. That's it for this lecture. I will see you guys in our next lecture.
Hello and welcome back to StudentBlue.com.
So now let's actually create a new class here and kind of brief everything in here. So I'm actually going to do employee. All right, and in here, I'm actually going to create all different access modifiers in here. So let's say I'm actually going to create the private, and the method here, it's going to be private void display employee name. Okay, system.println. My name is. All right, let's add a parameter here, string name. Okay, so this is private, and let's make it. Another one is default. So just going to say void display employee ID system.println, and my employee ID is, and I'm going to do ID, and in here let's make it the ID and int. So let's make it protected now. Protected void display employee salary. Okay, let's make it double, and I'm going to say salary, and system.println salary is that, and public void display employee, let's say benefits. Okay, string, I'm going to say insurance. Let's make it actually double as well. Okay, system.println employee only need to pay of their hospital cost. Okay, so I'm just going to do here and insurance percentage. Let's do string.format in here. And I like overview of all this access modifier protected and public. Alright, so now actually let's create access modifier class in here in this example. So in here, right, I'm actually going to import the employee class. So I'm going to say import com.seleniumgrew.package201.employee. Alright, so now here I'm going to create static void main string args. So in here I'm actually going to create person1 person equal new. Oops, sorry, not person, employee. So it has to be employee1 equal new employee. Right, so employee1 dot, if you go into your employee here, if I try to use this, display employee name, and I said Danny, and you can see here this one does not work, right? Because private means you can only access to this employee in that you can only access into the same class here. So if I do static void main string args and employee 1 equal new employee 1 dot employee name equal John. So I create a static void main here just to run my program. So here, right, display employee name is a private method. I'm able to use it only in the same class. I try to use it in here and it doesn't work because it's outside the class. Okay, and outside this package here. So now, if I try to use this employee 1, let's go back here and do display employee ID. Okay, and do 212 in here. It also does not work because it's saying the display employee ID is not public, not be accessed outside the package. So here, what it's saying is that display employee ID has a default access modifier. So that means you can only access this method if you have this class in the same package. Okay, so let's copy this, let's paste it here, and let's run this guy. Meanwhile, I'm going to comment this one, otherwise it's gonna IntelliJ is going to throw an error. If I run this, it's going to work. It says my employee is 212. This display employee ID, right, I'm able to call from another class here because it has a default access modifier. And the only reason I'm able to call it from outside class is because it's the same package. So now let's look into the other one, protected. So now if I do extends the employee, right? So now if I do employee 1 dot so if I do display employee salary 2200, oops, 20, let's say 65,000. All right, and it's still not going to work because I'm actually creating an object from this parent class, right? So let's create an object from the modifier example child class, E1 equal new access modifier example. So now if I just do E1 display employee salary, this would work. So protected method is only accessible for the child classes. The access modifier is my child class because I'm inheriting the parent class employee. So I have access to the display employee salary protected method. So now the other method here is the public method here, public void display employee benefits. Now that one, I already have access to that. Employee 1 dot display employee benefits. So I only pay, let's say, 25%. If I run this, it's going to say that employee will only need to pay 25 of their hospital cost. So that's kind of like the overview of the access modifier. I know it's a little confusing, but once you play around with it, it's going to be more clear. Also, as Java, if you're going to be a Java programmer, right, you're going to have to be very careful about this access modifiers because you wanted to protect the methods, right, and you wanted to actually only make those methods public that is not crucial or that does not have any security vulnerability. So most of the time you'll be creating a private or protected method. So that's it for this lecture. I will see you guys in our next lecture.
Hello and welcome back to ScreenBlue.com.
In this lecture we're going to learn about file IO. File IO is a class of Java. So basically you use this class in order to access the file, right? If you want to write a file, read a file, or overwrite the file, so on, you can use the file IO class. All IO methods are derived from class java.io. File input output in Java are performed using string. Basically, Java, you use the file input output actions using string. Okay, a string can be defined as a sequence of data. There are two kinds of string. One, input stream, which is used to read data from a source. The output stream you use for writing a data to a destination. So in Java, basically, you use stream in order to access the file or write the file and so on. So there are various streams that can be used to do input and output functions in Java. The first one is byte stream. You use byte stream to perform input and output of 8 bytes. And its most commonly used is file reader and file writer class of byte stream for byte streams. So if you actually do input and output for a small amount of data, then you use byte streams. So the second one is character streams. So you use character streams to perform input and output of 16 bytes. The most commonly used is file input stream and file output stream class. And the third one is standard stream. Standard stream is used to provide a standard input and output, where the user can take input from the keyboard and produce output in the computer screen. So till now we've been using standard stream, right? We're using system.out.println. So right, we're actually doing the standard stream, okay? Because we wanted to actually display the information to the user from the computer, right? You want to display the output, you want to use print the output, and we use system.out.println, which is the standard stream. So how would you do the byte stream first? Let's go do byte stream first. So here I've got this class here, byte stream, and I got this main method in here. So here, as you can see, I've got this throws IO exception that we learned in our exception handling, and I got try and finally, right? The reason I have a try is because I wanted to actually run this finally code in here. That's why I have this try, okay? And this catch is actually done by this throws IO exception in here. So here, as you can see here, I'm actually initializing variable in, okay, which is actually file reader class in here, in equal null. Then here, I'm actually creating a instance of this class file reader. Basically, I'm creating an instance of this class here, file reader, and here I actually provide the path of the input file. So as you can see here, I'm actually creating the instance of this file reader class here. Since this file reader has the constructor, the path, so I have to provide the path in here, which is the input.txt. And in here, I'm actually doing a while loop that we learned in our previous lecture, right? So here, I'm actually initializing I equals 0. And I'm doing a while loop in here. So what I'm actually doing is I'm actually reading the character from this in object, right? So I equal in.read. Okay, so read is a method, unless is equal to is not equal to -1, right? So if you have less than -1, right? If you have 1, then means there is some character in that file, right? So unless it's a -1, I want to actually print out each character. So here I'm actually doing a typecasting I, because I could be anything, right? So here with this char here, I'm actually typecasting, meaning that whatever this I is, I'm actually converting into a char. So first, I initialize this file reader in equal null. So this in is the object for the file reader class. So here I'm actually initializing as null. Then here I'm actually creating an instance of this file reader class in equal new file reader. And this file reader requires the parameter of the path in here. So I'm actually providing the path. Once I have this checked in here, I'm actually trying to read each character from this in object. So I do a while loop in here. So I actually do int I equals 0. So I initialize this I variable to 0. Then here I'm actually say I equal in.read, right? So I'm actually reading object in here. And if it's not equal to -1, means if it is not -1 or greater, I want to actually print out the character, right? So here it says system.printout character, print each byte character in single line. And after that, I actually want to close this file, right? So one thing that you need to always remember that is using the file input and output. Once you open it, you have to close that file. Otherwise, the other person would not be able to use that file. So every time you actually access or write or read the file, you have to close the file. So here with the finally, I'm actually saying, okay, if there is nothing in there, then in is null, right? Once you're done, your in becomes null, and I want to close the file. Okay, so when I run this, I get hello world because I have input.txt as hello world. And that's how you can actually use byte stream here. The reason how I'm using byte stream is because you can see here I've got this file reader class in here. So now as we learn about how you can actually read the file, right? So now we're going to actually write in the file, okay, using this byte stream. So first here I'm actually doing file reader in. So file reader in is actually in is an object for this file reader class, and out is an object for the file writer class. So here I initialize that. Then in here I created the instance of this file reader just like before. In equal new file reader, the input.text. Then I created an instance of this file writer class using new file writer, and again provided the path here. So here I'm actually providing the path of the output text, output.txt, where I wanted to actually write. Then again here I'm actually doing int I equals 0, okay, just like before, and I'm doing a while loop in here. So here what I'm trying to do is, okay, for each character in this in this file, I want to write out that character in the output file. So here I do a while loop in here, I equal in.read. Okay, so it's going to read each character from this input.txt, and if it's not -1, okay, I want to actually write in that file. So how do you do this? I created this object out.write. So in.read actually reads the file, out.write write the file, and here I'm actually writing each character. So it just write content in output file, output.txt. Last one is finally in here. So if it's in is not null, I want to close that
file in here, right? Once I'm done, I want to close this file, so I'm going to do init is not equal to null. I want to close the file in here. That is actually how you can use file reader and writer to actually read and write the file, right? So here I did read the file using this file reader, okay? Then I have this file writer out object for the file writer, and I'm actually reading from this input.txt and writing in the output.txt. So now you understood the concept of file reader and file writer. I'm actually going to go to IntelliJ in here, and in here I've already created the folder called file.io. Okay, this is the package. So here I'm actually going to create a new class in here, and I'm actually going to call it bytestream input. Okay, so in here I'm actually going to create public static void main string args. So now first thing I'm actually going to do is create a file reader in object in here. So I'm actually going to do import java.io file reader. So in here, right, so what I'm actually going to do is use try-catch that we learned, and I'm actually going to do in equal new file reader. So as soon as I do that here, right, if I close this one, it's going to throw an error because it requires parameter in here. So the parameter is the path name. Okay, as you can see, it says file name in here. So the next thing we're going to do is we're going to create a variable, initialize a variable I equals 0. So here I'm actually going to provide the path, the file. So let's say I'm actually going to create a new file in here. So I'm actually going to say here input.txt. So in here I'm actually going to do hello world. So let's copy this path here, okay, and let's go back into our file, and I'm actually going to provide the path. As soon as I write that, right, so Java and file reader is pretty smart enough to say, okay, once you read file reader, you're going to have to actually throw an exception. It says unhandled exception, file not found exception, okay? So that's one of the advantages of using IDE, because now it's saying that, okay, you want to use file reader, you need to have an exception, you need to throw an exception. So you're going to do here throws file not found exception. So how do I know that? So there's a lot of exceptions Java that you can use. Okay, so here I've got throws file not found exception. So it's going to throw an exception if the file is not being found. So in here I'm actually going to do now while loop. Okay, so here I'm actually going to do while I equal in that read. So you're actually trying to read, right? So in here, so I'm actually saying it's not equal to -1, right? And let's see what it says here. It says unhandled exception java.io.io exception. So the other way you can also do is you can also add exception in here. So I'm actually going to do IO exception. Okay. So I got file not found exception and IO exception. And in here, I'm actually going to do system.out.println. And here, I'm going to print I. So this here, what I'm actually doing is this. I created a variable called in, right? I created this in object from this file reader class. Okay, it's initiating this file reader, and this file reader has a constructor object, and it requires the path. So I provided the path, and here I'm actually going to do a while loop. So what I'm actually saying is to read each character, right? So here I provided the character as I, so int I equals 0. So I started from 0. So read each character, so using int.read, so it's going to read each character, right? And if that is not equal to -1, means like there is a character in this file, print out that character. And also some people do this char, so it kind of converts this integer into character and prints it out. So now it's saying here, okay, now you got this try, right? So you don't have to provide catch because you already have this file not out extension IO exception. The next thing you do is do finally, right? So here I'm actually going to do int, so not equal to, no. Here I'm actually going to do int close. So what you're going to do is after you do operations, right? Oops. After you do operations, you have to close the file. Otherwise, if you don't close the file, then the other programmers, right, other code would not be able to use this file because you have actually reserved that file. Okay, so every time you do these operations, always make sure that you close the file. So here, once I do this stuff, I actually close the file, right? If I try to do this and read, and if there's no file, it's going to throw an exception, right? File not found exception or IO exception. So now let's try to run this and see what happens. So I'm actually going to right click and run, and you can see here it's printing out hello world, right? So since I have print ln, so it's printing each line, character in each line. I'm just going to do print and run it again, and now it says hello world. So basically what I did was I created an object from this file reader class, right? And this file reader has a constructor, okay, which requires a path of the file. So I provided that there. Then I did a while loop to read each character, right, until unless it's -1. If it's not equal to -1, then I want to print out each character, right? So we learned about while loop in our previous while loop class. So that's how you can actually access the file and read the file. So now next thing is we want to actually write in the file, right? So I'm actually going to copy this input and actually going to paste it there. And here I want to actually do output. All right, so it has the same copy of it. So here I'm actually going to do file writer out equal null, right? And as soon as I do that, it tells me that I need to also import this file writer class. So I'm just going to do file writer. All right, so in here I've got this in equal that, right? So I'm actually going to do out equal new file writer, and also here it requires a file name. So I'm actually going to copy this, paste it here, and instead of input I'm actually going to do output. And in here what I'm basically going to do is I'm actually going to write, okay, each character. So here what I did is just like before, right? I'm actually doing a while loop, so I'm reading the file, okay, and every character I'm writing into this file output.txt using this object out. Okay, you have in.read to read, out.write to write, and I'm writing each character, I. So I is character, right? So here I initialize 0. It's going to read each character. If it's not -1, it's going to write that character. And here I'm actually going to do typecast here. This is called typecasting, so you're actually converting this I into a character. Also, I wanted to close the file as well, output file as well. So now let's see what happens. So I'm actually going to right click and run, and it seems like the operation is done, and you will not see it here because I'm not printing it. I'm just writing into this file, right? So let's go see it created this output.txt. So if I click on it, and it says hello world, right? So that's how you can actually use file reader and writer. So file reader to read the characters from the file, and file writer to actually print out on the output file here. All right, so that's it for this lecture. I will see you guys in our next lecture. Hello and welcome back to StreamLangua.com. In this lecture, we're going to learn about character stream. So in our previous lecture, we learned about byte stream, and we also learned about file reader and writer classes, and we used that to actually access the file. We read the file and we wrote the content of that file to another file called output.txt, right? So in this lecture, we're going to use the classes of the character stream. So I've got this class here, character stream, that I created. I've got this main method here. As you can see here, I have this file input stream class. So I'm actually trying to create an object from this file input stream. So again, just like before, I'm initializing as null, right? And in here, I'm actually having a try final catch, and I also have an exception here, IO exception, throws IO exception. Okay, so I'm doing actually exception handling that we learned in our previous lecture, right? So here I've got int n equal new file input stream, and that also requires the parameter of the path of the file name. So I put here, and I'm actually doing a while loop just like before, and I'm actually printing the character, right? So we learned in our previous lecture how we do it. Then if it's not null, then we close. If I do that, it's going to do the same thing just like before, right? So it's going to actually read from the input.txt and actually print it out for you. However, the difference here is we use file input stream class instead of file reader class, right? So you can use whatever you want, it's up to you. However, normally, like I said before in the previous lecture, byte stream normally used for 8-bit characters, right? So if you have more than 8-bit characters, then you would probably want to use character stream. So that was one example. The other one here is the file output stream, right? Just like we learned about file reader and file writer. So file input stream is like kind of like a file reader, right? Which you can use it to actually read the file, the contents of the file. And just like that, we have a file output stream, okay, which actually
helps you to write the contents in the file, right? So I initialize it, file input stream in equal null, file output stream out equal null. Then I have a try and final block in here. And here I've got this, I created an object from the input stream in, and I also create an object for the output stream out. And here again I do a while loop, and here I'm actually using the .write from this object out. So actually you're writing the content from this file in here, right? So I'm actually reading that file, and for each character I'm writing into this output file here, output.txt. Then I'm going to close that file here. If it's not null, I'm going to close it. If it is null, I'm going to close that file. So if I do that, I'm also going to get hello world on output.txt. So now let's go back to our IntelliJ, right? We have this file IO package, so I'm going to use the same package, and I'm going to create a new file in here, and I'm going to call it character stream input. Okay, so in here, what I'm actually going to do is I'm going to copy this, so it's going to make me a lot faster. And in here, I'm just going to paste that. So in file reader and file writer, right? So instead of file reader, I'm actually going to do file input stream, and in here as well, copy this and put it here, right? So when you try to use this class, right, you need to import the package. So as you can see here, it's coming in red because it does not find this class in your object structure. So it's saying cannot resolve symbol. So you need to import the package, right? So I'm actually going to delete this file reader in here, and in here I'm going to do file input stream. So once you do that, and that's good. It also requires the parameter in here, so I'm actually going to do input.txt and do the same thing in here, and I'm going to close it, right? Everything is same. I just changed this class to from file reader to file input stream, and I also changed the package to file input stream here. Let's run this, and I'm just going to right click and run, and you can see here it says hello world, right? So I was able to use file input stream instead of file reader, right, and be able to read the contents of the file, right? So that's how you can actually do using character stream input. I'm actually going to copy this, and in here I'm actually going to do output. So in here, what I'm actually going to do as well is create a file output stream out equal null. All right, so now I probably did not explain you why you need this, right? Why you're initializing as null, right? Let's do this, right? If I do this, it's going to throw an error here. Let's try to do this. File input stream, right? So then here, so I actually created this object in here, file input equal new file, but you can do that, right? However, in the finally block, right, this in is not verified, right? As you can see here, in it's saying, okay, I can't find in, because you actually declared this file input stream inside this try block, and now in finally block, it's not able to access that, right? So if I create a new one in here, file, right, like that, then actually it's going to be new instance of this file input stream. That is why you'd want it to actually initialize before this try catch block, right? So when I do it here, then I'm able to use it in try and final. However, right here I do not have anything, because you only create an object, the file input stream right here, right? So that's why I'm saying, okay, right now I'm just creating an instance and I declared it as null, right? Same thing in here, out as null. Okay, so all right, so here I'm actually going to do new file output stream, output stream, and copy this, and in here I'm actually going to write a new file output 2.txt, and also it's saying it's not finding that, so let's do this. So I am actually going to do file output. I'm actually also going to do, so let's see here why it does not find it, cannot resolve symbol, file output stream, there we go. Alright, so I got this object here, out equal new file output stream now with this path, and I'm actually trying to write contents in output.2.txt. So right now I only have output.txt, so it should create a new file and write the contents from this input.txt. Okay, and I'm actually going to do the same thing while loop, and this should work.
So in here, instead of system.out.println, I'm actually going to do write, and I'm actually going to write into that. It's just called typecasting, right? So you're converting this into a character. That's why you have this in the bracket. Whatever you want. That's what's called typecasting. So now I've got this character string output which has in and out instance. So in will actually read. You can be able to read the contents of the file. Then with out, I'm actually writing the contents to the new file. Then after that, I'm actually going to close it. So I'm also going to copy this in here and going to do if out is not null. Close. Alright, so now let's run this. And now you can see here it created a new file and it also printed a hello world. So that's how you can actually use character stream, right? Using file input stream and file output stream. Alright, that's it for this lecture, guys. I hope you guys understood how you can actually read and write the file using file input stream and file output stream, which belongs to the character stream. Again, the only difference between using file input stream and file reader and file output stream and file writer is that normally you use file reader and writer, for the 8 bytes characters, right? If your file is really small, then you can use that. If it's literally bigger than 8 bytes, then you probably want to use file input stream and file output stream, or also called as character stream. Alright, that's it for this lecture, guys. I will see you guys again in the next lecture.
Hello and welcome back to ScreenReview.com.
This lecture we're going to start learning about JUnit testing framework. So what is JUnit then? JUnit is a testing framework for Java to help us to perform unit tests for our Java code that we have written. So basically JUnit is kind of like a testing framework, right? To write unit tests for programmers. Now your next question is, what is unit test, right? And what's the use of it? Well, what happens in real time in software industry is that whenever the programmers write the code, and before they submit the code, right, and say, okay, the QA or the testers is ready to test my program, right, they have to test themselves, right? And to do that, they write unit tests. If they do not do that and they just assign the testers to test the program, it might take a lot of time for tester to test it because there's going to be a lot of bugs, right? It could be a syntax bugs, it could be a logic bugs, it could be functional requirement bugs, and so on, right? In that case, it's very essential to actually write unit tests, okay? So for unit tests, JUnit is the testing framework. So for unit tests, JUnit is a default testing framework in Java, okay? So JUnit uses annotation to identify methods that's a test. So what basically means that is that we already learned about how you can create methods, right? So how Java or JUnit basically identifies the method from other methods is that the JUnit test method has the annotation called @test, right? @test annotation here. JUnit test method are annotated by @test annotation. Okay, so JUnit 4.3 uses the following annotation. So here I'm saying 4.3 because that's the latest one that right now. So this JUnit version keeps increasing, right? So they keep updating the JUnit framework. So right now it's the latest one, 4.3, right? So you might have more annotations, but this is the annotation here. So if you want to import all JUnit cases, you're going to do import arg.junit-star, which means it's going to import all JUnit classes. @test, it identifies a method as a test method, just like we said before. @before, right? So that means method executed before each test. So if you have before test, that means that that method will be executed before each test, okay? And same thing here, after test means executed after each test. Okay, so let's say you have a test, right? JUnit test, and you want to run something before each test, right? So you can do before test, and for after test, you can do after. Now you have before class, right? So that's static method here. So it's executed once before start of all tests. Okay, so let's say you have like 10 tests in your JUnit class file, right? And before each test, or before all the tests, you want to run the test once before, right? So before you run all tests, you want to run the methods prior to that, right? So in that case, you would use before class. And same thing with after class. After all the tests is completed, you want to run after class as well. Ignore means, let's say you have a test, but you don't want to run it. Then you can have annotation called @ignore, and that's gonna like not run the test. And let's say you're actually doing, you're doing negative tests, right? So basically you're expecting exception, right? So we learned about exception. What exception is? Exception handling class. So basically it's gonna fail if the method does not throw the named exception. So if you have create a test and says that test expected equal exception, whatever exception you want, right? The class, and if your test did not throw an exception, then it's gonna fail. It's kind of like a negative testing. right? The other one here is test timeout equal 100, right? So let's say you want to run a test and you want to execute in certain time, right? And if it doesn't do that, you want to fail the test, right? In that case, you could use this at test, and here you provide timeout equal some milliseconds that you want to. You want the test to run, right? So in this millisecond, you want the test to complete. It fails if the method takes longer than 100 milliseconds. So here, if I had timeout equal 100, it's going to fail. The test does not pass within 100 milliseconds. For instance, I've got this class here, addition of class, okay? And I have this method here, add, right? And I do not have public, right? This is a default method that we learned in our previous lecture, right? It has just int, okay? It returns an integer. And here I've got two variables, a and b. It returns the sum of a and b, right? Simple as that. Now, I created a unit test for this method, right? So that's what's basically what happens in real time as well. Every time the developers create a method, they have to write a unit test for it. So here, I created a unit test in here, right? It's called JUnitTest. And here, I've created a method called public void test add, right? I don't want to return anything, I just want to run it. And here, I've got this annotation here called add test. That's how actually your program identifies, okay, this is the test method. And this is the test method I need to run if somebody wants me to run my test. So here I created an instance of this addition equal app1 equal new addition, and here I've got assert equals. So we're going to talk about that in our next lecture here. So here assert equals. So here I'm actually adding two numbers, 30 and 10. I'm actually comparing the sum to this number here, 40, right? And that's true. And here same thing with here, assert equals. And here I'm actually comparing two numbers, and here as well, assert true and false, assert not equals. Okay, so now here, if I do that, it's going to run all tests, and it will be all green. So if you see it green, that means that all your tests passed. Okay, I'm just giving an example of what JUnit test looks like. So now, JUnit provides static method to test for certain conditions with the assert method, right? Assert class. Search statements typically start with assert, right? So we already learned about that. Search statement compares the actual value returned by a test to expected value and throws asserts an exception if the comparison value fails. Search uses the following methods. Fail. So if you have fail, then it means it fails the method. Assert true, right? So we learned about assert true in our previous example here. So I have a message and boolean, right? It checks that the boolean condition is true. Okay, then it's gonna throw this message here if it says true or false. Okay, assert false. So here you're gonna check that boolean condition is false. Assert equals. So here actually you're gonna compare the expected and the actual. Here actually this message is optional here. Same thing with here, assert true and false. So if you want to throw a message, right, if it fails or passes, then you can insert here as well. So here I'm saying assert equals message, it's optional, so expected and actual. So test that two values are equal. So assert equals, you're actually comparing two values. Assert false, you're actually making sure it returns false. Assert true, you're making sure it returns true. And assert null, you're actually comparing if the object is null. Assert not null, you're actually comparing the object is not null. So for instance, I'm going to give the same example here. So now we learned about what assert equals is, right? So assert equals, so basically you're comparing this value, which is 40, right? And your actual value is you want to add this app. You're going to call this add method here, and you're adding two numbers, 30 and 10. So you're going to get 40. And here, 55, assert equals 55, you're going to add 22 and 33, which returns 55. Returns 55, as you can see here. If you add 22 and 33, it returns 55, and that's also true. And assert equals 78, so 37 plus 41 equals 78. It's also returns true. Assert true, app1.compare. So I have another compare method here. Basically, it compares two numbers. I don't see it here, but I can. So I have another method here, assert true. It basically compares two numbers. If it returns true, it says true. If it returns false, it says false. Okay. Here I've got assert not equals. So I'm comparing this number here, 20, and you add these two numbers, 10 plus 15, 25. They're not equal, and your test passes here. That's why you don't see anything in here. So we used assert equals, assert true, and assert false, assert not equals, assert null, assert not null. Those are the methods of assert class, okay? And you're going to use it all the time in your real-time projects. The other one here is JUnit test before after test. Let's say you want to run something before each test, then you can use this before annotation and have a method here. So I've got this method called before test, and I want to run this method before each test. I can do that using add before in here, right? Remember here, I've got add test. So basically it tests your methods, right? Or your code. And I've got this before, add before. So I want to run this method before each test, right? I only got one test, but you want to run, if you have 10 tests as well, this is going to run, okay? So basically this at before means this method is going to run before each test. Okay, it says running before test, and same thing with at after. So you want to run this after each test, right? You want to run the method after each test, and you're gonna you have this at after in here, okay? And this is gonna run after each test. It's gonna say running after test. If I run this, it's gonna say running before test. Then it's gonna say test complete and running after test. So if you have 10 methods for each test, you're gonna do running before test, run stat, and again, second one running before test, and so on. So basically, if you want to run your method for each test, you could use add before. And you want to run method after each test, you can use add after. And the next one is before and after class, right? And let's say you have 20 tests, right? And you want to run method before the running all the tests. So you want to run methods before all the tests. So you have 10 tests. So you want to run a method before all the 10 tests, then you can use before class, right? So you're basically running before class. So here you have an annotation called add before class. And you can see here, this is like the class method, so you have to provide static in here, right? We learned about what static method is. So you're going to provide public static void before class, and this is going to run before class. And I have another one called after class, and it's also a static method because you're going to run this method after all the test is complete, right? So you're going to run at the end of your test, right? So that's why it says running after class. It's going to say running after class. So if I run this, I'm going to get running before class, right? Since I have 2 tests in here. It's going to run this one here. Then it's going to run this one here, addition test complete. And I've got a subtract class in here. I create an instance. Basically subtracts 2 numbers in here. And once that's done, it's going to say subtraction test complete. At the end, it's going to say running after class. So as you can see here, before and after class ran only once, right? As you can see here, right? Before and after class ran only once. So in that case, if you want to run the methods before all the tests, you can do before class. And if you want to run a method after all the tests, you can do after class. Okay, and the common uses is going to be, let's say you want to run a file, right? Let's say you want to create a file, then you can use before class method where you actually create a file, right? And you do all your tests, and at the end, let's say you want to delete that file, then you can do after class and delete the file, right? That's one common uses of using before class and after class. And now the last one here is test suite, okay? Let's say you want to run all your tests, right? So I've got JUnit test, test before test, and test before after class. So right now we've been running one by one, right? So now let's say you have 100 tests, right? If you run one by one, it's going to take you almost half an hour, right? And that's kind of also manual work because you have to go in each class and do run, and again, run and run, so on, right? So you're basically running each test manually, right? And that's very hectic, right? That's going to take a lot of time, right? And very repetitive as well, right? In that case, you want to run all your tests. So JUnit has this thing called suite. Okay, so test suite is basically a combination of all your tests, right? So test suite contains all of your tests that you have. Okay, so you can do that using this JUnit test suite as well. And the syntax here is a little confusing. So here I've got this at run with. Okay, so basically you're going to run with the suite.class. So that's an annotation here as well. And here you're going to do at suite.suite classes. Okay, this is you're going to type it the same exactly what it is in here. And in this, what do you call parentheses, you have this curly braces. And here, you're going to provide all your tests. So I have JUnit test.class. So I create a JUnit test, right? So I'm going to do JUnit and .class, comma, and JUnit test before after test. So that's the other one I created, .class, comma, JUnit before and after class test, .class, right? I only have 3 now, so I've got only 3 in here. But you can have like n number of tests in here. And I've got this empty class in here, public class JUnit test suite. Has nothing in here. It's just the syntax of how you can actually run your suite. Okay, so now if I run this one here, basically it's going to run this JUnit test first because I have it here. So it runs running JUnit test, then it's going to run before after test. So it says running before test and test complete running after test because that was inside this JUnit test. Then it's going to run JUnit test before after class, which is running before class, addition test complete, subtraction test complete, running after class. So here I was able to run all 3 test classes with the suite, right? Test suite you'll have in your real time as well. You're going to have this class, similar kind of class like this, where you have all your tests, right? And now with this one, you can just right click and run, and you're going to run all 100 or 200 or 1,000 tests. It's going to run one by one. Okay. The other way you can do is from command terminal, which we're going to learn in our future classes. So that is pretty much in this lecture. You learn about what JUnit test is, and we also learned about different annotation of JUnit. For instance, add test, add before, add after, add before class, add after class. And we also learned about how you can actually run, combine all your tests and run using.
Hello and welcome back to SlearningBlue.com.
Now we know what JUnit test is. Now let's go into IntelliJ in here. And in here, I'm actually going to create a package in here. Okay? And I'm going to name this package called JUnit. So in here, I'm actually going to create a class here first called addition. So basically, in here, I'm actually going to create a default method, right? So now I'm going to actually create a method here, int, and it's going to be called add, and it takes two numbers, int b, and in here, it's going to actually return a plus b, right? The sum of two integers, a and b. All right. So now I got this addition method here, which is inside this addition class. So now basically once you have this class, right, so I'm going to have to create a new class in here. So I'm going to call it JUnit test. So in here, what I'm actually going to create is a test method, right? So I'm going to call it test underscore add. In here, what I'm actually going to do is create an object from the addition class. So I'm going to call it app1 equal new addition. The way you can declare this method as test is using this appendation called test. So as soon as you do test, right, it's saying to import this org.junit.test, right? So what you can do is do import in here org.junit underscore test. Oops. You can do test in there. So once you do that, right, so I'm importing the package test. Now it's all good. So here, what I actually need to do is make sure that this 10 equals to app1.add. Okay, I'm going to do 5 in here. So basically what I'm actually doing here is I'm adding these two numbers and making sure it's equal to 10. So my expected number here is 10, and I'm trying to add 5 and 5 in here, right? So I'm using this assert equals, right? So now IntelliJ could not find the method in here, so I need to import the package. So now if I click in here, right, it's IntelliJ is pretty smart to tell me what I need to do. It says that you can import this org.junit.assert.equals, right? So I can actually, instead of typing import.org.junit and all that, there's a shortcut to this. So all you need to do is do Alt and Enter. Okay, then it gives you like import static method or create assert equals. So I'm actually going to import it. So hit import. Then it has other different options. So I'm just going to use the first one. Now it's good. So as you can see, it automatically wrote this line for me because I'm actually importing it assert equals using the IntelliJ shortcuts. Okay, so now I have here assert equals means this two should be equal 10, 5, and 5. Now if I run this, as you can see here, it gave me test underscore add equal passed. So after I run this test, right, as you can see here, the test passed. As you can see, it's all green, right? So now I'm going to add here and see. Show you what it looks like when it fails. So let's make it like 50 in here, and in here I'm going to do 45, and let's say 4. Okay, and if I run this, you can see here, right, this failed because it has this red color in here, and it says one test failed. So I've got two tests, right? So this one passed, and this one is failing. I know that because here I expected is 50, but actually it's 49. So 45 plus 44, 49, right? So it's giving an assertion error, right? It failed it. And how I can know where I can find it is reading this error in here. It says assertion error, and the expected is 50, and actually it's 49, and it's failed not equals, and it's failing under the JUnit test Java 15. So if you click on that, it will take you which line it failed. So it failed into this line. That's how you can actually test your method here, right? So I created an add method here, and I'm trying to do different scenarios. And this scenario is passed, and this is failing because I've got the incorrect number in here. Right? So I can also do assert not equals. So in here, I'm actually going to do, let's say, 500. And here, I'm actually going to do 250. And let's say 249. Okay? And in here, as again, like it's saying that I need to import the package. So I'm going to do a shortcut, Alt, Enter. Okay? So should I do that? I've also added this line here. So now, I'm actually going to fix this. And now all should pass because 45 plus 5 is 50, 5 plus 5, 10, 250 plus 249 is equal to 499. It's not equal to 500. And it works because I'm actually doing not equals instead of equals. So that's how you can actually create a JUnit test map. So now the other thing we learned about is how you can actually create before and after, right?
So here I'm actually going to do void before test, and I'm actually going to do system.out.println. So here I'm going to say running before test. So I copy this, and in here I'm actually going to do after. So in here I'm actually going to do after, and in here I'm actually going to do after test. So now it's also saying that I need to import this package. I'm going to do Alt and enter. Okay, also it added this arc.jn after. So now if I run this, it's going to run before test and this one right here, and it's going to say after test. You can see anything here because I don't have any print command in here, so I'm actually going to do here running addition test. Okay, so I'm going to run this again. Alright, so it says here running before test, running addition test, and running after test. So now let's say I'm going to create another test in here called test add 2. So let's add a negative number in here. So let's say -5 and -5. Let's say -500. Okay, I'm just going to delete this. In here, I'm actually going to do not equals, so -5. And I'm going to say -250, 5, and like -45. So it's a 35. Okay, so I'm going to say running addition test for negative numbers. Okay, so I got test add 1. So it's actually going to do here positive numbers. Okay, so whenever you write test, make sure it's very descriptive so other people would know what you're actually testing. So negative numbers. So now I got two tests, positive numbers, negative numbers. So this is actually for positive numbers, and this test is actually for negative numbers, right? So now let's run this on again. And now you can see here, right? It says running before test. So this method was called first. Then it says running addition test for positive numbers. So because you tried to run this one, this test is before this. So you run at this, and it says running after test, right? So this is before test and after test, so it ran this one here. And now again, I'm trying to run this one, so it ran this one first, so it says running before test, and now it's running this one here, running addition test for negative numbers, and running after test. So this before test was run twice because I have two tests, and after test was also run twice because I have two tests here. So now the next one is before class and after class, so I'm actually going to copy this. So in here, what I'm actually going to do is I'm going to change this, okay, to before class. And here I'm actually going to change also before class, and here also I'm going to do after class, and here I'm actually going to do after class, and here, right, it's saying that now I need to import that package too. I'm going to do Alt enter, and it added before class. Okay, same thing in here, Alt enter, so it did after class in here. So I'm going to change this to run before class and run after class. So now let's run this. I'm actually going to run it. Oops. And it says here that running before class should be static. Yep, that's because this is a class method, so I need to make it static. See, that's the other thing that you need to remember. When you actually create after class and before class method, the static method, you need to also provide a static, right? Static is like the class method. All right, so now let's run it again. And now you can see here, right, it says running before class, right, this one, and it ran addition test for positive numbers, then again, running addition test for negative numbers, right, and running after class, right? So this run before class only ran once, and this after class ran only once. So now your next question would be, what will be the scenario, right? Here, the scenario could be like to actually create a file in here, right, or make sure your file is there, right? You can have the code in there. Then you run your test, and after class would be destroy the file, right? Same thing with the database, right? Connect to the database could be here. And after you do other tests, you can also close the database, right? Disconnect the database, right? That could be one common scenario. So that is actually before and after class. So now we ran each test, right? So now next thing we learn is how we can actually create a test suite. So I'm actually going to create a new class in here, and I'm going to call it JUnit test suite. So after I create a test unit suite, right? So since I tried to run it as a suite, you have to actually follow the syntax. So I'm actually going to call it run with. Okay, so I have to create actually a JUnit runner. So I'm actually going to do run with, and I'm actually going to use this suite.class. So you don't actually have to remember it. You can find it online. Okay, that's how you can actually run all your tests. And in here, I'm actually going to do suite classes. That in here, I will provide all your tests, all tests that you want it to run. That's it, right? So you do run with suite.class, and you provide suite classes, and you're going to provide all the test classes in here. Okay, so I created JUnit test, so I'm going to do JUnit test.class, class, right? So now if I run this, it's just going to run this JUnit test. So see here, it says running before test and addition after test. So this ran this class in here, right? I want to run this one too, so you can just do comma in here and do JUnit test before after class that class. Okay, so this is the runner method here, and you just run it. So in here it's empty because that's how the syntax is, right? So in here you're going to provide all the tests in here that you want it to run. That's the syntax of test suite, and you actually can copy this because I don't also remember this syntax. Okay, so you basically just remember that you write in here inside this suite classes, you're going to provide all the classes, test classes in here, and this is the syntax: run with suite.class and suite.suite classes. Okay, so that's the syntax of a JUnit test suite. So now you can have like thousands or millions of tests in here, and all you need to do is run this class in here. Just right click and run it, and you run your thousands of tests. Instead of going each test and run manually, you just run this suite and it will run all your tests. All right, so that's pretty much it for this lecture. Okay, I hope you guys learned about what JUnit test is and how you can create a JUnit test using @test annotations. You also learn about the before and after test. You also learn about creating a before and after static class methods. And we also learn about how you can actually create a suite and provide all the tests that you want it to run. Okay, so that's it for this lecture. I will see you guys in our next lecture.
Hello and welcome back to ScreenBlue.com.
This lecture, we're going to learn about the software project management tool called Maven. Okay, Maven is probably the most popular tool in Java. If you're trying to work as a Java developer in real time, you're going to be using Maven all the time. That's why I created a lecture for Maven, because it's probably the most used tool that you're going to do in your real-time project. So what is Maven then? Apache Maven is a software project management and comprehension tool. So just like I said before, Maven is a software project management tool. Okay, so it uses the concept of project object model called POM, okay, which can manage a project's build, reporting, and documentation from a central piece of information. Maven's primary goal is to allow a developer to comprehend the complete state of development effort in the shortest period of time. In order to attain this goal, there are several areas of concern that Maven attempts to deal with. First is making the build process easy, right? Second is providing a uniform build system. Third is providing a quality project information. Fourth is providing guidelines for best practices development. And the fifth one is allowing transfer and migration to new features. So this is the book definition of Maven, right? So to summarize, Maven basically is a project management tool that helps you to actually get your project up and running in the shortest amount of time, okay? If you're going to be working as a Java developer, you're going to be using Java Maven a lot. Probably 80% of the time you'll be using Maven as your project management tool, right? So what's the advantage of using Maven? Well, with Maven, it's very, very easy to run your projects, right? Also, download the dependencies. So what I mean by dependencies is if you can work as a Java developer engineer or Java developer in your real-time projects, right? You're going to need a lot of the artifacts, or we call it jar files, right? In the simplest form. Okay, you're going to need a lot of open source jar file or artifacts, right? So in that case, all you have to do is use Maven, and Maven uses this thing called POM, right, which is a project object model. So in that, you're going to put all the dependencies, right, and from there you can download all the dependencies that you need. An example in here, you can see here, I've got this project here, Selenium Java, and you can see here, this is a POM file. Okay, this is pom.xml. As you can see, this is an XML file, and here I've got this dependencies here, right? So here I need a JUnit. So you learn about JUnit in the previous JUnit classes, right? And here I also added dependencies for Selenium Java, right? So in order to run your Selenium automation script, you're going to need a Selenium jar file, right? And those jar files keep incrementing all the time, right? And it's very hard to get hold of it, what Java version you have, right? Or let's say you want to get to the latest version, right? Instead of downloading it all the time manually, right? Maven helps you to actually download the latest one. All you have to do is provide the dependencies. The group ID is the group ID of the Selenium Java and the artifact ID. So you're going to get this from all the Selenium Java artifact. And here you're going to put a version number here. So right now it's 2.49.0. Next time, let's say it's 2.50, all you have to do is just change this version here. Once you do that, it's going to automatically download the latest version, or 2.50.0 for you. Right? Same thing with here. Got this JUnit here, okay, which I'm going to need it to run my unit test. Then you provide the version in here and it will download the latest version for you. And I have this plugin in here, okay, build plugins. I'm going to need that, if I wanted to actually compile my projects, right? So let's say the other advantage of Maven is to compile your project. So I have the Java project, right, Selenium Java, and let's say you wrote some code in this main folder, right, and you want to compile and make sure there's no errors, right? So when you do compile, you're going to need a Maven compile plugin, which is right here, and it also has this group ID, artifact tree, and version. So you're going to do this all the time. You're going to be very familiar with this all the time if you're going to be working in a real-time project here, right? And here also I have got this group ID, artifact ID, this is version. So this is for my project in here, right? This is my com.selenium Java. This is my group ID, artifact ID, and version here. So you're going to have a lot of dependencies in your real-time projects, right? And with this Maven and this project POM model, it's very, very easy to download all the artifacts, right? And let's say you have this project, and let's say the new guy comes in to your team, right? And he wants to get the project up and running, right? So all you have to do is actually get this project, and since you have all the dependencies, all you have to do is run this dependencies here, download all the artifacts from this POM file, and he will be all set, right? Instead of like going manually and like trying to download jar file each and every time, it's going to be very hectic and manual as well. Apart from that, the other advantage of Maven is using the terminal or command prompt in Windows, right? You can actually run your project, right? So you want to test, you want to do all this good stuff, you can do that using Maven. So let's say you want to run the project. All you have to do is mvn, which is a Maven short form, mvn run. It's going to run your project, right? And if you do mvn test, it's going to test all your projects and so on. Okay, so we're going to talk about that in detail in our future class, but that's pretty much about the Maven introduction. Now, next lecture, we're going to actually install Maven for Mac and Maven for Windows. That's it for this lecture. I'll see you guys in our next lecture. Hello and welcome back to ScreenBlue.com. In this lecture, we're going to try to install Maven for Mac computer. Okay, so in our previous lecture, we learned about what Maven is, right? So let's now try to install Maven for Mac. First step is to download Maven tool from mavenapache.org.download.cz. So basically what I'm going to do is I'm going to go to the Chrome here. Then I'm actually going to go Google in here, and I'm going to do Maven download. So once you do that, you're going to get into this here. So I'm going to select the first one, and as you can see here, it says Apache Maven 3.5.2 is the latest release and recommended version for all users. So you're going to click on download. So then here it has requirements, Java. Here we already learned how to install Java, right, in our previous lecture. So here, and you can see here, I've got files. So I've got binary.tar, binary zip, source tar, source zip. Okay, so you can select between these two links, whichever you want. So let's say I'm going to actually select the tar. If you have Windows, you're going to actually click this link here. Since I have a Mac, I'm actually going to use tar. So once you have that, I'm going to double click it. So as you can see here, and so I go to downloads, right, and install Apache Maven. So if you click in here, you're going to see all this file. So what I'm actually going to do is I'm going to copy this, and I'm actually going to paste it here. And since I already have that 3.5.2, right, it's going to override it. So I'm just going to leave it like that. Now, once you have that, next thing you're going to do is unzip the Maven and put it in Documents folder, which I did here. Then you're going to ensure Java_home environment variable is set and points to your JDK installation, which we did in our first Java installation class. Then you're going to add the bin directory of the created directory Apache Maven 3.5.2 to the path environment variable. Right, so how do you do that? I'm actually going to create a new window in here. And here, what I'm actually going to do is edit the bash profile, right? So we learned about how you can create a bash profile in your previous lecture. So I'm going to do VI means you're editing it. VI means edit. And this means here, this caret means anywhere. Find me this bash profile, right? Dot bash profile is the bash profile for Windows, okay? So, for Mac. So here, as you can see here, since I already created it,
So basically, you're going to provide the path, right, of where your Java is installed. So Java underscore home, in our previous Java lecture. Maven underscore home, which is the one that I want. So if you don't have this, you're going to do export Maven underscore home, right? So you're going to type just like I did here. Then you're going to provide the Apache Maven path, a directory path, okay, where you've installed the Maven, right? So I have Apache Maven in my documents folder. So I provided the whole path in here. Then you do export path, right? So this path here, you're going to provide all these variables in here, right? Then here I've got Java underscore home, right, which is the one I have here with the $sign, right? And with this path in here and Maven underscore home, right, which is in here. For Maven, you're going to have to provide the bin, right? So you have this Maven and /bin, right? Because that's where your Maven exe file is at. Then you provide this path in here. Once you have that, you're going to save it using escape and you do :wq. All right, so once you save it, you're going to do source -bash profile. Once you do that, what it's going to do, it's actually going to update your system or your Mac system with all those variables. Once you have that, you should do echo and whatever the Maven home we provided, variable name. So here you provide $sign because I created a variable Maven underscore home. So you want to call that variable, you put a $sign in there, right? So once I do that, it's going to give me the Maven path, which means that it works, right? So now, once you have that, then you're going to put the path in the system property. And we need to make sure that your Maven is installed, right? So normally, what I do is I do new in here. Then I open a new terminal and I do Maven -version. Then it should give you this one here, nice, pretty. It's going to give you all information about the Maven here. So I have installed 3.5.2. So it's giving you Apache Maven -5.2. And the Maven home is this one right here. And Java version I'm using is 9, and the Java home is like that, right? If you have this, that means you have installed the Maven successfully and correctly, okay? So make sure you get this nice output. So if you have some errors, make sure that you have the bash profile created first, and make sure you have the variable or the path of the Maven in the bash profile, right? And save the bash profile and open a new terminal and do Maven-version, right? And if you still get some errors, please also ask questions in the forum section, and I will be happy to help you with your errors. All right, so that's it for this lecture. In our next lecture, we're going to try to install Maven in Windows. Hello and welcome back to StudentBlue.com. In this lecture, we're going to install Maven in Windows. So now let's go back to our virtual machine here. Since I do not have Windows, I'm actually going to install Maven in the virtual machine. So I'm going to go back into the virtual machine here. Then the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to go to Google and look for the Maven. So I'm going to do google.com. Here I'm going to search Maven download. First one. Then, right, just like before, we did in Mac, I'm actually going to use zip now here. So I'm going to click that. It's going to say, what do you want to do with it? I'm actually going to do open, and it will take a while. So I'm going to pause this video here, and I'll be back. Seems like it got installed here. So I'm actually going to copy this from this download folder, and I'm actually going to go back in here and actually going to paste it. As you can see here, this folder is in Documents folder now. So next thing I'm actually going to do is let's go to our PowerPoint and follow instruction. Okay, so we first downloaded the Maven tool, then we put it in the Documents folder. Then the third step is to actually add the bin directory of the created Apache Maven directory version to the path environment variable, right? So let's try to do that. I'm actually going to go back to our virtual machine here. So the way you do it in Windows is that you actually go right click in here, then you actually going to go settings, then in here you're going to go system, then in here you're going to do advanced system settings, then in here in the advanced tab in here you're going to see environment variables. Okay, so you're going to click on that. Here as I've already created a variable here with this Maven 3.5.0. So here, as you can see, I've installed the Maven in Documents folder. So I've installed 3.5.2. So I'm going to change from 3.5.0 to 3.5.2. So if you do not have one, right? So all you have to do is click New, Then you provide the variable here. That's a Maven home. Okay. And in here, you put the whole path in here where your Maven home is installed, right? You're going to do type C users and whatever your computer folder name is, user folder name is, documents, right? I assume that you have installed, you have downloaded that into your documents. So you're going to provide the whole path in there. So I forgot to save that, so I'm actually going to edit this one again. And I'm actually going to make it 3.5.2. Click OK. And same thing in here. If you don't have Maven underscore home, so you're going to do new Maven underscore home, and you're going to put the path in there. Also in path, right? So if you click it here, so you're going to do edit, and here you're going to provide the path of the Apache Maven, right? So here I have Apache Maven 3.5.0. So I'm going to click this one and edit it and make change to 3.5.2. Okay, now I'm going to save it. So always remember when you do in the path, you have to also provide the bin here, okay, / bin in here, right? So click OK in here, same thing in here, you edit, and you provide the Apache Maven path in here, / bin, okay, click OK in here. So now I have in path, I have the Maven underscore home, got this Maven underscore home here and path as well. So I'm going to click OK. Click OK back in here. Just close this one. And let's also close the browser, right? So we've installed Apache Maven, right? Put it into documents. Then I also added the path of the Apache Maven into the environment variables. So now what you need to do is, let's go back in here, is to make sure that you have Maven installed, typing maven-version. So when you do that, you should be actually getting this nice output here, right? So let's try to do that here. Let's go back to the virtual machine. So I'm going to type command prompt. So you get this command prompt in here. And in here, I'm actually going to do maven-version. Just give us time in here. And you can see here, it says 3.5.2, right? So before I install, I had 3.5.0. And I just installed 3.5.2. And now it's also saying 3.5.2. And it also gives you the Maven home, which is in C users, Selenium GRU, documents, and Apache Maven. Okay, if you have this nice output, that means you have installed Maven successfully. Now, if you're getting some error, you might not have installed Java, so make sure you have Java installed. So I know I can find that out, typing java-test version, and oops, java-version, sorry. And you can see Java version in here. And you're going to say Java what version you have, okay? So if you're getting an error, so try to make sure you have Java version installed, right? So in our first lecture, we installed Java, and you might have Java installed already successfully. Make sure you have this nice output, otherwise you will not be able to run the Maven command, so make sure you have this Maven nice output right here. That's it. In this lecture, you guys have installed Maven in Windows as well as in Mac. Alright, that's it for this lecture. I will see you guys in our next lecture.
Hello and welcome back to SeleniumGRU.com.
In this lecture, we're going to learn about different Maven commands that we're going to use in real-time projects. So now we learned about what Maven is. We also installed Maven for Windows and Mac. Now it's time to actually try to explore Maven commands and how useful it is in your real-time projects. Okay, by the end of this lecture, you're going to really appreciate what Maven does, and you're going to use it in real time, and you're actually going to use it forever. So before we actually learn about Maven commands, I want to show you how you can actually create a Maven project. So now let's go back to our IntelliJ in here. And since you could see here, I've got this project that we learned for our Java class, right? So now we're going to actually create a Maven project. So we're going to do File, New, and Project. Then you're going to click Maven in here. Then you can see here, it's selected Java version 9. So if you have another version, you could probably pop it here. It's going to pop up here. Then if you want a new different version of Java, you can click Select New and select different version as well, right? And if you wanted to create from the archetype, which just means like if you want to set up like all the Maven stuff set up already, you could select from create from archetype, and it's trying to load archetype. For some reason, the Maven archetypes is kind of taking a long time to download. Okay, so I'm just going to skip that for now and click next. And here you have a group ID, right? So basically, group ID is your project identifier, right? So if you let's say if you're working on a real time, you're going to have this formation like com. And whatever your company name, let's say my company is Selenium GRU, and your project name, let's say Udemy. And here I'm actually going to do Udemy Selenium Java. Something like that, right? So here in the website, right, we do seleniumguru.com. So normally in the standard Java projects, they do the opposite, which is com, the company name, and whatever the project name, right? So I have com.seleniumguru.udemy. This is my artifact, udemy-selenium-java. So artifact ID is basically your identifier, project identifier, right? Or your artifact identifier, your ID of the artifacts. Provide a udemy-selenium-java, and version is your what version of the artifact is, right? Since we're creating a brand new project, it says 1.0. But once you keep building add new stuff on your projects, you can keep incrementing your version. So I'm actually going to click next. And you can see here, it did not like that dash, but that's fine. And here, I'm actually going to select to see Udemy Selenium Java, Udemy Selenium Java, right? So this is the project location. It's actually going to save the project. Documents, Udemy Selenium Java folder, and this is going to be my project. You want to select and save it in different directory, you can click on that, and you can go Documents, and you can select whatever you want. All right, so then I click Finish. And here it says that Udemy Selenium is not created, does not exist, and it will be created by IntelliJ. So I'm going to click OK. Then here, I already have this open, so I'm actually going to click this window in here. As you can see here, it created this pom.xml file for me, right? The reason why it did that is because I'm actually creating a Maven project. I created a Maven project, and Maven requires a pom XML. This is the pom file here, as you can see, pom.xml. And normally in your real-time project, you're going to have main and test, right? So in the test, you're going to have all your tests. So now, basically, the first thing I'm actually going to do is I'm going to add all the artifacts or dependencies for my project, right? So what I'm actually going to do here, as you can see here, as soon as I do this, it says Maven project needs to be imported. Import changes, enable auto import. This is the pop-up that's coming from the IntelliJ. So I'm actually going to click enable auto import. Here, I'm actually going to add dependencies in here, right? So I'm actually going to type dependencies. As soon as I do that, you have to close this dependencies. This is an XML file here, right? And as you can see here, this is a group ID is my project ID, group ID in here. Artifact ID is my artifact ID that I provided. Version is the version. In here, I'm going to provide all the dependencies. So in here, I'm going to need a couple of dependencies, right? So first thing, I'm actually going to running JUnit test in here. So I'm going to need JUnit. Then the other thing is that we're going to run our Selenium test later on. So we're going to install Selenium. We're going to need also Selenium dependencies as well. What I'm actually going to do is now I know that I need a JUnit and I need the Selenium Java, right? So basically, you're going to do is you're going to go Google. I'm actually going to do google.com here, and in here I'm going to do JUnit Maven. If I type that, you're going to get this Maven repository JUnit, right? So you click on that, then you're going to see all your latest JUnit that they have. So right now the latest one is 4.12. So if you click on there, you're going to see this nice dependency format that we need, right? So here, as you can see, group ID is JUnit, artifact ID is JUnit, version is 4.12, scope is test. We're going to use it for test, right? So all I need to do is basically copy this, right? Then I'm going to go back into our IntelliJ and just replace that. So now I've got this JUnit dependency, right? So all this does is as soon as I have that, it's going to install JUnit 4.12 for me, right? I do not have to manually install it, right? That's the power of using Maven. So once you have JUnit, right, next thing I'm going to do is I'm actually going to do Selenium Java. And you can see there's a lot of Selenium Java dependencies. I only need this one here. So as you can see here, the latest one is 3.8.1. So I'm actually going to copy this part in here. I'm going to go back into our IntelliJ and paste it here, right? So now I've got the Selenium Java and I've got the JUnit, right? So now all I have to provide is JUnit test in here. So for that, I'm actually going to go back in here, open recent. So the test that we created was in this Selenium Java project. So to save some time, I'm actually going to do is copy this JUnit test in here. Right, copy that. Then I'm gonna open my Udemy Selenium Java again. So I'm actually going to do new window. Okay, so if you do new window, you can have 2 windows, right? But it's going to take up your computer memory. So make sure you have enough memory. So in here, I'm actually going to paste that. So let's see if I can paste it. So now, as you can see here, I've got this addition, JUnit test in here, and all this test in here. So I do not have anything. We're not going to worry about that. We're just learning how you can use Maven commands for now. I've got this JUnit test, and you can see here, if you click in here, it's not throwing an error because it did install JUnit for me, because this is a Maven project, and I already said enable auto import, so it's importing the JUnit and Selenium automatically. If you wanted to, let's say you do not do enable auto imports, you can also manually import all the dependencies, install all the dependencies by going to this folder, right click and do Maven and re-import. So once you do that, it's gonna install. As you can see here, it's running, it's scanning the file, it's finding all the dependencies from out in the internet and installing it in your folder. One way you can find out if you have dependencies installed properly is you click on this external libraries. Then you're gonna see JUnit 4.12, which I did here, and I also have Selenium HQ in here. So I installed Selenium and Java 3.8.1, but it had all the other dependencies, so it installed all the other dependencies for me. So now with this pom.xml, I was installing all the dependencies and all the jar files that I needed. So now let's go back into our PowerPoint here. Now we're going to learn about the Maven commands. So now we learned about what Maven is, right? We also created a Maven project. Now it's time to actually get hands dirty with the Maven commands. The first one is Maven clean. It cleans up the artifacts created by prior builds. Okay, what that basically means is, so now let's go back into our IntelliJ in here, right? So Maven clean actually cleans up your whole project. Reads the jar file, it kind of cleans up your project. So now what I'm actually going to do is, I'm actually going to go new window in here, and in here I'm actually going to go documents, Udemy Selenium Java, and let's list it, and I'm actually going to go Udemy Selenium Java in here. So let's go to that, Udemy Selenium Java. So now I'm in this project directory in here. So when you do Maven commands, you have to be inside the project directory. Udemy Selenium Java is my project directory, right? And your POM file has to be in this project directory. If your POM file is inside SRC, it will not work. POM file has to be inside this Udemy Selenium Java, but outside the SRC. So now let's go back in here. And all I'm going to do is, first, I want to check Maven version is there. All right, Maven is good. I'm going to do Maven clean. Run this. So as you can see here, I did Maven clean, and it gave me this nice format in here. You could see here, Maven clean, cleaned up the project in here. It says build success. I was able to clean successfully. This Maven clean plugin clean, it was successful. So the next thing here is validate. So it's validate the project is correct and all necessary information is available. Second one is compile the source code of the project. And the fourth one is test the compiled source code using a suitable unit testing framework. This test should not require the code to be packaged or deployed, right? So basically what I'm actually going to do is line by line. So first I'm actually going to do Maven validate. So this Maven validate basically validates if your project is correct and all the plugins are being installed, all the dependencies are installed correctly. Maven compile, right? Compiles your project, compiles all your code, and make sure you have no errors, right? And there's no error. As you can see here, it says build success. Then you're going to do Maven test, right? So Maven test basically runs all your tests, right? You can see here, it's saying that Maven compiler plugin failed, compilation failure, source option 1.5 is no longer supported. Source option 1.5 is no longer supported. Use 1.6. So it's failed when I actually try to run my Java test process. As you can see here, right, it says build failure. So it basically failed when I try to run Maven test. So you could also through an error, it's saying source option 1.5 is no longer supported. Use 1.6 or later, right? So now let's see in our Maven project in here, see what happened in here. I'm actually going to go to pom.xml and see what I did wrong. Okay, so what I did here is I have a dependencies, right? So Maven clean worked, Maven validate worked, Maven compile worked as well, but Maven test is not working, right? Let's go back in here. Maven test did not work. The reason why that is, in order to run the JUnit test, you're going to need a compiler.
right? So that I'm going to actually create another tag in here, build, and here I'm going to add a plugin. So you're going to have to type this actually, and you do not have to do it all over time. So this is actually you're trying to run your unit test, right? And it's going to need the plugin. So I'm actually trying to put the plugin in here, okay? And here the plugin also has this group ID, okay? And in here I'm actually going to do org Apache. All right, and here it's going to be plugins. It's a group ID, and the artifact ID is going to be Maven compiler plugin, right? And in here, version, I'm going to do 3.0, and in here, I'm actually going to do configuration, and in here, I'm going to do source 1.6, and here I'm actually going to do target 1.6. What basically happened is 1.5 plugin was installed, right, with this IntelliJ and Java project automatically. It was default, right? However, when I run Maven test, right, it's asking for 1.6, right? In that case, I have to actually say, okay, I'm going to get this Maven plugin, and I'm going to actually use 1.6, right? So I can find this Maven compiler plugin just like we did before, right? You go in here and do Maven compiler plugin, and it's going to go back in here, and you can grab the latest one here as well, right? Just grab that one. Let's grab that and just paste it there. So here, right, I'm actually needing only the group ID and artifact ID. So I'm actually going to copy. So you have this Maven compiler. All I'm going to change is 3.7.0. Okay, I only need a plugin, right? So I'm actually going to delete that. This is a plugin, and I'm actually using 1.6. All right, so now let's go back into our command prompt out here, and let's try to first compile. All right, compile passed. Now let's try to test. So as you can see here, right, once I provided this plugin for the compiler plugin 1.6, right, we were able to run our JUnit test, right? And this things kind of happens pretty much every day in your real time, right? You just look into the errors, right, and basically figure out what the errors is saying, and you actually search online. You try to find some help from your friend, or Google, do everything and try to fix it, right? And that's basically what happens every day. And we did it just right now. We were able to run our unit test using the Maven project, right? So now let's go back into our PowerPoint again. The next one here is package. So it takes the compile code and packages in its distributed format, such as jar file, right? Second one is integration test. Basically, you can use this if you have integration tests, right? So we have JUnit tests, which could be your unit test, right? But you could have integration test as well, right? In that case, you would actually run integration test, which we're going to actually learn in our automation classes in future. Verify is actually run and checks to verify the package is valid and meets quality criteria. Install the package into the local repository for use as a dependency in other projects locally. And deploy, it's done in integration or release environment, copies the final package to the remote repository for sharing with other developers and projects. So now what that basically means is, I'm not going to do everything in here, but when you do Maven package, right? So right now, in our projects, we only have test, right? Well, let's say in your real-time project, you're a Java developer and you have all your code, right? And you want to deploy that code in the production environment, right? Basically, what happens is you're going to actually do it in dev, right? Then you're going to do it in QA, then in production, right? Then when you actually deploy into the different environment, right, you actually create a jar file or WAR file or tar file. These are kind of the compiled GIF file for your whole projects, right? So the Maven package would do that for you. So if I do Maven package, it would actually create a GIF project or GIF file, the compiled file for you. As you can see here, right, when I run Maven package, it created a jar file for me, right? And that jar file is inside this target and right here, right? And what happens in real time is you can actually deploy this to the dev environment, right? Same thing, you do a QA environment and you have a production environment. In some cases, you're going to do var or tar. Right now, we're just doing jar here. That's how you can actually do package, right? So let's go back into our PowerPoint again. Integration test, like I said, you're actually going to do integration test. We don't have an integration test right now, so we're not going to worry about that. And verify, right? So if I do Maven verify, it's going to actually make sure their package is valid or not, right? So it does all the tests and everything is good here. And Maven install, okay? So basically what it does, it actually installs all the dependencies for you in your local repository, so you can actually run it, right, without actually downloading the dependencies. Last one here is deploy, right? So let's say you created a jar file and you want to deploy it to different server, right? In that case, you can actually use deploy. So in real-time project, you're going to use Nexus Artifactory. So basically what happens is you actually create a jar file and you're copying that jar file into the different environment or different source, right? In that case, you can use Maven deploy. So that is actually the main commands of Maven. Okay, there's also a lot of other different commands, but those are the main commands. Okay, you can go online into Maven and actually look for different other commands that are useful for you. So the other important thing that I wanted to show you here is we ran one by one, right? But you can also run everything together like here. First, I want to do Maven clean compile. I want to test, then I want to package, right? So you can run all this and it will do all the stuff for you. First, it will clean it, then it will compile it, then it will test it, then it will create a package for you. So you can add all this different commands together as well. Now, as you can see here, with the Maven, I was able to download all the dependencies for me, right? All the required plugins, dependencies, it installed all the different dependencies for me. Also, with the Maven, I was able to run my whole project using the terminal, right? I do not have to go into IntelliJ and right-click and run my test, right? All I had to do was go Maven in here and just do Maven test, right? If you want to clean it, you do Maven clean. If you want to do build, you do Maven build, right? So as you can see here, right, with Maven, we were able to not only download all the dependencies, but we were also able to clean our project, build our project, create a package for our project, as well as test our project as well. And this is what you do in real time, right? Almost 90% of the projects say Java projects are using Maven as their build tool, right? With Maven, there comes a lot of helpful resources, okay? And you can use it a lot in order to simplify your jobs, right? In your real time, you're going to be using Maven every time. Every time you write code, you want to test it, you're going to do Maven test. Every time you want to build a project, you're going to do Maven build. So you're going to be using all the time as Java developer. Are your automation engineer, you're going to be running your test all the time. All right, so that's it for this lecture. I hope you guys understood the importance of Maven. You understood what Maven is. You also learn how you can create a Maven project. And you also learn how you can actually run your test using Maven. That's it for this lecture. I will see you guys in our next lecture.
Hello and welcome back to SwimmingGood.com. So that pretty much wraps up the entire course or curriculum. I hope you guys will learn a lot about Java programming language. First of all, we started installing Java in your operating system. And we started learning about Java programming language, starting from Hello World. We learned about string, conditional execution, arrays, looping, string interpolation, different types of Java methods such as static method, instance method, constructor method. We also learned about getters and setters, instance variables, static variables, Java packages, and different types of methods for string and integer class. Then we actually dive depth into intermediate Java. We also learn about encapsulation, inheritance, polymorphism, overriding, overloading, abstract class, interface, array list, linked list, vector, different types of Java access modifiers, private, default, protected, public, as well as different types of file IO types such as character string, byte string. We also learn about the JUnit testing framework. And finally, we were also able to learn about the build tool called Maven. We actually installed Maven for both Mac and Windows. Then finally, at the end, we were also able to actually create a Java project using Maven as a build tool. I hope this course material were very useful to you guys, and I look forward to see you guys in the near future. Thank you very much for enrolling in this course again.